Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. A warrior in white armor and with an energy sword in his hand stands against the backdrop of defeated monsters. He looks up and thinks that to end this long war, all that remains is to defeat her. A red creature hangs over the hero. He realizes that she is the one who plunged the world into darkness and took people's lives. The red monster hovers in the air. The man thinks about her, that she rules all monsters. She has long claws. The hero squeezes a sword in his hand. Someone apologizes to Arden. The red creature rushes to attack the warrior. It is explained that on the earth, where he does not exist, a powerful explosion occurs. The question is asked whether he has ever tried to defeat this disgusting queen. The picture shows the image of a man of the race of dead souls. He says that now everything depends on Arden. A man with long hair blocks the monster's blow. The creature kicks the hero. He does not understand what is happening. The silhouette of a representative of the ancient dragon race named Reuben is shown in the frame. The question is asked if Arden understands that heroes are destined to lead those who are weaker. The man holds the sword with difficulty. He swings it, causing a powerful wave of energy. The red creature flies to the side. Stones are scattered around. The villain concentrates the flow of energy in her hand. The man clenches his teeth, seeing the energy heading towards him. The picture shows a representative of the race of monsters named Tehran and the race of gnomes Red Anvil. The first says that some things in the world come to an end only after death. The second states that despite the fact that his strength was inadequate, he believes that he is different from them. The red villain swings her hand and sees a crater in front of her. She looks forward with a serious expression. Suddenly, a hero flies behind her with a sword in his hands. He cuts off her hand with one motion, which flies to the side. The creature roars in rage. She swings her other hand. The hero receives a powerful blow to the chest. Blood splashes to the sides. A representative of the mythical Kruger race and Longard Kusha look at him. The first says that he knows that it is hard to believe, but the position that the queen occupied. The second asks if she should have known her place and lived in silence. Does not it seem so to Arden? The man takes the enemy by the throat. He swings his blue sword in anger. The monster counterattacks, touching him with his claws. She concentrates a stream of bright energy in her hand. The opponents stand opposite each other, representing two different sides. A strong explosion occurs and a shock wave sweeps away the rocks nearby. The bloody representative of the fairy race Elena addresses Arden, saying that even if he is the only survivor. The creature blazes with pink fire, standing in a crater. The monster looks to the sides. The picture shows the protagonist's glove, which lies on the ground. The red villain is standing opposite her. She grins an ominous smile. Suddenly the protagonist hits her with his sword, flying out of the portal from above. The man holds a weapon in front of him. Someone addresses Arden. He fights calmly. The question arises whether he remembers his friends right before his own death. The picture shows rocks. The eyes looking at this gradually close. It is said that if this is so, then he hopes that they will also meet again one day. The character in white armor falls, realizing that he will always wait, and even in remorse, facing the consequences of his selfishness. The protagonist with his eyes closed hovers in space. It is said that he will remember the names of those who went through all the trials to protect others, the so-called hunters. The picture shows skyscrapers against the backdrop of the sunset. In the frame, a portal with a sword and signs on the buildings someone calls show. The guy looks at the interlocutor with interest and asks what he is doing, because they have a meeting soon. He calmly declares that he was just thinking. A guy in a suit puts on a protective mask, declaring that if he flies in the clouds, he will quickly be fired, and since the battle is over, it is necessary to get ready for the base. A group of people in the same clothes stand in the middle of huge dead monsters. The guy answers with the word yeah. The frame shows three fighters of different classes and with different weapons. It is said that one day monsters appeared in their world. They attack a large predator. It is explained that the hunters woke up, gained dexterity, and began to hunt them. The hero stands behind the workers, realizing that the picture is very different from what was in his past life. The young guy is shown against the background of his adult version with long hair. A worker in a mask sits next to a mutant, declaring that he is leaving the territory to the main character, and it is necessary to finish before the captain starts scolding them again. He answers that he understands. The guy with splashes of saliva loudly calls them idiots, asking if there is any use for them stupid. A guy with a shield climbs onto a monster, shouting that there is no need to waste his time because they may not get paid. The workers apologize to him. It is explained that this is common. The captain of the first assault group of the Brave Guild. The man grits his teeth and talks about useless scum, meaning this world. Sho runs a knife through the flesh, thinking that he is barely able to beat mutants even in the easiest dungeon, calling himself scum. The picture shows a city with the setting sun. The hero hurries through the park. He runs forward, realizing that now is the best time for morning hunters. He runs to the buildings. It is explained that today they will quickly get acquainted with the abilities. A man in a suit sits opposite another. It is said that abilities are a form of superpower. An awakened hunter is considered to be one who is able to reveal his potential, and the conditions for disclosure are still being studied. and therefore the investigations are still ongoing. The protagonist exhales tiredly. It is said that he will have to reveal his hunting potential, while it is written that despite the fact that the memory of his past life is preserved, he cannot use mana. He rests standing in the park. It is said that his mind and body remember everything down to the smallest detail. But even if he remembers how to swim, without water the skill is useless. He takes off his hood, realizing that in his case the reason why he continues training is probably because he is used to doing it in his past life. The protagonist takes a stick, declaring that it is time to try it. Sho holds the stick with his eyes closed, realizing that in the world of hunters, strength is determined by status, and therefore if he continues to train then all his efforts will be meaningless. He resolutely looks forward. He swings the stick masterfully, realizing that the life he lived as a knight, he does not want to forget even if he is the only one who remembers it. The protagonist deftly breaks the stick on a stump. Pieces fly apart. Sho looks away when he hears someone addressing him. Surprised, Ren looks at him, asking if he is really training again. They are sitting on a bench. The protagonist confirms this. He in turn says that when he watches him train, it is both expected, but also not like him. The protagonist looks forward with a serious face, hearing that he always has such a philosophical expression. He replies that nothing of the sort. They look at a mother and daughter, who notices that her uncle is playing with a stick. Ren claims that he should find a better place to train, otherwise he will be posted on the internet. The guy asks with a smile if he wants to become a hunter by chance. Sho, sitting on a bench, calls him interesting, because you can't become a hunter just from desire. Against the background of a city park, he says that the other one is right. Sho, sitting next to his friend, says that he wants to wake up and become a hunter and earn a lot of money. The picture shows a silhouette of a man against the background of cars, gold. It is explained that everyone wants to become a hunter because with an annual salary of more than a couple of billion, with admiration from the opposite sex, to stand on the front lines to face the unknown, the world really needs them. The guy scratches his head and says that's how it is. Ren touches his friend's hair with a smile, and says that he thinks that he will succeed when he grows up and people who have something to protect always need money. The guy sadly looks down, repeating the words about people who have something to protect. They walk through the park. Ren says that if you think about it, the schedule for clearing the dungeon will be released tomorrow and he hopes that they will not have to go to two dangerous areas. He replies that he does too. It is written about the dungeon that they will protect this time. The surprised participants hear about the labyrinth of Raymar. The man looks at them with a serious look, stating that the details will be sent to them by mail. One of them turns to the captain. The frightened men say that they heard that this is a very dangerous place among the C-rank dungeons. Against the background of the interior, it is said that another heard that one guild already went there, and the guys came back very beaten. Ren, raising his hand, says that this is too much, because they only recently learned how to cope with D-rank zones, and Raimara is too much. The man holds his face and asks them to shut up and listen to him. He looks at his charges and claims that they shouldn't compare themselves to hunters, because if they're getting paid to do it, they need to do it without whining and they shouldn't act like their opinion matters. The surprised guy asks, saying that they could have reminded them more gently and that the time for renewing their contracts isn't soon. The boss stands in front of them and says that he doesn't care. All those who got scared can leave. But in this niche, trust is the most valuable thing and people who leave before their contract expires won't be able to work anywhere else. He says with a grin that rumors spread here even without his words. Sho thinks about something with a serious expression. The man looks at the guy and asks what kind of idiot sighed. The protagonist replies that it was him again. He grabs him by the shirt and angrily states that how many times do I have to remind him to watch his damn manners and that he shouldn't act like he's the only one special and will be taking part in the cleanup. Ren in the green suit says he will participate and asks him to stop, asking if the captain would like to avoid rumors before the cleanup begins. The captain looks at him with an angry look. The enthusiastic workers say that since Ren says he will go, another exclaims that wherever they go, it makes no difference, and since the hunters will be there, then everything will go smoothly. The boss with a smirk thinks that they are stupid idiots, because if they buckled just from such pressure, with such success they could just follow the instructions with their mouths closed. The boss leaves the guys, exclaiming for them to do everything properly and he will wait. Ren stands near Sho and says let's go. The warriors are standing next to a large portal. The events take place the next day. Someone exclaims that they will warm up before the cleanup. Kamen holding a sword and shield shouts that Haida and Kuta are getting to the front lines. The protagonist walks below the captain, who shouts that Akaishi will support from a distance. A group of magical supports should always be ready for an attack. The guy understands that everyone looks worried. The warriors walk on the ground. He realizes that he understands that the hunters did not like the cleanup. Because they were also forced, Kamen shouts that scum cannot get in the way of the hunters. Ren turns around with a smile, and says that they will soon leave. The frame shows a portal, a guy, a worker with a hammer. The protagonist looks forward with a serious look. He enters the blue portal, realizing that he hopes this will not be the first step to death. The system window says that the Brave Guild is the first assault team of rank D, and the dungeon is rank C. The cleanup has begun. A soldier in combat boots walks on water, The action takes place at the entrance to the labyrinth of Rymar. A group of warriors walks through the cave. A guy stands next to a girl in a hat and asks Sheeta if she has any strange sensations. She replies that she does, because everything looks completely different from what she heard, asking if she should report this to the captain. The man walks ahead of them, while the guy says no, because this is just a harmless C-rank dungeon and he is sure that they can handle it, and the captain has not been in the best mood lately, and it is better not to bother him. Ren turns to Sho and says that the hunters are acting a little scary. He replies that he is right, and it seems that something is bothering them, while thinking that the dungeon is different from what they expected. The frame shows stone growths inside the cave. The surprised heroes look forward. An ominous grin appears in the frame. The main character watches with a serious look. Kamen raises his sword. The frame shows darkness in the middle of the dungeon. An ominous monster with orange eyes comes out of it. The captain sees hundreds of glowing eyes, shouting that they are attacking. A scared guy with a sword stands next to another and asks if he thinks that this is too much from the very beginning. The other notes the suspiciousness of what is happening. Kamen flies into the attack, shouting not to stand still and do something if they want money. A fighter holds back a blow from a huge beetle with his shield. He declares that although there are many of them, they are just insects. The blade cuts the mutant, blood splashes to the sides. He orders the tanks to go on the attack. Fighters with weapons run towards the monsters. The heroes bravely fight the beetles, using different types of weapons. Ren turns to Sho and says that the amateurs should stand at the exit and stay close. A ferocious beetle runs towards them. It splashes saliva. Small beetles crawl on the ceiling. They jump off and run to the attack. The scared fighters shout that there are too many of them. A girl with a burning arrow on her bow shouts to disperse. There is a huge explosion. The monsters fly apart. Sho and his friend look at the fire. The guy turns to Kamen, asking if it's over. He replies that there's no need to stand like idols. The mutant's huge foot stomps on the ground, and the middle boss is heard coming out. Galas, the boss of the labyrinth, growls at them fiercely. The captain with a sword and shield stands opposite and orders them to avoid his tail and aim for his head, and everyone for themselves. The monster swings his huge tail. It knocks several fighters off their feet. It takes off. The surprised fighters look at the monster and shout that it's jumping, asking if the army of magicians is here. The fighters point magic signs at the enemy, shouting that they've finished preparing and there's no need to swear. The captain says not to attack the shell, because they're going to shoot at it. Galas feels strong explosions all over his body. There's a huge explosion. Clouds of smoke spread across the cave. The mutant stands in the middle of the cave. The captain looks at his charges near him and asks if they killed him, ordering them to collect everything that seems valuable. The hero with a sword cuts at the monster, asking why this thing is so strong. He looks up in shock. In front of him is a terrifying monster that has raised its head. Green liquid pours out of Galas's mouth right at the hero. The acid burns the fighter. All that remains of the guy is a sword. The others exclaim that they were not told that he has poisonous saliva, and all participants need to retreat because they will die if they touch this liquid. The fighters stand near the tree, looking at the running man. They shout that the first rows need to retreat quickly and even the fumes of poison are dangerous. Sho calmly watches, hearing the question of what the hunters are doing where they should have learned all about such things before their arrival. He understands that something is wrong here. The captain with a sword in his hand shouts loudly, asking what the losers are doing, because now is not the time to be lazy and such a problem can be easily dealt with if you close the monster's mouth. Sho realizes that even Kamen shuddered. The fighters with weapons in their hands are suffering from acid and fumes. The chief calls them a bunch of idiots. The man rushes to attack, shouting to move on, and he will do it. The hero breaks away. He flies with a blade in his hand right at Galas's head. He effectively cuts off his head with one blow. The enthusiastic guys look at what is happening, hearing that, as expected from the captain, he is no different from AC rank. He in turn shouts for the idiots to stop being lazy. The guys see someone moving from above, declaring that it is true, because while there is time they should check the supplies and examine the wounded. An ominous silhouette hangs over the cave. The guys look at it in fear. The frame shows a part of the monster. Someone does not believe what is happening. The frame shows the face of a ferocious mutant, saying that despite the fact that they have just defeated the middle boss. A large bird screams in front of them. The fighters do not understand why the boss of the dungeon Rymara came. Kamen stands with a weapon in front of the flying mutant, shouting that there is nothing else to do, they need to line up immediately. The frame shows a purple feather. The boss injects himself with a syringe, shouting that he needs to do this, because if you touch the feathers, you can lose your mind. The surprised fighters see the feathers flying. One touches the guy's shoulder. His eyes turn white and he freezes in place. He opens his eyes wide and says that he has had enough. The captain watches them run away shouting that they have no chance against such a thing. He calls them a bunch of traitors. The feather touches the man's face. He watches as everyone panics and holds their heads, screaming that it hurts and they shouldn't have become a hunter. Another begs to let him go home. The man notes that this is not a C-rank dungeon. The protagonist carries an object above him and understands that there must be something left that the average people can do, but they have little time and need to leave before the boss gets too angry. He looks away and suggests Ren take the newbies with him and escape. The guy with a serious look hears the question why. He answers so as not to waste time. He says that if you think about a place like this. Ren with crazy eyes exclaims that he can give them treasures, because he is not leaving from there. Swords and shields lie on the ground while feathers fly. He declares that everything here costs some money. The distraught guy holds the blade and declares that even the sword of a hunter who died from poison is worth 200 million, and there may be things even more expensive. The protagonist holds the enchanted friend and asks him to pull himself together. He answers by talking about money, because even a shield should cost a couple of million. Sho stretches his hand forward. He grabs Ren and says that he can't. Ren pushes away in rage, shouting get lost. He sits astride the protagonist and states that if he wants to leave, then let him go alone and it's better not to get in his way. The protagonist can hardly hold the blade to his throat. Ren furiously presses on the sword and shouts that all the money is his. He in turn asks him to calm down. The guy holds onto the hilt and says that for the sake of his younger sister, he needs money. Ren presses on the blade, shouting that he needs money to cure her. He, with crazy eyes, declares that he does not understand why he cannot be a hunter and why his sister should suffer so much. Against the background of a cave, he says that he wants to live happily with his younger sister and wants her to be happy. The protagonist, with drops of blood on his face, addresses his friend. He lets go of the bloody blade. The guy pierces the space. The blade lands near the protagonist. Sho sees Ren holding the weapon. He says that everything is fine. He takes Ren's hand and states that everything is fine. The surprised guy hears that if he leaves here, he will be able to see her. Through tears, Ren tells Sho that he did well with him. The protagonist gets up and states that he should take a deep breath, because he is fine. Sho takes him by the shoulder. Hearing that he should just leave, he replies that he needs to hurry. The guy looks forward in shock. Sho turns to him worriedly, realizing that he may still be under the influence. Ren jumps up. He holds the hilt of the sword with both hands. Blood splashes in front of him. The protagonist behind him in shock asks what happened. Drops of blood fly near Sho. Blood flows from Ren's mouth. The protagonist catches the falling body. The dying friend looks down and says that he is glad that he is okay. The shocked guy hears a question where they are going. Captain Common, under the influence of a spell, asks with a smirk if the concert is over already. A magical feather flies near his shoulder. Sho sees this in shock. He remembers the dying Elena. The protagonist looks forward in shock. Ren is lying on the ground in blood. Sho understands that when he heard that he had someone to protect, he thought that these were the words of an idealist. He remembers his cheerful friend, thinking that he is just overacting and let his words be empty. Sho in white armor stands next to his friends. In his reflection there is a younger version. He understands that he knows better. The guy with bloody shoes stands next to the sword. He realizes that Ren died covering him, and if he had not attached importance to his words. The protagonist holds two swords, thinking that his death would have been in vain. The rival stands in front of him, shouting that he is just adorable. The guy looks forward and thinks that even now. Kamen asks with a smirk if he is such a moron who fights with two swords at once, and it is a pity to disappoint him, but he is not in the game. Sho stands with a weapon, realizing that he needs to confirm something, that a C-rank hunter is definitely. The protagonist frowns decisively, thinking that such a hunter will definitely die today. The boss of the labyrinth flies above the maddened fighters. It is said that the cleanup was a failure. Kamen looks at the flying feathers. It is explained that the team scattered, and the hunters were destroyed. A purple feather touches his shoulder. He wonders why something like this happened. The commander with a smirk realizes that he was right, and this is not his mistake. Mesmerized, Kamen looks at the fighters, realizing that this is all the fault of the trash. He holds on to the feather and realizes that these fools interfered with the hunters. He with an ominous smirk realizes that these insects have no right to exist. The hero falls back with a pierced chest. The captain understands that he will personally do everything to make them pay him in full for losing. The dead fighters fly away from the captain with the sword. The maddened Kamen pierces them, screaming die. He looks at them in rage, realizing that they are useless idiots. The protagonist sits on the ground. The captain with a smirk says that Sho is also guilty, because he is an impudent, annoying idiot. The captain in rage flies into the attack. A strong cut occurs, blood splashes to the sides. The protagonist stands in shock behind the wounded Ren. Kamen with purple eyes laughs loudly. He looks at them and says that he thought that he would shudder and shit himself before dying. Sho calmly stands with two swords in his hands and looks at him. Kamen smiling asks that even small insects have eggs. He points his sword at the guy and asks what he's doing and let him not say he's going to fight because their status difference is too big. Kamen madly exclaims that he's a hunter and he has abilities, and there's nothing to take from him because he's a brat who hasn't even awakened yet. The commander points his sword at the empty space, saying he'll cut out his eyes. He looks ahead in shock. Suddenly, Sho flies into the enemy's back with two swords. The commander reaches for his shield. He deftly blocks the guy's blow. The scoundrel swings his sword, shouting that he hasn't finished speaking yet. Sho deftly jumps back from the blow. He slides along the ground and realizes that he can move, and even if the opponent has lost his mind, don't forget that he's a hunter. The guy frowns at him, thinking that he's a powerful opponent. The captain holds his sword in blood, realizing that he's a hunter, even though he's a loser, and you can see how regular training helps him. The boss of the labyrinth sits near them. The protagonist realizes that the only thing that poses a danger now is Raimara, watching from the side, but for now he needs to focus on the hunter. The protagonist with a sword rushes to attack. They fight. The ringing of swords is heard. Kamen deftly counterattacks. Sho sees the tip of the sword that passes centimeters from his head. The captain swings his sword in rage. He dodges. The protagonist slides along the ground. They stand opposite each other. Sho frowns and exhales from fatigue. He holds a fighting stance, realizing that he is weaker in any case, and his brain tells him to dodge attacks. But his body does not have time, and if only he could use 5%, or at least one of the powers of his past life. The protagonist with a cut on his face turns his head, hearing the appeal. The captain screams in rage, "How is this possible? And how can such a scum move like that?" Sho laughs slightly, realizing that he got worried when he realized that the situation was not so predictable, and it seems that he wasted a lot of time trying to strategize. The protagonist holds the sword, and clarifies that he asked how exactly. He runs forward, wondering that he needs someone to learn how to breathe. Kamen is furiously ready to meet him and shouts at him to shut up. He hits with the sword, but the protagonist dodges. The guy sees flashes of blue in front of him. Holding the sword, he looks at it. Sho feels cuts on his arm and leg. The protagonist jumps back from an explosion nearby. He holds the hilt of the sword. He attacks Kamen, but he dodges the blow. His neck is cut and blood gushes. Sho looks at it and realizes that this is a terrible attack. He raises his sword, realizing that he needs to continue in the same spirit. He breaks the captain's armor with the sword. Blood flows out of it. He cuts his head and shoulders. Captain Kamen jumps back. With a cut face, he is furiously trying to understand what is happening. He is holding a sword and shield in shock and wonders if he is really losing to the scum. He looks ahead and screams loudly that this cannot be. The villain rushes to attack. The system windows say Fortify, Super Boost, Will of Steel, and Acceleration. The protagonist sees the opponent approaching, realizing that he is attacking and he has used all his abilities and is now moving so fast that his eyes do not have time to keep up with him, but the direction of his movements is easy to predict. The protagonist closes his eyes and thinks that this is a stupid way to use skills. He breaks away. Sho with two swords sees the enemy's tip and realizes that the trajectory of his movements is too clear. The tip of the sword shines. The protagonist deftly dodges the blow. He holds the hilt of the blade. The guy swings his sword. The captain is shocked to see that his blade has crumbled. The guy closes his eyes. He resolutely looks forward. Bloody Kamen falls back. His leg is torn off and he screams in pain. The guy with the sword stands in front of him furiously. He calls him a rat. The wounded villain screams if he really thinks he'll get off that easy. The protagonist looks at him and says that those feathers are pretty convincing in helping a person lose his mind, asking if he's going to say that he regained his mind before he died. The wounded fighter from behind sees Sho holding a sword in front of the captain, saying that otherwise he's sure he deserved to die. A scared Como screams that this is nonsense, because he's a hunter and a loser like him who hasn't even woken up. Sho tells him to die with a determined look. He deftly cuts off his opponent's head. It flies to the side with a splatter of blood. The guy stands next to his head. He silently looks down. There are dead warriors and workers lying around. He wonders what this is. Total destruction, and he hasn't seen so many corpses for a long time. There are dead people lying on the ground. He understands that this is because he spent the last few hundred years of his past life alone. The protagonist sees that it is blazing with blue fire. He wonders what it is and whether it really happens because he thought about his previous life. Against the background of blue drops, it is said that he feels something similar to magical power. He understands with a smile that maybe the feeling of magical power with a sword in his hands is that very awakening. He looks in front of himself in shock, seeing the glow. The system window tells about his level. Sho stands in front of a large window with information that his level has increased. The protagonist sees this and wonders if he has really awakened. In the picture, there is a system window with statistics and abilities. The guy does not understand if this is normal. The notification says about the executioner skill, in which he absorbs the karma of heretics and turns it into power. Sho says that this is not quite suitable. He looks down, lost in thought. He remembers the loud scream of his maddened friend. The protagonist stands in front of the bloody Rin, saying that those who really needed it lost their chance, and people like him have awakened. The protagonist sees a purple dissection of space in front of him. The boss of the labyrinth flies around the dungeon, scattering new feathers. The guy sees the feathers flying and says that he is noisy. Sho calmly says 1 magic coefficient. The system window says a new magic coefficient. The protagonist looks at the monster and realizes that they have only a difference of 1 coefficient, but 0, and such magic feels like heaven and earth. The protagonist looks at him with a serious look and says that he does not think that he is the same as before, offering the monster to attack. Sho with 2 swords stands in the middle of the dungeon and wonders why in this world mana works on this principle. The boss flies towards him. He says that here you can just release it without any control. A fierce bird flies to attack. The protagonist says that they succumb to vanity. He closes his eyes, blazing with blue energy. He understands that the basic use of mana is like a throw, strengthens the body with fragile control. The protagonist throws the sword, realizing that you need to find all the vulnerable spots, connect all the lines together. It slides along the ground. The protagonist swings the blade, realizing that in order to find the most unprotected place to strike, he rushes to attack. The sword flies towards the enemy. The blade flies near the boss of the dungeon. The monster screams furiously from injury. The sword stuck in the rock. The bloody bird screams loudly. The protagonist with a grin speaks quietly. Blazing with blue flames, he rushes to attack. He cuts its wings. He rushes at the enemy with a sword, saying that death always comes unexpectedly. He deftly cuts off the bird's wing. The boss with a bloody wing screams loudly in pain. The protagonist pushes off the rock with his foot. He flies into the attack again. Frowning, he realizes that he needs to concentrate again. His hand collects blue mana. The bird looks at Sho, who realizes that he needs to collect it in his body. The tip of the sword is approaching the enemy. He realizes that he will make it explode. He breaks away. The protagonist flies at the bird, swinging his sword. He skillfully cuts the boss. Blood spurts to the sides. The guy lands. The bird behind him falls to the ground. The protagonist stands in front of the killed boss, while he is blazing with blue fire. Sho looks at the dead. He stands among a mountain of corpses and a killed monster. The guy begins to fall. The frame shows monsters with tentacles. He understands that he overdid it. It is said that the disasters were sent by the queen and they came to destroy the world. The frame shows the characters holding hands. It is explained that the 9 races of the continent put forward their representatives to fight in a coordinated manner and meet the unknown enemy face to face, and although the enemy is strong. In the memories, the main character is standing with a blonde. It is explained that the 9 races met him with full determination, having gone through many terrible battles and eventually won. Red eyes look at the heroes. He asks if he really dreamed of such a future. Poor pathetic Arden. The long-haired guy is worried and says that he definitely defeated him. He holds Elena and tells her to run. Her face with a terrifying grin. The question sounds where to run, because all the stars in the sky have faded, but he still clings to hope. The girl stands in front of him. An ominous voice says that all this happened only because of his fault. Frightening faces hang over a frightened man. It is said that the darkness of his sins will continue to burn him from the inside in the next life. The wounded guy woke up. He lies in shock on a hospital bed. The protagonist jumps up. He looks away, hearing that he finally woke up. The guy in the green suit is sitting with a cup of tea. He puts it on a saucer and says that Sho slept for 3 days, calling him a rookie. The protagonist asks who he is. He hands over a business card and asks not to be so afraid of him. The man in the green suit stands opposite Sho, who asks what happened to the others. He puts the business card on the bed and says that he is right, despite the fact that he is a rookie, and the first thing he thinks about is his comrades. The frame shows dead fighters. It is said that the first armed brigade was completely destroyed and everyone including the captain was dead, and when the medics arrived on the scene, he was the only one who survived. The protagonist with a serious face clarifies what happened to the guy named Rin. The man stands opposite the guy on the bed and says that they decided to hold the funeral in the main building of the hunters and everything happened while he was in a coma, then offering him to move on to the main topic. The guy in the green suit says that he is sure that he already understood that the Reimer Labyrinth was classified as rank B, asking if he has any thoughts on this matter. In the frame, the captain raises his sword. It is said that the guild, which had just reached rank D, considered the dungeon difficult, but Kamen has been having more and more bad luck lately. Sho frowns and replies that he does not know anything, asking what he means by bad luck. The guy with his eyes closed replies that apparently he was not informed, and the captain did not tell anyone about it. The protagonist's eyes shine. He hears that Kamen had debts due to his love of gambling, and so he went to clean up despite the fact that he knew about the difficulty of the dungeon. He clutches the bed while the other person explains that the sudden changes in the dungeon may be true. Against the backdrop of a hospital, it is said that they are still investigating the abnormal phenomena in the dungeons, while asking the protagonist to contact them if he remembers anything. The guy lying on the bed holds his head. He looks away and realizes that Ren's death is a disgusting reason for Kamen to go on a cleansing, and just like his awakening. He turns on the TV. It is said that it is time for the program, and it is necessary to introduce the guests of the episode to the viewers. On the TV, the host says that she is quite a famous person and therefore he hopes that everyone has been looking forward to the episode. Someone walks on the floor. It is explained that the SS rank hunter is the best in Japan and the second master of the assassination guild. A girl with dark hair looks forward with a serious expression. The host introduces her by the name Aoki, noting that during her awakening she received 4 abilities, which is very rare. She looks forward, she is asked to move on. The protagonist in a hospital bed thinks about how Aoki is more popular than some stars. The guy looks at the system window calling up a list of abilities. He thinks if she is SS rank then he is. In the picture, the ability Executioner. Sho with a serious look realizes that critics are all evil people and he proceeds from the fact that he woke up when Kamen died. On the smartphone screen there is a warning that no results were found. He wonders who is an evil person and this is what he thought about. The protagonist says that if there was a serial killer nearby, it would be possible to test the ability in action, while he wonders that this is not just a rare ability, but one that he himself has. Sho lying on the bed looks at the phone, saying that his rank is E. Fierce red eyes look at the man with Elena. The guy looks ahead. He is sitting outside the hospital window and says interesting. In the picture there is a reception sign. The girl behind the counter says that this is the end of the checks, and asks him to take care of himself. The guy walks down the hospital corridor. The picture shows a portal in the middle of the city. It says that he thought everything in his life was meaningless, hunters who can't use their powers to the fullest, the relationship of mana and abilities. A blue flash occurs. The protagonist lands, realizing that he has nothing special in this life. He looks straight ahead resolutely, realizing that he thought it was meaningless. A guy in a hood stands in front of the portal. He walks towards it. The protagonist frowns and looks forward. In the frame, there are 2 shining spheres. It is said that he got a chance to correct the mistakes he made earlier, and he swears that in this life the tragedy that happened to him will not be repeated. The protagonist with a sword stands in front of dozens of burning eyes of monsters. He looks straight, realizing that the only thing he can do now. The guy points the blade at the enemies, thinking about the delivery of the primary task. The protagonist with a weapon in his hand stands surrounded by fierce mutants, realizing that he has decided to become the best. The action takes place in a city hospital. The picture shows a sign of a rehabilitation room. The nurse opens the curtains and says that this is where his treatment ends and another patient is already waiting for his turn. The girl turns back. There is a crystal next to her. She says that it is good that they have a filtration cube for treatment. The patient asks nothing that he is without an escort. She looks at him and clarifies that his parents did not come. He says no. Another nurse comes up from behind and with a smile hears that she asks if his name is really Egawa. The other tells Kimura that she will do more and therefore she should go help others. In front of a curtain, she says that she understands and was happy to work with them. The nurse excitedly wipes sweat from her forehead and apologizes, saying that the girl is too straightforward and that Egawa should not worry. The girl in the hospital bed thanks her. The nurse looks at her and says that she probably did not hear, but her brother did. The worker stands in front of the girl who calls Mizuhara. She asks what is it in response. In the background of the hospital, the patient says that she wants something sweet. The girl stands in the middle of a blue abyss. She thinks about an allergy to mana. The girl lies on the floor, realizing that due to the appearance of gates all over the world, they began to fill the atmosphere with mana and because of this, a new disease appeared, gradually depriving people of life. The girl with a glass lies on the bed, realizing that this disease is considered incurable and at the moment no cure has been discovered. She puts the glass down, realizing that now even in hospitals it is possible only to suppress the symptoms with the filtration cube. The crystal is in a container, saying that it is good that they have one. The girl looks at her hand and asks if it is really good. She turns to the TV and hears that the last broadcast on TV became an internet sensation. The number 1 hunter in Japan is SS Class Aoki. The girl with a determined look releases a discharge of yellow lightning. She clenches her fist. Aoki directs the energy from herself. The host exclaims that no matter how much she watches this video, she is still amazed by her powers and it seems that the ratings of these frames are breaking records. Surprised, Egawa looks at the TV. The boy behind her loudly rejoices and says that this is amazing, because it is Aoki. He smiles and says that her lightning is just mind-blowing and if he ever awakens, he will definitely join her guild. The girl thinks that he still has a few years before becoming a hunter. He looks at his friend and asks if she does not think she is cool, because he heard that she awakened and she had 4 abilities. She smiles when asked what she thinks about this and isn't the heroine awesome. Egawa smiles and declares that she is very cool. There is a teapot on the table. The parent takes the boy away, asking why he is wandering alone again. A drink falls into the machine. The girl stands next to him, realizing that although they are the same age, Aoki is now the number 1 hunter in Japan. She looks ahead, realizing that she is very different from her, a girl who can't even adapt to the world. Her hair hangs down. She realizes that when her parents died, her brother took care of her, but because of her body, she became a burden. Tears fall on the can of drink. The girl wipes them away and thinks about how much she misses her brother. They knock soda cans together, saying that if she cries here, she will definitely be noticed. She looks in front of her with tears and says Mizuhara. The nurse holds the soda can with a smile, saying that when things are hard, you need to smile and she is sure that her brother would want the same. With the city in the background, it says that she should be getting better soon and therefore should enjoy life for her brother as well. The girl stands in the hallway with her, stating that she is sure that her brother thinks the same and has prepared a gift for her. Egawa thanks Mizuhara with a smile. The girl looks ahead in surprise. The frowning nurse looks out the window. Something is happening in the air near the hospital, she says about Moon. They look out the window at a purple sphere in the sky and the nurse asks why it appeared in broad daylight. They turn around to see panicking people who advise them to run as soon as possible. Egawa looks ahead in fear, hearing that they need to go to shelter. A purple object shines behind them. It is said that it is the disaster of the schism. The guy in the hallway opposite states that they just received a message from the Hunters Association and they need to run before it gets stronger. The nurse notes that there are no monsters in sight. A frightened Egawa turns around, hearing a scream to run to building B and faster. The monster's fist breaks through the wall near the frightened girl. Egawa looks in horror at the red fist in front of her. A huge monster stands in front of the girl. The nurse lying behind her screams at her to run faster. The girl's legs are shaking with fear. She realizes that she needs to run. A fierce red mutant hangs over her. Egawa thinks that her legs are not obeying. She is grabbed from behind. The nurse holds her and screams to pull herself together, because she needs to run to the corridor. Mizuhara seriously states that the association already knows, which means the hunters will arrive soon. She lets go of her hand. The nurse says that she will try to buy some time. They fly apart against the background of the monster. The girl realizes that she cannot allow her to risk her life, and she does not want anyone to sacrifice themselves for her again. The guy holds the nurse, screaming that she cannot be saved and they need to stop. The huge monster stretches out his hand. The girl wonders if something would change. She flies down with tears in her eyes, realizing that if she also had powers. Egawa looks forward with tears, hearing about her brother and sister. The guy stands next to her and tells her to think about those she is going to leave behind. The frightened girl stands against the backdrop of dead monsters and asks about him. The guy turns around and asks if she really is Egawa. The protagonist with the sword stands against the backdrop of a dead mutant, declaring that he is here instead of her brother. The girl with tears in her eyes hears that he is Sho and her brother sacrificed his life for him. She does not believe and asks again. The picture shows a happy Rin. The girl is sitting on the floor opposite the guy, thinking that she found her brother's gift that he left for her. The frame shows a desert with a large moon. The events take place in a high-ranking desert dungeon. Aoki, an SS rank hunter and the second head of the Poisoned Guild, moves through the desert. She stands opposite underground worms with a weapon in her hands. The girl deftly rushes to attack the monster. She chops the worm's head with her sword. She deftly cuts it off and flies down. Aoki sees that there are several more worms opposite her. The girl swings her weapon and looks at them. She deftly strikes. Someone asks about the lawyer who contacted Aoki. The heroine chops the monster, causing an explosion. Pieces fall to the ground. It is said that, to be more precise, a member of his family was a lawyer, and the man himself is an A-rank hunter. The hired hunter Rika tells Umi that it was brave and that he tried to get closer to Aoki. She says that in the end his phone ended up in the trash. The warrior sits near a stone with a machine gun, saying that she has many fans. The heroine swings her sword at the monster. She attacks the mutant, while they discuss that she is the only SS hunter in Japan. Aoki calmly looks forward. Several worms surrounded her. She says that this is good. The girl with a smile clarifies that this is even very good. Something lands in the desert near Riku as he says that's why Aoki is working so hard today. The boy looks at it, surprised. The fierce boss of the Dordalemia dungeon stands on the sand. The character exclaims that he appeared very quickly today, and does this mean that all his pawns were killed? Rika aims his gun, stating that it looks like they will have to get to work. He turns around in surprise, hearing that someone wants to do everything. Aoki runs near the worm, saying that she originally intended to deal with it alone. A fierce monster crawls out of the sand. Aoki jumps over the monster. She is told that she can have fun. She replies that she warned him to stop calling her that. Lightning is visible in the picture. The monster is struck by yellow charges. The huge boss falls into the sand. A girl slides on the sand in white boots. She calmly swings her sword. The girl harshly chops the sand, saying that there is no point. Powerful discharges of electricity form around her. She clarifies about the escape. Umi and Rika look around. He says that it is worth thanking that A-rank hunter for this. The other answers that she dealt with the boss herself. Aoki holds the weapon. The system says that the dungeon has been cleared. Words of gratitude for the work done are heard against the sky, clarifying whether she is going to return. Against the background of a crack in the middle of the colors, it is said that she tells the master that it seems the other heard everything. He clarifies if she is sure. The eye opens. Riku and Umi turn around in fear, hearing an offer to discuss this when they return. Aoki looks away. Umi with a staff stands behind her partner and wonders what is happening, because they have already eliminated the boss, so why did the rift occur? He advises her to look. In the sky above the heroine, the core of the dungeon is visible. Umi looks up and asks if the core should not appear somewhere in the depths of the dungeon. He replies that anomalies always come unexpectedly. He aims at the eye of the core. Riku fires his powerful rifle. The projectile flies into a huge purple sphere in the sky. A blue beam approaches the sphere. A fighter with a rifle stands in the middle of the fire. The system window says the effective range is 4.5 kilometers, the maximum range is 7, and the target is 12 kilometers. He understands that the core is far away. The core hangs over Aoki. The question arises, what is the distance to the target? It is said that about 12 kilometers and long-range attacks are useless here. Riku looks at the riot of colors in the sky and says that regardless of the attack power, such a target cannot be reached at such a distance, and they are already delayed according to schedule. The girl looks up, offering to change the location. Riku turns around in surprise, hearing that given that a rift will soon occur, he says that she is right. The fighters stand in front of a crack in space in which a city is visible. The guy says that the gate to another dimension has opened and the rift has already begun, and they have no time to think. Riku and Umi slide down. The voice says that she has already contacted the guild and they need to focus on the rescue operation. A huge core with an eye hangs over the skyscrapers. The question arises, what will Oji do? Aoki rushes to attack with a weapon in her hands. She declares that she will send Moon down to their planet. The voice declares that a rift has appeared over the prefecture, and there is a threat to life of rank S. A journalist stands next to a man holding a microphone. He asks an expert if it is true that rifts usually occur in dungeons. He agrees. Doctors are transporting the wounded. It is said that usually a rift is more complex than the dungeon in which it occurs, and judging by its size, it was formed in a dungeon with a difficulty level of at least rank A. A large core hangs over the city. It is said that the moon they can see is the rift core. The protagonist frowns and looks up. It is explained that they have yet to see the warriors protecting this core. Sho stands near the window with his arms crossed. The girl walks down the corridor. Hearing the question whether it is true that it is an allergy to mana and how she feels, she replies that everything is fine. Egawa stands in front of the guy and clarifies that he is a rookie who worked with her brother. He agrees. She sadly clarifies that her brother told him about his sister. She stands in front of him guiltily, declaring that in the spirit of the fact that she is a burden because in the end it is her fault that her brother Rin died. He objects. Against the background of doctors and patients, it is said that if she does not believe in this, then she needs to accept the feeling of guilt and make it her motivation. The guy stands next to Egawa and declares that then she will be able to overcome him. The girl cries, hearing that she needs to remember that Ren always thought about her. The protagonist stands near the window. In the corridor next to the girl is crying. He points to the core, saying that they will continue after he destroys that thing. The city below is on fire. Monsters fill the streets. Everything explodes. Sho with a sword calmly runs down the street. He skillfully cuts the mutant, realizing that over the past few days after he destroyed a bunch of monsters, he came to a conclusion. He resolutely looks forward. Cutting down the next mutants, he realizes that there is no point in pumping other stats besides mana, and if he improves physical attack and flexibility, the chances of winning will be greater. He runs through the city at great speed, realizing that their maximum is too low. The guy sits at a table opposite the protagonist, asking at the same time that he wants to test how effective the physical attack stat is. He thanks him for understanding. Sho with an unperturbed look realizes that after arm wrestling with a hunter who had 11 physical attack stats, he realized how big the difference is. The fighter with a sword stands in front of the mutants and declares that there is no time and they need to hurry. He jumps from the ground. The guy lands. He bounces off the monster's shoulder. The protagonist flies up, realizing 29 mana points. The system window says an increase from 1 to 30. Sho pushes off again and flies up. The protagonist flies into the sky, feeling that it is a wonderful feeling. The swordsman swings his sword. He holds the hilt, and the system notification says that mana has increased. He tightly squeezes his weapon in his hands. The protagonist throws the sword away from himself. The sword flies in the air. Sho mentally asks it to fly. The weapon is aimed at the core of the rift. He repeats to fly over and over. The sword pierces the core. The protagonist lands, forming cracks. He calmly watches and realizes that this is useless. He looks at the core and thinks that his level is not high enough, and he needs to think of something else. The protagonist looks at a large explosion in the city and tries to understand what it is. Aoki holds the sword. The system window talks about the abilities of thunder lightning, thunder gust, and light rain. Aoki furiously swings the blade, forming yellow discharges. A powerful whirlwind is released from her weapon. A huge energy tornado is located under the core. It releases a powerful stream of energy. Aoki looks up and realizes that it worked. A crack forms in the core. The girl looks up in rage and realizes that another core has opened. The eye of the core glows red. She wonders what it means that Moon was a protector. The red sphere approaches the city. The fighter holds a weapon in his hands. Aoki swings her sword, emitting a stream of energy. She tries to resist the enemy attack. The protagonist looks at her resistance and says that he expects from her because on TV they said that she is an SS-ranked hunter. The guy grabs her by the waist. Sho stands behind and tells her to focus because many lives depend on her. She exclaims that he is like that and advises him to get away from her. Sho resolutely looks ahead and realizes that if you think about it, she is wasting a lot of mana. The protagonist holds his hands, telling her to direct the mana as he shows. The girl looks at him incredulously, wondering what he did to her mana flow. She watches closely, realizing that now is not the time and that she just needs to. She looks at the globe below in shock, realizing that her mana has stabilized and is overflowing. The protagonist supports her from behind. Aoki thinks that she most likely spent all the reserves that she had and now is not the time to think about it. She emits powerful streams of yellow energy, stating that he has a good ability, and now she realizes that they are on the same side and in any case it is better to destroy the core. Aoki attacks in rage, shouting that he knows everything. A vortex of energy hits the building. It illuminates everything around. Streams rage in the center. The girl stands tiredly in the middle of clouds of smoke and says that she did it. Sho stands next to the shocked Aoki and says that she is not done yet. She asks again. The eye of the core glows. The protagonist explains that it is still alive, and it is quite funny. Sho points at the sphere and asks if it can hit again. The girl lying in the crater states that it is impossible, and that she seemed to be at her limit, and therefore cannot. Sho looks up with a serious expression, and hears that they can only wait for replenishment. He declares with a determined look that he will deal with this then. He climbs onto her weapon. She does not understand what is happening. Sho standing in front of her declares that she is still the best hunter in the country, and therefore she should have enough strength to launch one person into the air. Aoki holds him on the sword, clarifying that he means it to himself. The guy says that there is no time to explain and let him just repeat something from the type of the attack she just performed. The girl swings and screams that he is strange. Aoki jumps up and declares that she does not care if this ends badly. Sho quickly flies up. He approaches the shining core. He remembers his throw with the sword and thinks that enough force was applied and if he can get closer. The sword spins and falls down. The guy thinks about 5 mana points. The system window says 35 mana points. The protagonist flies frantically, realizing that now from such a short distance. He throws the sword forward. The protagonist kicks its hilt with his foot. Sho skillfully launches the weapon into the core. The blade cuts through the air and rushes to the target. The tip almost reaches the eye in the center. It almost touches the yellow eye. A strong rupture occurs. A stream of energy breaks the core. Aoki is amazed to see this and does not believe it. The protagonist lands against the background of the exploded core. The girl thinks he is crazy. Particles fall on the city. The protagonist flies down. The system window says about increasing the level and receiving a new ability. Sho falls down, saying fine. He looks to the side silently. He is heading towards the city. Aoki sees the guy land hard in the building. The girl with the weapon in her hands realizes that he not only redirected her mana, but also broke the core. The heroine wonders if there can be SS-ranked hunters besides her. Against the background of the buildings, it is said that the rift that occurred yesterday was rated as an extremely rare phenomenon of S+ difficulty. The hero looks at the news on his phone. The man says that it was all thanks to Aoki, who remained calm until the very end. She replies that in fact another hunter helped her. The girl looks at the camera and says that he disappeared as soon as it was over and therefore she does not know who he is. But she would really like to meet him again. The girl in the hospital bed sits next to Sho and guesses who it was. He in response asks how she feels and it seems that she has become much easier. The guy looks forward, hearing that she was a little worried when she was hospitalized. But now she is better. The guy wonders if she really needs to know this. The girl sits next to him and asks if he is a rookie. He replies that he eventually woke up. Igawa, holding a blanket, asks if he is going to become a hunter. He replies that he does not know, because in order to become one you need to pass the exam and all that. The guy looks forward with a serious look, stating that he meant that his level is still too low, while the girl supports him by saying that he will definitely pass because she will root for him. She smiles and says that he will become a great hunter. Sho looks at her in surprise. Against the background of the ward, he says that she is right. The protagonist looks out the window and states that the status will not change anything in any case. The fighters are standing on the ground of the hunter exam in the F-rank dungeon. In the background the protagonist declares that he will try to pass it. The warriors are standing in the middle of a wasteland with palm trees. An exclamation of good afternoon is heard and a question about the mood, because this is the forward channel of the hunter, revealing their secrets. A guy with a phone films himself and says that they will broadcast the 558th test on the exam fields. The hero stops the guy and asks if he can distract him. A cry about an SSS rank hunter is heard. The long-haired hero says with a smile that Aoki had 4 abilities when she awakened, and he awakened with 3. His name is Yabuki and he is an examinee. The blogger happily admires and asks what rank he is aiming for. He answers that of course he came for first place, and is there any point in settling for less. Sho with a sword is standing nearby, realizing that he has a maximum of rank A. The protagonist looks ahead and hears shouts about Aoki. The girl is standing next to the man. It is said that this time a special guest will be watching their test. She shyly introduces herself and expresses hope that they will shine with their abilities. The surprised participants look at her. They rush forward in a crowd and shout whether she is real and whether Aoki has come to watch their exam for the first time. The protagonist in the middle of the crowd realizes that perhaps guests are not usually invited here. A memory arises where she watched the hero fall. He understands that interfering would be problematic and therefore he would like to avoid the meeting, and it seems that it would be better to just not catch her eye. The girl in the suit sighs, hearing that she is the best and after passing the test they will definitely enter the poison. She in response clarifies whether they want her to be a guest. The girl sits next to the man in the red suit and asks why. He says that the rift that she destroyed. The owner of the poison guild Uera states that he came from the desert dungeon. The girl sitting on the couch hears that due to the fact that the guild was in the dungeon during the incident, the people decided that they arranged a show for her. She replies that it is disgusting. He agrees with a smile and says that they cannot ignore this, and it is obvious that the president of the association will be at the next exam, and therefore if she takes part, they will regain the trust of the people and the authorities, and after that there should be no rumors. He adds that if she finds worthy newcomers, then let her take them to the guild. The fighters run forward. Apologies for the delay and the announcement that the exam is starting are heard. Drones fly in the sky. A girl with a microphone stands among the reporters. The spectators look at the running participants. The protagonist lands on a branch. He looks at the others and realizes that he needs to hold out for a day, and everyone else is apparently following the program. He looks ahead and realizes that everything is very simple, and therefore boring. Blue smoke approaches him. He turns around in surprise. The protagonist looks around and realizes that the flow of mana is very weak, but it is obvious that it is someone from his past. He wonders if this means that someone else has reincarnated. The president of the Hunter Association Kenzu watches what is happening and asks interestingly who will be number one this time. Aoki stands next to him and says that perhaps it will be Go. During his awakening he received 3 abilities. She looks at him and asks if he has a different opinion. The president looks at the tablet and says that it seems like young people have forgotten that the man who first stopped the rift in Japan was a hunter below rank S. The girl looks at him and understands that she can't say anything to someone who saw everything personally. She asks how he thinks who will be first. The girl pokes at the tablet, hearing that the guy number 241 seems to have potential, and he doesn't waste a minute of free time. The protagonist sees a photo, clarifying if this is the guy. The president stands in front of the girl looking closely at the tablet, and says that this is Sho and he is 20 years old, and although he is young, he remains surprisingly calm and behaves like he is on the battlefield. The girl says the protagonist's name with a smirk and wonders if he has awakened after all. The protagonist sits on a branch and asks if this is really the hunter exam. He looks down. A long-haired guy stands below and tells another that he has always been sharp-tongued, ever since high school, and looking at him he can tell how much money his grandfather invested in him. The guy clenches his fist and says that he already warned him. The examinee Kishida is furious and yells at him not to slander his grandfather. The long-haired guy laughs, asking what he wants to fight, being a loser with 1 ability. The protagonist suddenly lands next to them. The bully looks at him and asks what he is doing here, noting that he has no idea who he is, but if he does not want to interfere, then he should leave. Sho turns to him and says that he will do as he advised. Lately he has met too many problematic people, and he does not like them. The protagonist grabs Kishida and says that he will take him. The villains run after them, shouting don't let them get away. Sho runs away with the guy in his bosom, simultaneously doing a kick. They fly to the side. Kishida turns and asks who he is. The protagonist with a serious face says Aslan, Idia, clarifying if these words are familiar to him. Sho runs on, hearing that he does not understand. He says that it is better to tell the truth. The mana spell that he uses, does he know who taught him? The surprised guy clarifies how he knows about his ability. The protagonist slides on the ground, saying that apparently he knows something. Against the background of a stone in the middle of the forest, the guy asks that he woke up with the ability that his grandfather taught him. They sit near a rock. Kishida agrees and clarifies if there are any problems. He replies that this is a huge problem. On a purple background it is written that racial has become an ability, and it can become the key to his past. Sho lowers his head down and says that he will be an important assistant. The guy replies that he is not particularly eager. The guy with a smile tells the protagonist that his name is Kishida. He is 19 years old and he is a first-year university student. The protagonist says his name and age. He replies that it means he is older than him, offering to take care of him. The protagonist looks away and asks if the person who taught him racial is his grandfather. He says yes. Sho thinks about it. The guy angrily shouts that his grandfather is a purebred Japanese, while he asks if he has another name. They stand opposite each other. The protagonist realizes that apparently he has nothing to do with his past life. He states that if you think about it, he was somehow connected to those guys. Kishida notices that the guy in the middle named Go is a former classmate, and after waking up, he constantly bullied the weak. The guy holds his weapon, stating that he is not his equal in abilities and therefore is not taken seriously. The protagonist stands opposite him and asks if the number of abilities is so important. He answers that yes, because the more there are, the higher the rank. A trace of a blade is visible in the air. The rock behind them is cut in half. Kishida is shocked to see this and hears that Sho used only mana without abilities for this. He asks again in disbelief. His mouth opens in surprise. Kishida takes up arms and asks him to teach him, because he cannot forgive rotten people like Go. The protagonist looks at him and says no problem, but there is a condition. Go and two bullies are standing in the middle of the jungle. He says that he did not think that he himself would return, and it seems that he wants to die before the end of the exam. The protagonist speaks forward in a quiet voice. Sho stands behind Kishida and declares that this fight is his and he will not interfere. Go is surprised to notice that his opponent has changed. He excitedly realizes that it does not matter because he is just a loser with one ability, and he will win with his eyes closed. The protagonist looks ahead, thinking that the outcome is already predetermined anyway. Kishida is burning with blue flames. The guy thinks about wasting time. The guy with a spear stands in front of the bully and declares that he has not changed since high school. Go activates the ability in rage, shouting stop wagging his tongue because he can use his powers however he wants. Kishida charges in anger, stating that at least he shouldn't cause trouble for those who aren't involved. He jabs his spear at Go's barrier. Go holds out his hand with a smirk and asks if he really thought he was just going to shut up and let him attack. Kishida jabs his spear at Go's shield. Go says that if this mana barrier is physically attacked, it will activate a mana explosion ability. The protagonist feels a pop and fire, feeling that it's too hot and his hand is about to melt. Sho stands in front of him and states that he has a habit of keeping his distance and that they can try to avoid it tomorrow, especially if they use racial correctly in their duels starting tomorrow. Kishida attacks with his spear, thinking that everything is happening as his mentor said and he only has one strike. He looks ahead with a smirk. The tip of the spear pierces the barrier. The guy understands that he needs to not just use mana, but cover the spear with it and concentrate it all on one point. The system window says that the ability has increased and became rank B. Kishida attacks in rage and shouts bite me, while thinking that he needs to hit right in the center of the fire. Go holds the barrier back with force. The tip makes cracks in the shield. The fighter breaks the shield into small pieces. Go looks ahead in shock. Kishida deftly hits the spear in the stomach. Go flies along the ground. He stops, not understanding how this is possible. Kishida strikes him in the back again. He falls on his stomach. Kishida stands in front of him in shock and says that he beat him. The fighter holds the spear and does not believe that he really defeated Go before he could use the ability. He turns around with a smile, and says that he did it thanks to his mentor. Sho sits nearby and says well done. Kishida sits down nearby and asks what they will do with the cubes that this guy had. He replies that of course they will split it in half. The protagonist walks with a bag with a glowing object in it. Frightened Kishida asks if this is even, because it is obvious that he only has 20%. He replies that he said so before the lesson. They stand in the middle of the forest. The guy declares that he will take part of his income as payment for lessons. He clarifies that he was serious after all. Sho says if he thinks about what the protagonist can teach, then it will be a good deal. They walk along the path. Sho says that the exam will be over soon. While offering to while away the time by hunting, he replies that if he could, he would have done it a long time ago. In the frame, the protagonist fights a monster. It is said that the only person who can do this in the remaining 12 minutes is the mentor, but it does not matter. Sho looks around with a phone in his hands and clarifies if this is the right number, because if he contacts him, he better come and even better keep the deal a secret. He replies that he understood everything. The guy turns and says that he will go then. He replies that there are only a few procedures left to go through. Against the background of the sky, Sho says that the organizers can take care of this. The protagonist goes to the portal, hearing words of gratitude for saving him. The window says that Sho is the best among the participants and has passed the exam. He leaves the portal, thinking that there are probably a lot of people like him, and as he assumed, in order to gather more people, he needs to create a new guild, and even though he said this, to create it you need to be at least rank C. A girl in a mask and glasses is walking down the street. The protagonist meets her, and they silently look. The protagonist turns away and goes the other way saying that she was wrong. She notices that she didn't even say anything. He turns and asks if she has any questions. She replies that they are personal, noting that she didn't think that he would be the first and leave without any formalities and disappear. And besides, he left using the back exit portal and ended up right in the middle of the city. Aoki lowers his mask and offers to just chat. Against the background of the hunter shop building, one can hear that this combat jacket looks cool. The guy in the beige jacket walks forward. She says that it suits him and is just right for the high-speed combat specialization. In the picture, various attributes, she states that these things are for restoring stamina too, a knee pad and a belt, and he also needs a bag for things. Disguised Aoki twirls her hand. He understands that as expected from SS rank, all the things are of the highest quality. He does not know what she is trying to do, but notes that she will not be able to bribe him. There is a bag on the table. She replies that he does not need to worry about it. The girl with glasses states that in the hunter's career she has a higher status, and if something unexpected happens in the dungeon, there is nothing unusual about it, and it is the choice of those who are ready. They are standing at the checkout. The girl says that besides, this money is his reward for helping to fight the rift. He notes that then he sees no reason to refuse. The protagonist looks at the sign for the materials corner. He asks what materials they sell. She replies that yes, but they must be selected by an expert. The protagonist with large bags goes down. The girl thinks that this should be enough to win him over. She looks at the check. The picture shows an elevator. The guys with bags are riding. Sho says that she is silent for too long. She replies that it seems to him. The girl with glasses says that she will get to the point, announcing her official offer. Aoki seriously asks him to join her guild, and she promises that everyone will treat him the same way as her. The protagonist looks at her and says that he refuses. She replies that he should not make a decision so hastily. The girl sadly asks to name at least one reason. He answers that he has no reason, he just does not like to work for someone. The girl in white boots stands near the bags and says that in this case she will change the offer. She puts her hand on her chest and asks him to work with him because she wants to once again feel the strength that she gained with him. In the picture there is an elevator. He asks why she needs it because she is the top hunter of Japan. The girl in glasses says that she wants to achieve even greater heights, and the more people believe in her, the more results she should show. The girl looks at him and exclaims that therefore she needs to become stronger. The main character speaks clearly with his eyes closed. Against the background of a white building in the middle of the forest, he says that he is also interested in what the first hunter of the country will turn into. They stand opposite each other with weapons. Aoki says that this is her personal hall, the largest and quietest place. In the frame there is a weapon. The main character clarifies that she changed it. She replies that the past broke on the day when they destroyed the satellite. The girl stands in front of Sho and declares that she will try to use almost no mana. He objects and tells her to use it as she wants. Aoki forms yellow lightning and calls for him to get ready. She rushes to attack. The girl flies with the tip of the weapon right at the hero. They fight each other fiercely. The girl slides along the ground. Sho holds the hilt of the sword. He maintains a fighting stance and realizes that because she does not control mana so well, she splits it and the fight turns into a parade of brute force. The fighter in the cloak stands in front of her and realizes that this is interesting. Aoki looks at her opponent. She jumps from her place. The girl points the tip in his direction, but he dodges. The weapon begins to emit energy. The protagonist deftly jumps away from her blows. He slides along the ground, dodging. He resolutely looks at her. The protagonist rushes to attack and puts his sword in front of him. It touches Aoki's body. Sho looks ahead questioningly. White energy envelopes the blade. He wonders if it is magic and its accumulation is located where his sword cannot penetrate. Aoki strikes again, shouting that he cannot believe that he is a rank F hunter. Sho slips and says that it is only on paper. The girl begins to understand. The weapon lies on the ground, saying that it will not end so quickly. Aoki calmly looks forward and clarifies if he gives up. The protagonist is burning, declaring that no, because if he uses mana, he will not be able to hold back and there is no need to think so badly. The system window says that mana has increased from 35 to 70. The guy says that this only means that he has recognized her. Sho rushes to attack. Aoki generates yellow lightning. The guy bounces off them and understands that apparently she will not let him get so close to her. The guy catches the lightning and thinks about a way. Aoki strikes, realizing that he will grab her lightning with his bare hands. The protagonist spins in the air, holding the discharge. The girl does not understand what he is doing. The guy lands next to him. They fight. Sho thinks about the technique that she taught him in his past life. He touches her palm with his palm, thinking that he cannot believe that he is using it now. The girl jumps from the skill of the through palm. The question arises that when she woke up she received 4 abilities, and isn't she going to become the face of Japan in the future? Aoki looks at the wall, hearing that she is not just talented, she also has grace and maturity. The girl stands in front of the committee. They say that this time she obviously sacrificed a lot during the rift. They need to raise her rank to S, and they will wait for her achievements. She thanks them with her eyes closed, stating that everyone is waiting for them because this is her duty. The girl is standing with a phone in the middle of the street. A man in glasses approaches her, and says that she has been going on missions for 3 days in a row and asks if she wants to take a day off. The girl looking at the gadget says that he is right and it is better for her to stay home today. A shout is heard, "What are you doing?" She turns and sees a group of guys. Someone asks to stop. The happy guys hug each other. Aoki looks in surprise. She sees herself there. The man behind her asks if everything is okay. The girl goes to the car and says that everything is fine and asks to take her to the rift. Against the background of the hangar, the girl clarifies whether she lost. The guy agrees. She replies that she was ready for this, but it exceeded all her expectations and now she is ashamed. Sho replies that this is expected, considering that she carried all this on her shoulders alone. The girl sits on the ground and says that no one asked to read her the riot act and that it is probably too heavy to carry the entire country on her shoulders. The guy looks at her and says that this is obvious, because she did not decide this. The girl is crying. She sits in the middle of the training field and hears that there is no need to rush, and no matter how much pressure she puts on herself, Nothing will change. He notes that he supports her actions. Aoki seriously asks to reveal the secret of his strength and teach her. He extends his hand, saying of course, but only if she comes to him. In the frame, a rock. The fighter holds back blows with his shield. He sees a monster in front of him. They are fighting a goblin. He pierces the monster's body with a spear. Kishida sees this with a smile. He turns around and happily shouts to the mentor that he has cleared the area. The protagonist looks at his phone sitting nearby. The guy says that he thinks he has seen this place before. Sho says that it seems that the action takes place in Saitama Prefecture in an E-rank dungeon. There is a shield in the frame. The guy says that Sho gave it to him, and it suits him very well. He says that from now on he will be a tank. Kishida stands next to him and asks if it is too sudden. He replies that he is giving him a role that suits his abilities. The guy rushes forward with a smile, saying that since he is a tank, he will go first. The protagonist looks ahead and thinks that he is happy for him because he has talent, and he broke everything with Aoki, so it is time for him to focus on quickly getting C rank to found a guild. The protagonist sees something happening ahead, realizing that there he will already be able to focus on collecting information about his past life. A frightened Kishida points his finger while Sho asks what happened. Opposite them is an old corpse of a fighter. The guy exclaims a human skeleton. In the picture is a torch. The protagonist sits next to him and clarifies that he died not so long ago. In response he asks if he is sure. The shield glows blue. The protagonist understands that although the mana is barely noticeable, he still feels its remnants. They break away from the place, shouting here. The protagonist and his ward are standing in front of the corpses. He says that he thought so. Kishida wonders if this monster is really stronger than they assumed. Sho, standing with a sword, says that he does not think that this is the work of a monster, because their bodies are in a strange position. Another states about a tank, an attacker and a healer, the order in which the bodies lie. The protagonist sitting next to them thinks that first they killed the most problematic one, the healer, and then the others, and a dungeon monster of rank E would not think of such a thing. Sho with a serious look understands that this is all the work of another hunter. Against the orange stripe, Kishida asks again, noting that the boss room will be opposite. In the frame, an old couch on the ground and a lot of trash. Sho says that this place looks like someone's camp. Kishida with a spear stands next to him and says that it looks like a shelter. The other replies that they even committed a murder, and maybe they really are terrible people. He glances to the side and wonders if they ran away after their shelter was discovered, because the traces of mana behind are still clear. Kishida holds his head in shock, stating that he can't believe that they were in the dungeon they were hunting in and this is bad luck. The protagonist asks again what he means. Sho with a smirk says that it is unlikely that anyone will be luckier than them. The protagonist with his arms crossed stands in front of the system window with information about the executioner. He understands that it is finally time to try out the ability. The doctors carried the wounded into the cars, quickly talking. Han, the leader of the second unit's burial team, smiled and greeted the protagonist, noting that he did not expect to meet again under such circumstances. The brunette crossed his arms, and the interlocutor noted that he seemed to have awakened. The guy looked at the man and asked if he could really tell this just by looking at him, and he replied that it could be called professional deformation. Han nodded and asked to discuss this situation with the authorized witness. He unfortunately had other things to do. He pointed to the woman behind him, calling her Major, and left. There was a stretcher next to the ambulance, and the employee clarified whether Sho and Kishida were the first witnesses. Li Jia from the Hunter Control Department smiled and introduced herself. She stood in front of the boys and asked if there were only two of them and if they noticed anything suspicious or strange, and the boy replied that he had never seen anything like this before. The woman smirked and agreed that such incidents did not happen in E-rank dungeons, which brought back memories of her hunting past. The service vehicles hurried away, and the hero asked the woman for a business card, since they had been hunting here for some time. She handed him the card and thanked him for his cooperation. Sho glanced at the logo and thought that he had seen this sign before when he was a rookie. The major and his colleague exchanged glances, discussing that it was time to move out, and the brunette mentally assumed, based on the seriousness of the incident, that this time the employees were being interviewed. Jia turned around and asked to let him know if she remembered anything else, after which they said goodbye. There was energy around her, and the young man thought that he could barely feel any mana. But could it be that the operative hunters were hiding in the shadows, and they had better hurry? Kishida extended his hand to the hero who had turned around and asked if they weren't going to finish what they started, but the mentor decided to take a little rest today. The moon was shining over Wajongbu. The protagonist walked down the street, looking around. He noticed a purple trail around the corner. Sho stopped in front of the hotel building and chuckled at the fact that someone was hiding in a crowded place. The young man pressed the elevator button. Then he went up to the floor and noticed a cluster of energy. The guy stopped, assuming that he was here. A dark aura was coming from the cracks, and the hero frowned. He glanced warily to the side. Then he stuck the blade between the doors. He brought the sword down sharply, breaking the lock. The protagonist frowned and looked ahead. There was a broken window in the room. The young man looked out through it onto the street. Someone was going up, bouncing off the walls of the building. The brunette jumped out of the room. He rushed forward, chasing someone. Sho jumped from roof to roof, holding his sword. Finally, the stranger jumped to the ground. The protagonist cornered him. The man frowned and asked who he was, and if he was from the association or the army by any chance. Sho glared and said that if he gave in, he would make his fate easier. The interlocutor took out a knife and said that he was not going to give in. He jumped up, pushing off the wall, and exclaimed that he just needed to get rid of the boy. The protagonist raised his head, looking at his opponent. The man grinned, asking if the guy really thought he could see him. Sho leaned back when the opponent lunged, threatening to kill him with one blow. The brunette quickly moved forward. He went around to the side and hit the criminal under the knee. The man fell to the ground, and the protagonist twisted his arm. The guy furrowed his brows and said he had a lot of questions, like why the man lived in a dungeon. Sho held the opponent, asking his name, age, and allies, and the interlocutor asked if he was related to one of the dead, although they were all just a bunch of idiots. The criminal smirked and said that they just got rid of a couple of idiots, nothing special about it. The hero closed his eyes and sighed when the interlocutor exclaimed that he couldn't do anything without a trial anyway, so he should stop acting like a mercenary and just arrest him. Sho looked down at him and asked if he really thought this was a simple threat, and the man could calmly do the same thing as before. The interlocutor's eyes widened when he was jerked upward, and the hero said that he was unlikely to return alive, because no one was going to judge him by the law. The brunette threw the opponent into a bend. He looked at the man lying down, and his level increased from eliminating such a guy. The young man opened his mouth, noticing that he received a super spell of rank S. The protagonist looked at the screen, reading that the karma of heretics becomes his power, and decided that he should take a closer look at this a little later. There was a corpse lying on the ground, and the guy thought that the term heretics in the executioner's ability refers to simple criminals, or so the name of the hunters who use their powers for evil purposes. The brunette frowned and noted that this was a good way to become stronger, and now it was clear what the system wanted to say. He pressed the screen, deciding that his task was to get rid of the heretics. Sho picked up the criminal's phone and answered the call, after which someone's voice exclaimed that the control department noticed him, and he still does not answer calls, although the day X will soon come, and it is better not to get caught by them. The protagonist grinned. It was dark in the alley, and the guy asked what kind of a new gang they had formed, but they were complete brats. The criminal was lying nearby, and the brunette asked what they were planning to involve such criminals, but the interlocutor advised him to shut up if he valued his life. Sho frowned and noted that he seemed to have found a big deal, after which he asked for more details on when this day X would happen. He smashed the phone when the man began to insult him instead of answering the question. The young man took out the card of the major of the hunter control department. The guy stood over the corpse, debating whether he should thank the government workers for providing him with information. The lights were on in the building. Someone slammed a fist on the table. The bespectacled man looked at the captain and asked if he was okay, to which the man said that they caught Kong Chanho. The man crossed his arms and asked if they had been contacted, but the man replied that it didn't look like the control department. A rank hunter Bei Dongsu frowned and thought that the enemy must be a hunter too, but why would someone who wasn't affiliated with the state try to stop them? There was a dent in the table from a fist, and the man said that they had wasted so much time and they should move on to the next location already, and he would meet that guy himself. Chungman Special Prison. Someone muttered that it was impossible to breathe here. The major and her subordinate walked down the corridor, explaining that it was because of the suppressor material that prevented hunters from using their abilities. The two men moved forward, and the woman explained that when entering the prison, A-rank hunters and below lost their abilities, and S-rank hunters could only use half of them. They approached the door. The bespectacled man turned to her and asked why she wanted to meet in such a place, and the major replied that he knew the guy too. The hunters entered the room while the subordinate was surprised that he knew a criminal who was in such a prison. The long-haired man smirked. Jia closed her eyes and asked her colleague if he knew him, to which the interlocutor answered in the affirmative. Bang Gyunseok, a former hunter and instructor of the control department, smiled and greeted the major. The woman sat opposite while the criminal said that she had quickly risen in rank these days, and noted that he had talked too much in the past 8 years. The long-haired man made a hand gesture when the interlocutor asked her to stop her meaningless chatter and not to interfere with the interrogation that he himself had taught her, and the man clarified whether she had really become a full-fledged expert. Jia put the photo on the table and said that Dong-su, who was a subordinate in the class, had made his move, and recently, organizational and specialized crimes had been happening more often, as if he was managing them. Gyunseok smirked and noted that the name sounded familiar, and asked if she really meant that he was secretly managing him even though he couldn't even contact him. The other woman slammed her hands on the table. She jumped up and promised that this time she would make sure that he couldn't lift a finger here, and that an event similar to the assassination attempt on the Prime Minister 8 years ago would not happen again. The criminal grinned and asked if she had ever felt the weight of responsibility. The brunette frowned and muttered that he was talking nonsense again. The man looked at her and said that the current staff was just a bunch of incompetent idiots who were above them. He glared and added that that was why he had decided 8 years ago that he wanted to bury them and make an example of them. The woman gritted her teeth when she heard the other man regret the tragedies that had happened during the incident. Jia frowned, remembering the long-haired man strangling the man, and the criminal saying that her father had been an outstanding hunter. He pointed to the collar and said that he had been completely neutralized in the room where the strongest power suppressors were kept, so did she really want to put even more pressure on him when he was already defenseless? The major approached him. She jerked the chain sharply and noted that the man had been quietly sitting in this prison. Jian narrowed her eyes and promised that she would not let him get out of here. The light was on in the corridor. The bespectacled man looked closely at the boss, who told her that 8 years ago, 35 hunters had gathered together to stop Gyunseok from trying to kill the prime minister. She turned around and added that one of them was her father. The woman introduced the man and said that in the end, the criminal's terrible actions were stopped by the current chairman Jin Mansu, but the losses were irreversible. Jia smiled and said that it was all in the past and there was no need to worry now, so they should get back to work. The brunette took out her phone, where the news appeared, and muttered that it seemed like someone had decided to help them. Spotlights were shining above the prison, and the major noted that the guy in the photo was the guy who escaped yesterday. D-rank dungeon, brick mine. Kishida looked at the hero and asked if he was really going to take materials instead of money now, to which the young man replied that he was going to take materials as well. The interlocutor raised an eyebrow and asked why he didn't just sell the cube to get money from it. But the brunette replied that even the hunter's shop had a lot of stuff that couldn't be bought, so they would figure it out themselves. A monster with blue eyes appeared in front of them. The guy swung his spear. He stabbed it into the enemy's neck. The monster turned to him. The protagonist quickly landed next to it, cutting the monster. The enemy's body split into 2 parts. The hunter stood in the middle of the monsters, and Kishida asked why the mentor suddenly needed materials, to which he replied that they were not for him personally, but he would tell them later. The spearman frowned and attacked one of the opponents. A few precise blows cut off the heads of 3 monsters. The protagonist landed on the ground, and several enemies fell behind him. The guys looked ahead when everything shook, and Kishida clarified whether the boss of this mine was coming to them. A monster appeared in front of them, and the young man noted that it was simply huge. He looked questioningly at the mentor, who said that he would deal with it. The protagonist rushed forward, thinking that he would get good materials. The monster hit the ground with force. The brunette deftly climbed up its paw. Sho jumped up. He intercepted the sword in his hand and stabbed the enemy. Then the young man made several swings with the blade, leaving wounds on the enemy's body. The dungeon boss was cut into several pieces. The hero sank to the ground. Claws and horns lay in front of him, and Kishida muttered that the truth could not even compete with him. The sky above the city was painted in the colors of the sunset. A glow emanated from a small sphere. The protagonist sat at the table in front of it, recalling the secret technique of the fairy tribe for revealing latent abilities. The boy remembered going shopping with Aoki and thought that he had stayed up all night to create a soul capsule with the materials she had bought for him, and the main motive for clearing the dungeon with Kishida was the materials to create the soul capsule. The brunette stretched out his hands towards the sphere. The first attempt was a failure and looked like slime. Then it turned into burnt ash. Then the sphere was incomplete, and several more attempts looked unsatisfactory. Night fell on the city. The monster's chin was lying on the table, and the hero decided that this was the end of trial and error. He narrowed his eyes and asked for it to work this time. The boy extended his hands towards the shining object. A bright flash lit up everything. The brunette's eyes widened. A soul capsule was floating in front of him, absorbing the power of a D-grade precious metal. The young man swallowed it, thinking that this way he could increase stats other than mana, after which his stamina increased to 11. He rubbed his chin and decided that thanks to this, he would not have to rely on the executioner alone. The hero turned to the monitor, where the news reported that an unidentified body was found at an intersection last night, and the police were continuing to investigate the case, believing that it was somehow connected to a crime involving forces in Ulsan province. The brunette frowned and thought that this was quite unexpected. He picked up the bag, thinking about reporting their base to the major, and wondering how far they could get with just these leads. The moon was shining in the sky. The woman was walking through the parking lot. She noticed the windshield of the car. There were papers and a broken phone in a package. The major unfolded the note, which stated that the thing belonged to Kang Chanho. The protagonist was standing behind one of the pillars in the parking lot, and Jia called a colleague and asked her to wait for her, as she would be there right away. The guy continued walking, while the woman said that she had an idea about Gyunseok. In the colonel's office, someone was discussing how Dongsu was always nearby when a crime involving the forces occurred, and the interlocutor clarified whether this person was in Tokyo now. So Jianga leaned on his hands and noted that this was a serious statement. The major looked at him and nodded, and the man asked her why she came to such a conclusion. The woman put her hands behind her back and said that there was only one number stored in the burnt phone, and its signal pointed to the location of their hideout in Tokyo, where Dongsu was last seen. The man rubbed his temple and said that the incident happened in Ulsan, and their motive was a plant with explosive power. The girl introduced the room and said that they also found a lot of evidence pointing to this city, at the place of Kang Chan-ho's death. She remembered the face of the criminal and added that Dong-su was also seen there, and the association was sending hunters for this master, and this was their chance to catch them all at once. But what if the real target was in Tokyo? The colonel frowned and clarified whether she really wanted to say that his target was related to Gyunseok. The brunette narrowed her eyes and answered in the affirmative. Jia glanced at the chief when he asked what he wanted from the old man and guessed that they wanted to attack the prime minister again. But even if that wasn't the case, they might be planning something else. The woman remembered the prisoner and said that they were already fully prepared and were waiting for their next move. Jianga closed his eyes and muttered that she always got worked up when it came to Gyunseok. He put down the newspaper and said that the prime minister was leaving abroad today. So did the major really think that the prisoner would be able to take revenge on him for what happened 8 years ago? There was a lamp on the ceiling and Jia noted that the official would be leaving from the airport, which was right behind the prison. She clenched her fist and added that she would take full responsibility if she was wrong, but if it was true, then the tragedy could be prevented. The interlocutor's mouth opened and muttered that she didn't change. Jianga frowned and ordered to gather the local police and report directly if anything happened, and he would try to trust her instincts. Jia looked at him carefully and thanked him. The outer wall of Chungman prison. Dong-su touched the earphone, listening to the voice. He unfolded the map and said that the operation in Ulsan had already begun, and all the underground tunnels were shown on this map. The man glanced sideways at the bespectacled man and ordered them to move out. The guy reached out to the wall. He ran his fingers along the stone. The next second, an explosion was heard from the use of a B-rank death hand. The criminal smirked and noted that there was a material suppressor. He pressed the bracelet and said that under normal circumstances he would only be able to use the ability once. But with this thing, the problem would disappear, so everyone should wear the same ones. Dong-su and the squad moved forward. The operation had begun. They walked along the corridor, and the leader suddenly stopped. He raised his finger and silently pointed upward. The bespectacled man put his hand on the ceiling. The explosion tore a hole to the next floor. The criminals used the ladders to climb higher. Dong-su stepped into a hallway and the workers flinched, asking how he got there. The man pushed himself off the floor. He easily pushed one of his opponents aside and grabbed the other by the throat. The hunter stood up and told his subordinates to hurry, saying that the control room was right in front of them. The lights were on in the hallway. The men stood on either side of the door. The bespectacled man touched the surface with his finger. A small hole appeared. Dong-su approached quietly. He took a deep breath. Then he exhaled the deadly poison into the hole using his A-rank ability. Smoke seeped into the room and someone coughed. After a while, they opened the door. All the employees inside were unconscious, and the criminal noted that everything was going smoothly for now, but it would be more difficult if backup arrived. The man began typing something quickly. Then he pressed the red button and ordered to go to that person. The video from the camera opened in front of him. The long-haired man smirked. Dong-su and his squad knelt down, declaring that they had come to pick up their instructor. Gyunseok knelt down and praised them for a good parade. He radiated energy, saying that he was already tired of waiting. A car was driving fast on the road, and the woman exclaimed that this was not enough, and they should increase the rapid reinforcements and send all the participants. Jia frowned and was about to say that after that, if the association could help, but the connection was cut off. She gritted her teeth and cursed. The car braked loudly. Ahead was Chungman prison. The partners swung open the doors. The brunette saw the people lying on the floor and muttered that they were only one step too late. The bespectacled man jerked towards her, saying that it was too dangerous. The criminals were moving forward. Jia clutched the gun and thought that the suppressors were still working, and if they couldn't use their powers, then she still had a chance to win. The bespectacled man turned around and asked what she was doing. The major frowned and fired. The guy extended his hand to meet the attack. The bullets froze in midair and dissolved. He smirked and noted that the control department had bad manners since she didn't even say hello. Jia's eyes widened, trying to figure out how he could use his ability despite the suppressors. The opponent smirked and asked if she really thought they would come without preparation. The woman frowned, guessing that this bracelet blocked the effect of the suppressors. Dong-su glanced back and muttered that he was looking for trouble again. The long-haired man turned around and asked if the major had come to celebrate their release from prison with them. The two men faced each other, and Jia demanded that he return to his cell and stop talking nonsense, even though she knew he was targeting the prime minister again, like 8 years ago, to which the criminal noted that she was as perceptive as ever. The prisoner narrowed his eyes and added that her arrival would not change anything and he did not plan to fight her, since she was going to die today anyway. The man turned around and said goodbye, noting that the guys at the airport were strict about punctuality. The soldiers started shooting to prevent them from leaving, but the bespectacled man stopped the bullets. Dong-su opened his mouth and released a cloud of poison. The employees began coughing and running away from him. The criminal suddenly appeared in front of the major, offering to play with him instead. He reached out to grab her tie. Suddenly, a shot made the man let go of her. The woman's partner opened fire, and the enemy switched to him. The guy reached out and stopped the bullets, asking if this was all the hunter-controlled department could do. The man approached Jia. Suddenly, his hand flew to the side. Drops of blood fell to the floor. The criminal fell on his back with a scream. The brunette flinched when someone put a hand on her shoulder. The protagonist looked ahead and asked if it was really just the two of them left. The major turned to him, and the young man noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The opponent squeezed the severed limb and asked if the brunette was in league with the hunter-controlled department. He stood up, saying that he liked his strength, since he could even use the ability, but his hand was expensive. Sho chuckled and thought that small pawns who could do nothing but talk were the same in all worlds. The opponent suddenly rushed at him, asking why he was laughing. The guy swung his sword. He swung his blade, but the enemy put up a shield in front of him. The brunette frowned. The man reached out to him, and the hero noted that he instantly created a barrier of mana. The young man dove down, thinking that it was a worthless trick. The opponent's eyes widened in fear. The protagonist pierced him in the chest with his sword. The criminal collapsed to the floor. A glow appeared around Joe, and the system announced that he had leveled up and acquired a new ability, while the boy turned to Dongsu and declared that he was next. The man tensed up and asked how he could release so much mana while under the influence of the suppressor. The boy's blade emitted a glow, and he muttered that this would probably never end. The corridor was littered with corpses, and the boy was surprised that such a commotion was caused by just one sinner. The brunette smiled and declared that he would have to pay for his sins. Dongsu frowned, recognizing the voice that had spoken to him on the phone. He created poison on his palms and exclaimed that he should not dream of a quick death. The interlocutor threw the weapon over his shoulder and said that he did not even expect the criminal to mourn his partner, but let him attack instead of whining. The enemy sent poisonous projectiles into the attack and demanded to close his mouth. The hero jumped back, dodging. He swung the blade and thought that, compared to Yoki's lightning, his dead light was much easier to stop. The poison splashed on the floor, and the guy noted that a single hit from his ability was enough to kill anyone, so he needed to end this fight quickly. Sho rushed forward, increasing his mana points. Dongsu put out his hand with a grin. The young man dodged the attack. Then he approached the enemy. The man recoiled, dodging the blade. The hero quickly intercepted the weapon in his hand. The enemy's eyes widened in shock. An even cut ran through his body. The criminal fell to the floor, and Sho's level increased. Blood flowed from the sword. Jia looked at him in shock, thinking that it was simply unbelievable that he was currently under the effects of suppressors, and he could move like that without his abilities, with only a little sword skill. She ran up to the boy and asked his name, remembering that they had met before in the E-rank dungeon. The corpses of criminals were lying on the ground, and the major noted that this area was closed to civilians, since he had infiltrated here, and his timing was perfect. The lights were flickering in the corridor, and Sho asked what she was trying to tell the man who saved her life, and besides, it was not the time to think about it, since there was another person with them. The boy remembered how he had crossed paths with Gyunseok for only a second, but he recognized her immediately. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that such mana was rare to meet, and perhaps the man was the strongest person he had ever met in this world. The major frowned and tried to object. Sho smiled and said that everything was going according to his prediction. He slung his sword over his shoulder and asked if there were any more reinforcements. Hamyang Airport was engulfed in flames. Gyunseok smiled in the midst of the chaos. The soldiers hid behind a partition, discussing what it was, and someone suggested that it must be at least an S-rank hunter. The men peeked out, saying that the main plane had to take off anyway, so they should contact the association and ask for backup. They pointed their guns and opened fire at the team. The long-haired man bared his teeth, stopping the bullets in midair. The ground beneath his feet was heating up. The soldiers ran forward. They surrounded the criminal, and he muttered that people do not learn anything from life. Gyunseok held out his hand and said that they would burn alive then. Several fireballs appeared in the air. Another plane exploded. A bunch of people burned, trying to escape. Bodies were disappearing into the flames and screams were heard all around. The man stepped on the ground, turning into lava. He glanced at the hooded man who jumped out. Gyunseok grabbed his face and was surprised that one of the hunters was still alive. The criminal slammed his opponent into the ground with all his might. The man screamed as he burned alive, and the long-haired man asked who his instructor was that he was so weak. The man pulled his hand away and muttered that he couldn't find the politician, so he used this trash to hide in a safe place and play hide and seek. Gyunseok raised his head and said that the prison was a dark place, but it gave him a great opportunity to learn abilities. He bared his teeth, casting super spells one after another, and then a new ability was added to him. Powerful flames emanated from his body. His hair rose into the air, and the man exclaimed that this ability was befitting of the instructor. Gyunseok swung his arm and unleashed his power on the plane. A car was driving through the city. Jia was driving, saying that she would be on duty when they reached the place, and although she recognized the protagonist's strength, the criminal was on a completely different level. The brunette raised his hands and said that he did not need to explain anything, because his main goal was just to help, but the woman noted that his face said otherwise. The major narrowed her eyes, thinking that all the experts were now in Ulsan, so there was no way to be picky in choosing help, and the young man had proven his strength, so all that remained was to believe in him. The car picked up speed, and Jia hoped that she would finally put an end to this. The protagonist stood in front of the battlefield at the airport, and the major muttered that Gyunseok had put on a fire show here. The woman frowned and said that she would deal with the criminal, and let the guys deal with the victims, after which the bespectacled man rushed to carry out the order. Sho narrowed his eyes and thought that their enemy was an instructor of the Hunter Control Department in the past, but regardless of that, he was now just a mass murderer, so he should fit the criteria of his executioner ability. The brunette turned to the young man and called him. She closed her eyes and said that now was an emergency, so there was no need to check him. Jia looked at the hero intently and added that she also could not guarantee his safety, so he should take care of himself, but also did not need to do anything terrible. The interlocutor smiled. The major raised an eyebrow and said that now was a war on the brink of life and death, so he should understand his own limits and be careful. Sho looked at her and thanked her for her advice. Fire blazed around the plane. Gyunseok smirked and said that he was waiting for him. Prime Minister Yu Chanyeol looked at the enemy and exclaimed, "Is it really him again?" The long-haired man extended his hand and said that he had spent 8 years trying to calm himself down, but unfortunately, he could only come to one conclusion, that he could not stand to follow orders from such a person who had no abilities at all. He stepped forward, heating up the asphalt. The man turned to the girl and reminded her that he had warned her many times, but she still came. Jia frowned and said that the instructor should have sat quietly in the cage, but he had crossed all boundaries. The criminal turned around and noted that time was flying by and that she had grown so much, but the girl only shouted at him to give up. Gyunseok jumped up and said that this was just nonsense. A blade flew between him and the Prime Minister. The protagonist swung his sword, blocking the official. The young man looked at him and asked him to step aside. Chanyeol took his hand to get up and asked his name, but the guy decided that it was not worth revealing his name. The brunette stood with his back to the enemy, asking if the man was hurt, and the man exclaimed that he needed to run. Gyunseok narrowed his eyes and asked who he was. The protagonist looked back and said that he had already said before, that he did not need to reveal his name. The criminal created a flame in his palm. He swung his hand, attacking him. Sho picked up the Prime Minister and said that he would carry him to safety. The enemy stepped on the ground and asked if he really thought he could run away from him. Jia appeared in front of him. Gloves appeared on her hands, and the woman said that the instructor had already lost 50% of his mind. The interlocutor grinned and objected that he had already completed half of his plan, and all that was left was to finish them all off. He swung at his opponent. Their forces clashed. The man caught Jia's fist. She clenched her teeth and flinched. Gyunseok grinned and laughed. The major turned pale as the enemy screamed that she would hardly survive. The girl was thrown back. The wound on her stomach began to heal. Jia stopped with her foot, and the criminal noticed that she allowed him to cut her flesh. The brunette ended up behind the enemy. Gyunseok turned and brought down a blow, screaming that this was very naive. He reached out with his hand to her. The major narrowed her eyes as she was grabbed by the throat. The long-haired man grinned, gathering energy in his other hand. The woman closed her eyes, trying to defend herself. She flew back and fell. Jia tried to get up, leaning on her burnt fingers. The main character approached them from the side. Gyunseok looked at him intently. The young man looked calm, but the major asked him not to do this. The girl sat up and said that even he was no match for this monster. She raised an eyebrow when Sho pointed out that she had already done all she could, so she shouldn't overexert herself and just watch. The protagonist gripped his sword and raised his mana to 110, adding that the girl would understand what it meant to jump over her maximum and use all possible potential. The two looked at each other, and the prisoner chuckled that many people had come to greet him from prison. He raised his hand and added that he had no obligation to be his opponent. The man passed by and asked him to just stand still, as he had no desire to waste energy on trash. At the same time, Gyunseok managed to dodge the blade piercing his hair. The hero pointed his sword at him and said that he would do what he saw fit if he wanted to get through it. The opponent frowned. The youth moved to attack, while the man muttered that he wondered if he could handle it. The long-haired man lunged and released fire. The brunette quickly dodged to the side. He frowned and swung his weapon. Acid appeared in the air from the use of an A-rank ability, Deadly Poison. The former instructor put a shield in front of him and smirked. The man slammed his hand into the ground. Sho jumped and spun in the air. The enemy gathered fire energy and said that he now understood why the major treated him like that, but at the same time, he saw his weakness. The young man dodged the energy balls. There was a powerful explosion. Gyunseok grinned. The guy was still standing in front of him. The man looked at him and said that mana was very similar to a normal physical ability, and in battles between hunters it serves as a basis, and this is their difference. The brunette threw the sword over his shoulder and noted that for an instructor, he was telling too boring a story. The hero opened his mouth and said that the opponent was just a little older and had a huge amount of mana, but that was nothing to brag about. Sho grinned and suggested that he go back to the cell if he did not want to fight. He pushed off the ground and thought that the difference in their mana was too great. The enemy was stronger now. The brunette swung and decided that he wanted to make a show out of it. Gyunseok grinned and used a super fire spell. The boy attacked him, but met resistance. He narrowed his eyes and asked if that meant the prisoner didn't want to attack. The man smirked and said that maybe so. The opponent counterattacked, and the boy extended his sword. Sho jumped to the side. He slowed down and muttered that his opponent blocked his attacks. The boy frowned, realizing that this fight couldn't drag on. The protagonist jumped up, deciding to increase the distance, and the opponent asked if he had already deflated. The boy jumped over the fence, and Gyunseok exclaimed that it was not so easy to escape from him. An explosion was heard behind the brunette. The man landed very close, not allowing him to increase the distance. Sho pushed off the ground. He turned over the head of his opponent, and he laughed that the boy decided to play tag. The hunter rushed back to the airport. The boy stopped. Then he frowned and noted that it was very much the same. The enemy was already catching up with him from behind. The long-haired one sped up, and the hero thought that as soon as he tried to get closer, he used his body to speed up. Sho closed his eyes, realizing that he only had one try. Energy began to emanate from his sword, because he needed to put all his mana into this blow. The opponent grinned, exclaiming that he closed his eyes, probably because he really wanted to become Ash. The hero squeezed the handle and decided to use his habit of jumping forward without thinking. The brunette swung, thinking that at that moment he could hit him on the head. Gyunseok bared his teeth, shouting that strength is a blessing, and he was using it for some pathetic people. He followed the blade near his chest with his gaze. The young man swung his sword sharply. Sho lowered his head and exhaled. Part of the blade flew into the air. There was a severed head of an enemy lying on the ground. The protagonist looked at it, and its body was still radiating light. The guy dropped sharply. He plopped down on the ground, and the system notified about leveling up and receiving a new ability, and the young man muttered that he hadn't fought like this for a long time, and was even tired. A few minutes ago, the airport was engulfed in flames. A headless silhouette was visible among the flames. The body was reflected in someone's eyes, and a voice said that people who were not chosen end up here, this is their fate. Two children were sitting in a tree, discussing that they shouldn't have told him what they knew, and the second agreed that the man was useless, and trash should be disposed of. They turned to the side, wondering who it was. The protagonist was sitting in front of them, and the children noted that he was weak, but reliable, and had a lot of mana. The twins took each other's hands, deciding that it was time for them to go, because they were already expected. A greenish energy appeared around them, and the children muttered that they needed to explain everything in great detail. A bright bolt of lightning flashed. The entire room sparkled. The girl picked one up, thinking that she should control them like threads. There was a flash, and she screamed. The huntress remembered being here with the protagonist, and he said that after a few tries she would succeed. Now, an explosion sounded in front of the brunette. She imagined Sho saying that this was interesting. Aoki sweated, thinking that she should concentrate all her lightning into one point and release it. The floor was split, and the girl noted with annoyance that she had failed again. She walked over to her laptop, where the news reported that reporters had arrived at the scene of the incident at Hanmyeong Airport last night. The huntress's eyes widened when the reporter said that they were trying to contact the person who defeated Gyunseok and saved the Prime Minister. The main character was shown on the screen, saying that he had 5 abilities upon awakening, and reporter Kim Ji-soo managed to get a few comments himself. The boy smirked when the reporter said that he was rumored to have surpassed Aoki. The girl took a sip, listening to Sho say that he was still too weak to surpass her. She clutched the glass. Then she grabbed her weapon. The huntress headed back to the training grounds to learn how to focus lightning attacks by the end of the day. Dark figures sat around a round table, and crystals floated in the air. The masked woman leaned on her hand and asked what this time, since she said to stop meeting for a while. The lion-shaped man replied that the twins found a problematic person who manipulated mana and was able to use her spells. The raven-masked man crossed his arms and muttered that they had traveled the world many times because of words like that, and besides, the children there had forgotten. The man turned to him and said that he had used them to test a new development, and they had discovered him by accident, but he said that he had no part in it. The man began to dissolve, saying that it was too energy-consuming and if he was so worried about it, he could get rid of it himself. The woman straightened up and said that 50 years had passed since then and people had become better at controlling mana, and now not only they could release it, but Gyunseok was one of them. Crystals were shining under the ceiling. They were sitting at a table, and she added that the same thing had happened 11 years ago, and the person who had stopped the rupture was another coincidence. The man in the lion mask raised his head and asked if they thought the same. He turned to the one who replied that everything was fine as long as they had information. The man in the cloak said that he had a lot of time, so it was worth looking into. Lev glanced at him with displeasure and asked if the mask was crushing his brains, but he objected that the last few days had been too calm, not to mention this swordsman. He presented the blade and added that if the twins were not mistaken, then it was a pity. The man grinned and said that in their world, a hunter was doomed to a miserable existence, and his limit was very clear. The major glanced at the large screen, where they were saying that Sho had recently received a lot of attention as a newcomer who received 5 abilities upon awakening, and asked if he was really making a public image for himself. The interlocutor took the mug and replied that people only see what they want to see, but if he makes a good impression from the very beginning, they themselves will exalt him. The hero smiled and asked if the woman was okay, because she looked very absent-minded. Sho frowned and asked to free his head from unnecessary thoughts, and not to wonder if this could have been avoided. The brunette looked at him carefully. She placed a bag on the table and said that the country needed them to eliminate the criminal who was terrorizing it. The young man closed his eyes and asked if that was necessary. Jia frowned and replied that that was what the hunter control department did. There was a broken phone on the table, and the guy asked if it could be repaired, and the woman guessed that he had followed her to find someone who was connected to Chanho, but since he had provided evidence, they would not dig further into the matter. The major straightened up and said that she wanted the hero to join the hunter control department, and they would support his efforts and provide all the necessary equipment. The guy smiled and thanked him for the kind words, but he didn't find the offer very impressive. He put down his mug and guessed that people like Dongsu or Gikken would be happy with that. It was light outside the coffee shop. The woman frowned and asked what he was talking about. Her eyes suddenly widened. She remembered the criminals and their abilities of deadly poison and hand of death, which were publicly declared by the protagonist. Jia jumped up in shock and exclaimed that he could paint abilities. Sho put his finger to his lips and noted that she was too loud, and now she should understand why he didn't want to explain, because she didn't want to become the next snack. The interlocutor looked at him warily, thinking that it was unthinkable. The brunette stood up and thanked her for understanding, but he had another meeting to meet. He put his hand on her shoulder, and she shuddered. Sho smiled and added that he would look forward to working together again. The sunset was spreading in the sky. The young man opened the system window with his stats and thought that the results of long-term consumption of the soul capsule were appearing, and now he could become stronger without relying on leveling up. Then the hero opened the ability sheet, wondering why he got the executioner. The brunette frowned and thought that there must be a reason for this. Igawa smiled, noticing him. Sho sat down next to her and asked how she was feeling, and the girl answered that she needed to undergo a couple more tests, but it seemed that she would be able to cure her allergy to mana. There were tables on the veranda of the hospital. The protagonist clarified whether it was because of the rift, and the interlocutor confirmed, because since that day she was recovering very quickly. Igawa looked at the glow in surprise when the brunette muttered that it was very bad. He opened the crystal case and noted that she seemed to no longer need the soul capsules, and the girl exclaimed that she would gladly accept whatever he wanted to give her. Igawa swallowed a few balls, and the hunter thought that her brother would be happy to see her so energetic. The girl looked at the interlocutor when he asked if she needed anything. She swallowed the capsules, and then declared that she wanted to become a hunter. The hallway was empty. Sho frowned and noted that it was too dangerous. The patient clenched her fist and objected that this did not mean that she could not become one. The girl imagined her brother, and added that she wanted to see the world he dreamed of. Igawa looked forward resolutely, and blue energy stretched next to her. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, noticing the mana. He noticed the ringing phone. Han smiled and reminded him of himself, sitting at his desk. The brunette stood up, listening to the man have information for him. The girl waved at him with a smile. Sho responded in kind and headed for the door, deciding that he imagined it, and continued talking to Han. A month later, exiting the subway. On the phone, there was a discussion about whether the protagonist was really that strong or just lucky, and the guy was indignant that they were writing such things. Kishida raised an eyebrow and asked if the boy wasn't angry because everyone was talking. Sho looked at the phone and replied that he was much more worried that the other guy was still at rank C, although he was teaching him, and apparently he needed to make him practice more. But the guy objected that the hero was just judging by himself, because for a beginner hunter, he had good results. Kishida grinned and exclaimed that there was no one who had grown so quickly in a few days. The brunette looked at the screen and advised not to compare himself to others, otherwise he would never grow up. Snow was falling from the sky, and the interlocutor muttered something inaudible. The spearman smiled awkwardly and said that he was interested in what the association wanted from the mentor. There was a tall building ahead, and the hero replied that they would find out if they went. Han waved to them and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The hero looked at him and said that he did not expect him to be the one to meet him. The interlocutor smiled and explained that they had decided that it would be better if he was seen off by someone he already knew, and now it was time to go. The president stood and looked out the window, his hands clasped behind his back. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. The man put down his cup and apologized for making his guest come all this way. Kenza smiled and introduced himself as the president of the Japanese branch of the Hunters Association. The protagonist calmly looked at him and said hello, and Kishida bowed. The president looked at the young man and noted that he had quickly become stronger lately, and Jisoo would be proud of him. The man put the tablet on the table and said that he would be happy to talk to his friend's grandson, but he couldn't afford it since he had invited the most famous newcomer in town. Sho looked at the screen and asked if it was about his rank, and the other man said that he had been promoted to A, but it had taken longer than expected. Kenza closed his eyes and explained that many people who spoke about him in the association were too inexperienced, since such a quick rise in rank was an unusual case, and even Aoki needed a year to reach a rank. The protagonist looked at him and declared that he was worthy of S rank and was ready to provide proof. The man rubbed his chin, noting that the young man was unhappy with the result, but said that he could not rise to such a level with only basic abilities, since only those who had proven their strength were worthy. He imagined the image of a girl and said that he wanted to propose to him. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked again. The president visualized the monsters and said that due to the Lamara Labyrinth incident, it became clear that dungeons could change randomly, and the association took this into account and added ranks to most of them, and based on this, the Gwangju dungeon acquired a gap classification from S to SS rank, and all the monsters there were similar to guardians. The youth looked at the tablet, mentally noting that there was a core hidden somewhere in this dungeon, and this was a type of rift. The interlocutor leaned over and offered him to join the investigation, and the result could be proof of his abilities, and the guy replied that he was too good to a newbie. It was snowing lightly outside, and the president admitted that he had been watching him since the hunter exam and knew that he would become stronger. Sho held up the tablet, noting that it said that the extermination party could only consist of guilds, but isn't there a limit on the number of people entering the dungeon? Kenza looked at him and said that he forgot about this condition, then asked if the hero wanted to create his own guild, and the guy said that now is the right time for it, but he needs to join the extermination group. The interlocutors shook hands, and the man added that Han would tell him about the details. The bright sun came out, and the protagonist thought that he should thank Yunseok for this, because it is not every day that they give access to rank S dungeons, but it is time to create his own guild. The hunters entered the elevator, and the young man asked why he suddenly created a guild, and Sho said that he wanted to do it anyway when the opportunity arises, and since the association supports him, now is the time. Kishida looked at him and asked what the name will be. The brunette thoughtfully looked at the tablet and noted that this is a good opportunity to attract people with whom he communicated in a past life, and something from there is needed. He imagined flying creatures and remembered the continent Azerin, the god idea. The boy chuckled, noticing that the bad memories were more vivid than the good ones. The hero began writing down, deciding that his F-rank guild would be called Overlord. The two of them exited the elevator, and Kishida noted that they only had 2 members so far. The boy raised a finger and said that they needed a healer for dungeon raids. Sho turned to him, thinking that this class was irreplaceable, and it was always better to have one in the team, and replied that they would decide on this later. But if anything, he did not have to go with him to clean up. The sun was shining over the city, and the protagonist explained that it was dangerous. Kishida looked at his mentor in bewilderment, who was thinking that the hunter had talent, and he would be able to complete the development of the mana caster ability of the master of the ancient dragon race in the future, but not now. Sho frowned and said that this time they would be going to an S-rank dungeon, and he couldn't promise to protect him. The other man frowned decisively and exclaimed that he wanted to go with his mentor, because he wouldn't get stronger if he sat back, so he had to challenge himself all the time. The protagonist turned around with a smile and thought that the young man had learned to say the right things. They headed for the exit, and Sho suggested going to the hunter's shop, because their equipment wasn't good enough, and the other man asked if he would buy him anything, to which the brunette replied that he had to take care of his talented tank. Aoki stood there in a jacket and glasses, saying that she wasn't the one the guy could call at will. The other man looked at her and noted that she had come anyway, which meant she had her own motives, and also noticed that the girl had dyed her hair. The huntress stared at the hero and promised to tell him about it another time, and asked what he needed today. She crossed her arms and looked at her tablet when Sho told her that he had been asked to join a clearing party in the Gwangju dungeons, and he really needed an expert opinion. Kishida approached the mentor and asked in a whisper who this suspicious person was, and he replied that he knew her. The girl took off her mask and offered to go with her. The spearman's eyes widened in shock, and the hero covered his mouth so that he would not give away the huntress. Aoki smiled and said that she would show them the best places with the best things for hunting. After a while, Kishida was already walking with large bags when they were completely finished with the equipment. The protagonist looked around and asked what weapons he should take, because he did not see anything special here, and the interlocutor noted that there was simply no suitable one for him. She turned to him and said that there was a store that she always went to, they could look there. There was snow on the sign, and the owner loudly greeted customers. Park Chillman, the owner of technical abilities, leaned on the table and asked the girl what she would like to order today. The huntress pointed to her companions and replied that she had come to introduce these two. The hero nodded and introduced himself, and his protege bowed. The old man raised his eyebrows and snorted. The blacksmith turned around and said that even if it was Aoki's request, he would not sell them anything. There were weapons hanging from the ceiling, and the protagonist said that he would not choose a sword just because it was made by a blacksmith. What was important was its value. The guy took one of the blades and added that no matter how arrogant the old man was, there was nothing special about it, and he expected something super cool, because it was recommended by the huntress. The young man squeezed the handle. Sho picked up the blade and said that it felt like this sword would break in his hands. The interlocutor gritted his teeth in displeasure. The old man stood up and grinned and offered him anything from the store if he could break the sword. The hero ran his fingers along the blade, activating mana. The girl's eyes widened in alarm and she tried to stop him. There was a crack and shards flew. A piece of the sword stuck at the boy's feet. The blacksmith stared at it in shock. He turned to the others, but they looked away. Sho held out the broken weapon and asked if there were any more objections. Chillman looked at the fragment thoughtfully and muttered that he couldn't believe it. The brunette passed by and said that he seemed to be very meticulous in his work, but he hoped that he was the same about his promises. The old man approached the girl and asked with displeasure who the guy was, and the brunette said that he was the same hunter who destroyed the rift's guard with one blow. The young man took the blade and frowned. The blacksmith placed the broken piece on the table. He scratched his head and muttered that he was getting old for not having noticed a man of such caliber. Sho came closer and asked to see the weapon materials that could be used, and they would be willing to sell him what they would bring in the future, to which the old man mentally called him an intolerable boy. The sun was shining outside, and Chillman called them to follow him with displeasure. They stopped near a warehouse, and the man said that he would keep his word, because this was the price to pay for underestimating the young man. The old man pulled a lever. A passage opened in the floor. The companions began to descend. A room with many weapons opened before them. Kishida looked at the blacksmith with delight and clarified whether he could really take everything he wanted, and he confirmed it. Light emanated from the equipment, and the old man asked not to take anything that would not be used. The hero walked along the stands and thought that in comparison with the dwarves, everything here was not so impressive, but if he was so competent, then one could understand his confidence in his work. The brunette narrowed his eyes. In front of him, an infernal ash sword of rank S was blazing, whose bonus points already covered all the shortcomings. The blacksmith approached the guy and asked if he was really interested, and the young man replied that he was attracted by the quality of the work. Chillman took out a handkerchief and said that the SS rank Infernal Hell Rift happened 11 years ago, and this spectacular weapon was created from materials collected from defenders, so you can't even find something like this abroad. He threw a rag at the sword, and it caught fire, after which the old man added that the sword burns everything that comes near it, and was found in one of the defender's fragments. Sho looked at his interlocutor and asked why such a weapon was just lying around somewhere. Chillman introduced the construction and explained that the Infernal Hell Rift was closed only after countless attempts and innocent deaths, so it was a mutual decision, so no one could take the items left behind. The blade was burning, and the man added that there would be no problem with it as long as it was not ignited, but there were still a lot of other things behind the boy, so there was no need to rush into choosing. The boy suddenly squeezed the handle. The blacksmith jerked and exclaimed what he was doing. The protagonist furrowed his brows and said that he wanted to check the characteristics of the SS-class defender. The old man recoiled and reminded that even though it was only a fragment, the weapon belonged to an SS-class hunter of the Rift, and a newbie would not be able to handle it. Aoki and Kishida looked at the mentor with alarm, and the hero thought that he had obtained the SS rank Flame Embodiment after eliminating Gyunseok. The guy looked at the sword and muttered that he never thought it would be so useful, but the fire mana felt like a living being. The flame from the sword engulfed several blades, and the hero noted that it was quite strong, after which he remembered that the girl had come today because she wanted to ask him about something. Aoki frowned, and the brunette added that if she had trained according to his instructions, she should have seen the density of the stance. The huntress remembered herself in the hall, and the guy said that she should not put in force. The most important thing is to keep the variability in rhythm. Kishida approached the blacksmith to help him up, and Sho said that he would show the girl something, since she recommended good things to them. The brunette extended his palm, from which a glow emanated. Fire flared in the air. The guy held the blade out in front of him. He frowned and concentrated. Several blue stripes appeared. Thin threads appeared around the fiery essence. The brunette squeezed them in his hand and said that you can change the lines of your mana just like lightning. You need to change the direction at a specific point. The hero jerked his hand and wrapped the sword spirit, telling him that he can go now. Sho narrowed his eyes and added that from now on, the weapon belongs to him. The flames dissipated under the white threads. Kishida and Chillman widened their eyes in shock. The girl froze, looking at this. The protagonist looked at the fiery blade. The blacksmith stared at him in surprise. The blade sank to the floor. Then the young man swung it sharply. A powerful energy emanated from the sword. The weapon was painted gold. Then the sword transferred power to the owner's wrist and turned into a bracelet, and Sho thought that this was some kind of high-level technology. A system window appeared in front of the young man, informing him of a new ability of the SS rank martial artist, and he was glad that his current experience activated the talent from his past life. The brunette smiled and said he would take it. Aoki approached him and noted that he had taught her a lot, and one shopping trip would not be enough to pay for it, and the hero asked if she had any useful information. The interlocutor nodded and asked him to be careful in the S-rank dungeon he was going to. Sho turned to her and asked why she was suddenly telling him about this. The girl frowned and explained that there were many hunters who did not like him, and the dungeon was isolated from the outside world, and many warriors there were greedy and vengeful. She introduced different people and added that the guy should be more careful with those of high rank, but her guild would also be participating in this event, so he could let them know if any help was needed. The interlocutor closed his eyes and said that he could handle it himself. Various weapons were shining on the stands, and the brunette agreed that she was showing too much concern for the one who eliminated Gyeonseok alone. Well, then they would meet in Gwangju. A few days later, the entrance to Magnus' Cradle, an S-rank dungeon. Someone put their backpack on the ground and exhaled. Kishida looked at the mentor and said that, as expected, due to the level of the dungeon, it was all a bit nerve-wracking, and the hero replied that there would be no problem if he followed him, although the atmosphere here was indeed strange. The guy drove a peg into the ground and noted that even professionals were probably nervous about going to dungeons of this rank. The spearman looked at the interlocutor in surprise when he said that if they started freaking out at each other, everything would be for the best. The other hunters looked at their partners with displeasure. The protagonist noticed their stares and admitted that Aoki was right to worry, and that they would all cause them trouble. The brunette entered the tent and greeted them. He nodded and introduced himself as the Overlord Guild Master. At the table sat Sungtae, the Long-Range Attack Guild Master, and Nami, the Buffer Guild Master. Sho sat down in his seat, mentally noting that they would pretend he wasn't there. Another person entered the tent. Lee Jun, the Titan Guild's Tank Master, frowned and asked if that was all of the third group. The protagonist looked at him and introduced himself. The man grinned and smirked that they only had 2 people. He slammed his hand on the table and added that he heard that he had taken down Gyeonseok, and the brunette replied that he had just gotten lucky. Jun imagined the man and said that he had seen him in middle school before, and even now he wouldn't be able to defeat him, since such an inexperienced hunter with his abilities could do it. The young man chuckled, understanding what was going on. The tank sat down at the table, and the protagonist offered to check it out for himself if he didn't believe him. Sho looked at him and noted that it was stupid to think that if he couldn't do it, then the others couldn't either. The interlocutor jumped up and cursed. Sungtae frowned and demanded to stop, because it was time to move out to clean up. The warrior squeezed the handle of the weapon. He put his hand on the hero's shoulder and muttered that they still had to see how long he could hold out. Sho silently shook out his cloak. Hunters lined up near the entrance. All the monsters in Magnus' Cradle were identified as guards, but the real reason for this was unknown, although it was not difficult to guess that it revealed a core inside the dungeon, and outside the warriors set up a camp in case something went wrong, because no one knew whether the rift would break out. Uera, the master of the Vane Guild and the commander of the expedition, looked ahead and said that this dungeon was completely different from the others. Aoki stood in the front rows, listening to how this time, the subjugation team was assembled to prevent danger in advance. Everyone moved forward after the leader exclaimed that he wanted each team to watch the area they had chosen. Kishida furrowed his brows and muttered that he would finally enter an S-rank dungeon. The protagonist walked next to him. An explosion appeared near the column, and someone shouted that the enemies were advancing. Jun killed one of the enemies, asking the tanks to take care of the big ones and take care of the small ones themselves. Arrows flashed through the air, aiming for the monster's legs. One of the monsters fell to the ground and howled. The mages raised their staffs, preparing to use their abilities when the front and back rows switched. A huge explosion rang out, taking several enemies with it. The soldier sat next to the severed head, and his leader asked him to get up if he had already packed his things. The protagonist glanced sideways at Jun and thought that he had no place to join the fight, as if the man had decided not to leave him any work. The tank smirked contentedly. The brunette looked at him indifferently, thinking that this idiot was egging him on in a place where their lives were in danger. Kishida approached him and asked if he would be okay, and the mentor reassured him, assuring him that this level was perfect for him. A large monster appeared in front of them. The hero narrowed his eyes and thought that it would be soon, since it seemed like they were no longer going to hide it. He turned around. Jun grinned and asked if it was time for Overlord to stop hiding his asses, but they only had 2 people on their team, so what could they do? Sho took out his sword and said that they had already finished preparing, so he should shut up and watch. The bracelet on his arm flashed, but the youth decided that there was no need to use the infernal ash sword. Kishida rushed to attack at the order of the mentor. An explosion was heard in front. The spearman blocked the enemy's attack with an A-rank defensive stance. He swung his shield without stopping, sending a wave. The ground beneath his feet split. Nami and his colleague looked at him in surprise, not believing that he was a C-rank hunter. The protagonist kicked off the floor. The guy jumped up and swung his sword. The monster jerked and howled. A spear appeared in front of him. Kishida grinned and declared that he was his opponent. The young man hit the monster's side with his weapon with all his might. The monster fell down with a scream. Something flashed in the air. The protagonist caught it with his hand. He looked at the arrow and asked what it was. Sungtae grinned and replied that they thought it was too hard for their partners, so they decided to help. The brunette broke the projectile and declared that they did not need help with such an easy opponent, and they simply did not hear about manners. The archer jerked in displeasure, but the master stopped him. Sho grinned and advised them to take care of themselves, as they knew better than anyone how to do it. A huge worm crawled out from behind the guy. It quickly pushed off the ground. The hero turned in the air and swung. In one move, he was on the other side of the enemy, cutting him in half, and the other hunters exclaimed that they could not believe it. The brunette smiled and said that quality was more important than quantity, but people whose guilds had thousands of members would never understand that. Jun gritted his teeth in displeasure. Nami raised an eyebrow and said that this guy was a very famous hunter, so he should at least have self-confidence. The protagonist frowned, feeling some strange presence behind him, while someone asked to deal with the monsters faster so that they could move on. The guy turned around and shouted for everyone to duck. A huge snake was descending a large column. Its eyes flashed menacingly. Something shot out of the holes on his body. Some of it hit the ground, splitting it. Some of the hunters were knocked out, and did not have time to defend themselves. Another projectile was flying at Kishida. The protagonist stood in front of him, parrying the blow. The attack bounced off the blade and hit the ground. A red funnel appeared under his feet. Sho looked at it, and said that it was a trap that they activated. The snake wrapped its body around the tower, and it was said that the Magnus effect is a phenomenon that occurs due to the difference in pressure as a result of the rotation of an object, and its movement on a smooth surface, and that this dungeon is called the Magnus Cradle in honor of the characteristics of the monster's attacks. The soldiers fought, trying to fend off the attacks, and Kishida parried the projectile and shouted that if the guys were careless, they would be smashed. Sho looked away, thinking that because of this, the previous research was interrupted. He held out his sword, parrying 2 attacks with his strong blade. The weapon was engulfed in energy, and he thought that the fact that he could defend himself against attacks of such magnitude without magical powers proved that he was slowly regaining his intuition from his past life. But once again celebrate. The protagonist walked to the side and asked Saiwa to move away because it was dangerous here, which he did, and he thought that he would kill this creature before it could do more damage. A powerful cut occurred and the creature let out sounds of pain. A cloud of blood formed near the muzzle of MC as he was about to land on the floor. The warrior's hand was raised and he thanked Sho for dealing with the snake. Behind the soldier stood a man and ordered him not to dare to play tricks. The hero looked ahead and thought that it seemed like he was in too much of a hurry to deal with the monster. He stood between a group fight and a man holding a hostage, thinking that it was a stupid idea to do this to the other members of the group, and a warrior said that everyone was crazy, and another said that those who were not affected by the poison should put on protective talismans and fight. A warrior held the hands of a possessed man and ordered to grab everyone who was affected by the poison. A healer was healing a man and he said that all healers should help with wounds. The protagonist looked at the organ emitting poisoned air and thought that they were too carried away by the trajectory of the attacks and assumed that it was due to the additional mind poisoning effect of the projectile. MC frowned, asking what could be wrong, that he expected this turn of events from the very beginning. The bearded man smiled, saying that he never thought that the Lamara dungeon trick would appear in such a place, and noted that it was much easier with him, saying that he could simply say that he was under the influence of poison gas. He frowned, asking that it was a pity, wasn't it, and said that he dared to make a fool of him, and now he would have to deal with the consequences, and ordered him to give up his weapon. The blade cut into the neck of his comrade, and he said that if Sho did not obey, the head of his only teammate would fly to the ground. The fighter defended himself, blocking the sword's strike with his shield, and it was said that this was an unexpected psychological attack in a battlefield where enemies could not be distinguished from allies. The hero looked ahead, thinking that he had not foreseen something, because he could also use this excuse, and asked what it meant. He was sure that he could handle him without a weapon. The redhead bared his teeth, asking what he wanted to say, that he was wrong. The protagonist was calm and said that he did everything wrong, because he was not the only one who could go crazy here. The soldier became wary after the words of the other with the order to fall to the ground fell into his ear. The warrior grouped himself, falling to the ground. The commander bared his teeth and looked away. MC instantly appeared behind him and the enemy's head flew off his shoulders. Part of the body fell to the ground, raising dust. The soldier covered himself with his hand, looking at the headless corpse. Sho looked away and the system showed notifications that the level was higher and a new ability was added. The sword emitted a magical glow, while the guy thought about the fact that he now had 135 mana and a sword with a martial arts bonus, which is 4 times stronger than a B-class item, even if it is just iron, but the enemy forgot about defense, even though everything was initially not in his favor. The hero stood next to the student, and he asked what they were going to do now. The man took a step. The man's hand touched the armor. The magician stood in front of the corpse and someone said that it seemed that, Having avoided the core, he was subjected to a mental attack and noted that the beast state of the S-class hunter was simply terrible and asked what the guys thought it looked like. The man lowered his head and meaningfully remained silent. Sho stood next to him and asked what it was. The wizards closed their eyes, not understanding what happened to him, and the dark-haired one said that it looked like the monster had taken over his mind, to which his partner replied that she agreed. The hero smiled and exhaled. The house stood under a stone roof and the action took place in Aoki's personal tent. The girl was sitting at the table and looking at the book. She froze, feeling a presence. She walked through the building and asked if it was him again. The girl stood opposite the protagonist, who asked about her turning him in, to which he received the answer that she had and noted that he was the only one who got on people's nerves in this way. The blue-eyed one became wary and asked what he wanted and what the other hunter had done to him. Sho lowered his head, saying that he had already taken care of that and more importantly, he was interested in what they were planning to do next. Aoki stood in front of the guy and said that before that he could at least ask how she was, to which he asked that one look wasn't enough, saying that besides, only one team was able to return only because everything was fine with her. The girl lowered her head and, after a meaningful pause, said that the first group was no different from the third. The walls were made of stone, and she said that besides, she would be on the same team with top hunters, regardless of the guild, and asked that only a few would be able to reach the second floor and noted that perhaps they would even reorganize the teams. The protagonist put his hand on his jaw and thought that the top hunters knew each other and knew the abilities of each of the team, assuming that the main group for the cleanup was already formed, and she said that in that case, she asked to recommend her when there was a walk-through and noted that she really wanted to get to the second floor, to which he replied that he thought they were close enough for such requests. Aoki frowned, saying that he should not suddenly decide that they were close and asked that they had only met a few times, so their relationship was not that close, no. MC leaned over, saying that he would teach her the next use, and asked if they would do well. The interlocutor took a step back. She stood up and told him not to expect anything and asked if he understood, saying that although she had the right to influence things, it was imperfect and if it was a request that was not worth attention, the guild masters would reject it. The girl turned around and the guy watched her go, saying that he didn't care, noting that it was more important that it would be her recommendation, to which she replied that she did not need flattery. Sho stood in the tunnel and asked again, assuming that she was angry, and then thought about checking what he had received from Lee before returning. A screen appeared in front of the hero and he said that he would convert 10 points into mana and said that he did not see many abilities that he could use, and a notification about the Berserker ability appeared. The protagonist removed the screen, saying that he did not know how to use it and said that the abilities remained the same. The action took place at the entrance to the second floor. The healer was healing the wounds and said that there was still a little bit left. MC looked back while the student was saying that it looked like the first group that fought on the second floor was attacked by the same monster, and that they must have taken too long to think, so the damage spread, to which he replied that he could rest a little now. The warrior stood in front of the team and said that the remaining team would guard the first floor and the selected elite group would go to the second floor. Sho looked at the student who was asking what strings he pulled, saying that no matter how cool he was, these people would never have taken him to the first squad. Aoki was serious, and he said that he just used his pass. The hero looked back and said that if something happens, he should contact the Poison Guild and noted that everyone there knows the girls, so the guy will not be lost, to which the student said that he understood and asked the mentor to take care of himself. He took a step. The man stood up, covering himself with a shield. A huge rock collapsed in the sky. The bearded man blocked the blow. A magical whirlwind appeared on the floor. A powerful explosion occurred, but he parried the attack. The swordsman looked around, saying that the power of these projectiles was several times greater than on the first floor and asked to be careful. The spheres were heading towards the people. The squad entered the battle, trying to repel the attacks. The protagonist looked away, not feeling the damage from the attacks, and thought that they were so prepared, as if they were waiting for his arrival. He noticed something strange nearby. An army of terrible creatures was moving towards the fighters, and someone was saying that the number of enemies was much greater than they expected. The creature's eyes were sparkling and it showed its teeth. Numerous spheres flew out of the holes in its body. The squad held the defense, trying to survive the attack. The swordsman ran forward and said that they were mocking and these monsters were 10 times stronger than those on the first floor. The guy repelled the attack and asked what they meant by them being above S rank and said that the association had underestimated them anyway. The bearded man held his shield up to the attack and thought that there was no turning back and they couldn't even retreat. The item glowed. The commander raised the shield behind his back and thought that it was a bit early, he would have to use the Unshakable Alliance technique. Energy appeared above the squad, forming a dome. The man's hand glowed and he thought that his stamina and life, along with resistance, had increased. Sho looked at the fist, thinking that this was the effect of the Uera Guild Master's ability. The wizards stood in a stance and one of them said that this was expected of the captain, to which the other replied that now their projectiles were nothing to them. The mage held the staff with both hands and summoned a wall of mana. The projectiles crashed into the barrier, breaking into pieces, while the soldier was happy that it worked. The warriors rushed to attack, while the support fighters said that there were 30 seconds left until the next spell, to which he received the answer that they would cover during the ability. The military man stood next to his allies and said that the two were overcome with rage, to which the other replied that they would definitely heal them. Sho looked away, thinking that high-ranking hunters have excellent communication skills and teamwork. A monster appeared behind him, making a terrible sound. The hero dealt a powerful blow, cutting it in half. The protagonist moved forward, thinking that since they had abandoned their ranged attacks, they must have decided to change their strategy, and it seemed like it was his turn to play. 2 powerful cuts occurred and the creatures fell to the ground dead. A paw reached out to the protagonist. He instantly appeared behind him. The blade pierced the entrance hole of the creature. The sword was enveloped in energy, and a notification appeared about the activation of the deadly poison ability. The enemy covered himself in green liquid and growled, experiencing terrible pain, while the other swung, intending to damage the guy. MC extended his hand forward, blocking the creature's attack. His hand touched its eye and a message appeared saying that it activated the B-rank Death's Hand ability. He removed his fingers. The soldiers looked around and one of them said that they were joking, to which the other replied that he thought he got into the squad because of Aoki's connections. Sho ran across the battlefield, destroying everyone in his path, and he asked that the hero did all this alone, saying that it was not only a matter of talent. The body fell to the ground and blood gushed out. The squad stood at the entrance, and someone said that they cleared the 2nd floor, and it was time to go to the 3rd. The girl stood behind the protagonist, and said that it seemed like he proved the validity of her recommendation, to which he replied that this was the price for admission. She looked ahead and meaningfully remained silent. Uera put his hands on his hips and asked if he was right, saying that he expected nothing less from her recommendation. The captain looked at the pile of corpses while the other woman was talking about how the 2nd floor was longer than the 1st, to which he replied that it must be a pyramid-shaped dungeon and the lower you go, the longer the floors. Aoki closed her eyes, saying that she thought they had finished their sortie faster than they had planned, to which he asked her not to relax, because the confusing path was fraught with many dangers, just like this floor. He looked away. Sho looked away and frowned. The soldiers stood by the corpses and asked again, wondering what was going on. The army rushed to the 3rd floor, while explosions appeared on the floor and they ordered each other to drop everything they were doing and run to the 3rd floor. Aoki stood on the stairs in front of the guy. She became wary, calling out to the hero. He frowned, saying that he would come later. He sat down on the body of one of the dead enemies. There were corpses behind him and he asked to hurry up and said that he was already losing patience. The creature showed a smile and asked again, saying that he noticed. The enemy showed his teeth and said that the guy had amazing observation. Sho stood in front of the creature and asked who he was, noting that he had been watching them from the very entrance to the 2nd floor, to which he replied that it turned out that he noticed him from the very beginning. The magician clapped his hands, saying that he was exposed and that he was amazing, and said that at first he did not notice, but he can use mana spells. The hero frowned, thinking that he uses mana spells. However, unlike Saiwu, he is a pro at this. The protagonist walked towards the enemy, while he said that he was still far from ideal and that the reason, apparently, is significant, and asked that it is probably hard to describe and it was interesting who taught him. MC looked ahead and asked if he really thought he would answer him. The opponent waved his hand, saying that he had no other choice. Magic streams rushed towards the swordsman. Sho frowned, thinking that this was a powerful shockwave of mana and that he was much higher than the other magicians he knew. The enemy's eye was shining and he said that he was happy with the defiance, and if he acted differently, it would be boring. The hand held the weapon tightly and he asked what was interesting then. The hand was embraced by magic, and the enemy said that it was a good question. He raised a magic circle above himself, and asked what something was. The beam rushed forward, raising dust and forming a crater, which the hero dodged. The wizard was angry, saying that mana spells belong to them and he will not forgive those who use them. The magician stood on a stone while he asked that he also got rid of the others. He took a stance, saying that he would leave him something to think about, even though he was going to die today anyway. Wings appeared behind him and he said that it was unfair, because he had lost his luck as soon as he met him. Sho froze and thought that these were mana wings and they were magical. The wizard was engulfed in mana and he thought that these were individual skills of the long-eared and fairy races, and this only confirmed that this guy had something to do with his past life. The hero warmed up his hands and thought that he had finally found a clue about his past life, and he couldn't miss it. He took a stance and his sword emitted a bright glow. His hand created a magic ball and the enemy said that now there was no point in pretending to be tough. Red-hot cannonballs fell on the guy. The protagonist broke out of the hot cloud that appeared as a result of the explosion. He jumped, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. The enemy grinned, saying that as if an attack by simpletons like the one who only knows how to swing a sword would do him any harm. There was a blow and the stone block split in half. The winged one was kneeling, attacking and saying that he needed to try harder, because it would be so boring if everything ended there, and noted that he was one of those who would seize the moment. The magician flew over the battlefield, attacking with balls. There was an explosion, and the blocks flew to the side, while he thought that now he had a general understanding of the style of attacks, and it was time to finish. Sho rushed to attack, calling on the Berserker ability, and a notification appeared that the ability was activated. The hero swung his sword, preparing to strike. The huge size was approaching the wizard's face, and he was unhappy with the current situation. The protagonist attacked and an explosion occurred, and the mage watched what was happening, and he thought that the projectiles and wings were a mixture of the long-haired and fairy races. MC looked away, thinking that it was scary. The opponent directed the spheres forward, ordering him to stop pressing his grin. Sho jumped to the side and an explosion occurred in front of him. The opponent's hands were gaining magic, and he asked what he wanted to say, that he had the ability to counter his attacks. A vortex of energy formed around the mage while the fighter looked forward. The hero covered himself with his hand, thinking that it looked like he would have to take retaliatory measures here. The fairy flew over the forest, and it was said that the 8 races had their own unique methods of creating mana. For example, the fairy race had Tylon, and the long-haired had Siesta. The blonde covered herself with a wing, and it was said that the ancient dragon race had Leshyar. The fighter looked to the side, and the 8 races shared their vision through their mana spell methods. The huge turtle looked down, and said that the improvement of the skill that allowed them to fight the investment of the Lord, and that was the original purpose and reason for the mana spell. The hand held the sword tightly, and he thought that before he could use the power of his past life in this world, however, with the mana he received, he managed to reanimate. Sho frowned, going to increase the power, and a magic circle appeared in front of him. A halo appeared on the guy's head, and he was enveloped in energy. The winged one stretched out his hands forward, going to attack with a laser, and said that it was necessary to release a bombardment for the entire mana reserve. Explosions appeared around the hero, but he stood unshakable. He swung, going to attack. The enemy's eyes looked up and fear was red in them. The opponent formed a spherical barrier. The blow passed through the shield, and the energy on the Inserium destroyed the floor of the dungeon. The protagonist frowned and said that it was wrong to do so, because he should have dodged instead of defending himself. The wizard looked at him and asked what he just said. The blade broke the barrier, creating a crack. A powerful explosion occurred. MC stood at the edge and looked down. Something cracked in his mouth, and Sho spat out blood. The fighter approached the wounded creature, which was groaning heavily. The hero stood in front of him, saying that they could finally talk. The purple-haired man looked at the enemy, asking what he just did and what was behind the halo above the guy's head, and said that mana spells belonged to them first and foremost. Something abrupt happened and blood gushed out. The protagonist struck and ordered him to shut up, saying that he was the one asking the questions here. MC looked down, ordering him to say the name. The guy raised his head and was bleeding. The sword was engulfed in flames, and Sho said that if he wanted to die in agony, he could arrange it. Kadia was lying on the floor and introducing himself. The hero looked serious and thought about the fact that this was a name that he had never heard in his past life, and did not know if it was worth remembering. The swordsman stood in front of the victim and asked what his motive was and how he learned mana sorcery in the first place, to which he meaningfully remained silent. The protagonist swung, asking why he did not hear him. The magician watched what was happening and became wary, freezing in horror. The fighter frowned, thinking that he was bound by some kind of non-disclosure agreement. The enemy looked at the swordsman while he said the words Ezrin, idea, reboot, and asked him to say if he recognized at least one of these words, to which he asked what he was talking about. MC looked thoughtful and thought that even though he used the magic of the long-haired and fairy races, he knew nothing about words. There was a hole in the wall, and Sho said that it did not matter and asked how he ended up here, to which Kadia replied that he did not know and just came with a partner who wanted to test his abilities and ran into him and noted that he was here only because he told him. To which the hero asked who this guy was and what kind of skill test the victim was talking about. The purple-haired man lowered his head and meaningfully fell silent. The protagonist grinned, thinking that this was another ban. The sword was covered in flames, and the guy asked what kind of nonsense this was. The mage looked at the weapon in fear, asking that he wanted to feed him and said that he would try to talk to him so that he would join them, and said that with his level, he would be accepted with open arms. Sho pointed his sword at the victim and said that he didn't know what their motives were, and asked if he really thought he would join the Assassin's Club. Kadia was furious and ordered him not to get cocky, saying that there were monsters in the clan that were even scarier, that were higher in strength than him, and even if he died here, they would come for revenge, but he didn't finish. The warrior frowned, saying that they wouldn't be able to defeat people, and said that if he knew who he was, he would be afraid to approach him. The purple-haired man raised an eyebrow and an assumption appeared in his head, but he didn't finish. Sho decapitated the wizard with a slight movement of his hand. The dark-haired man looked ahead and notifications appeared in front of him with a message about the level increase and the receipt of a new ability, namely Mana Bombardment. The hero looked at the screen, saying that this seemed to be the only reward and said that he thought that he at least knew something. Notifications popped up in front of him, and the guy looked away with interest. The protagonist looked at the notification that showed the X rank and thought that the information update meant that the skill was already high rank when he received it, and guessed that maybe it had something to do with his past life. He looked away and noticed something. Shards were falling in space. The forest was engulfed in flames. The soldier looked at the approaching energy and said that if the alarm went off on the first floor, then it was a rift. Sho stood next to the fighter and asked him to calm down, asking where Aoki was. He looked at the mountain that was absorbing the explosions and said that she was there. The hero frowned and thought about the boss of the third floor coming out of the rift. An army of monsters was approaching the people, and the swordsman said that they were survivors and everyone should get into position. The protagonist looked at the mountain and asked Sinwoo to kill the enemies, noting that if they use the guild poison, then they can handle it, to which he asked what about the mentor. He turned around, saying that he would go for the boss. The mountain was collapsing and magic spheres were rushing towards the enemies. The soldiers put up shields and someone asked how they could stop something like this. People looked at the core and one of them said that they were comparable in complexity to a natural disaster. The squad tried to dodge and the guy ordered to retreat, because the next wave was approaching. The balls fell to the surface, destroying everything in their path, and someone made sounds of pain. An electric discharge appeared in the sky. Aoki struck, destroying the threat. She stood in a stance and thought that this was bad, because the continuous attacks did not allow her to get closer. The girl bared her teeth, wanting to see Sho here. The hero stood behind her and asked if she had any problems. She smiled and was glad that he was okay. He jumped off the ledge and said that they would talk later, asking what the situation was at the moment, to which she replied that the core of the dungeon was inside this thing. The mountain had holes and she said that the creature did not move, but created a powerful onslaught of attacks letting them closer. The partners dodged the projectiles and the protagonist asked that they just need to kill this thing, to which she replied that it was not that easy, because except for her, no one here could make significant attacks. MC raised his head, saying that they could handle it together. Aoki smiled, asking if the guy had a good plan. Sho swung his sword, saying that the plan was very simple and consisted of cutting everything that could be cut. The girl closed her eyes. She rushed to attack, saying that apparently she needed to continue her way to the core. The monster opened a huge toothy mouth, making a loud roar. Spheres fell on the blue-haired girl. The tip of the hammer was gathering energy, creating sparks. She swung it, intending to parry the attack. There was a blow and the spheres broke into small pieces. She was standing very close to the target, and lightning was forming around her. Aoki raised the hammer, thinking that there was a distance of about 50 meters between them. She slammed the handle on the floor and an explosion occurred. A vortex of her energy formed around her. The attack rose above the surface and rushed like a beam towards the green substance. The armor was pierced and pieces of flesh mixed with liquid flew to the side. The monster showed teeth and its upper part looked injured. The girl got into a stance, saying that the core was somewhere else. The tip of the weapon extended. Sho rushed to attack, saying that he would figure it out himself and sent all the points to mana, and a notification appeared that now the mana contains 180 points. He swung his sword and was right in front of the monster, calling out the ability. The blade slammed into the substance with great force, creating a red shockwave and calling out a mana bombardment. There was a bright flash, and the system showed a message about the active ability. He thrust the blade and the creature was engulfed in mana. There was an impact and the creature's internal fluid burst out. The weapon cut through the monster's flesh. The explosion filled the space, sending blood and debris flying up, while a level-up message was shown. The phone was showing the news. Sinwoo looked at the mentor and said that he was called the hero who stopped Magnus, and people finally began to acknowledge him, to which he asked if the guy wasn't one of those in the beginning. Sho smiled while the other asked what he was still sulking about since then and said that it was high time to forget about it, and thought that fame was great, but this time he got a more important reward. His level increased to 42 and he got an S-rank ability. The partners walked on the ground and the other said that from now on they had a lot to do and they needed to create a guild base by recruiting hunters, and the other answered that it meant they would finally have new guild members and would try to do everything in his power. The magic stones emitted a bright light. They hung above the room in which they stood on chairs on which figures were sitting. The blonde put her hand to her cheek and said that the butterfly was dead and all he did was chatter and do unnecessary things, to which the other asked what she wanted to say, that it was his fault. The girl smiled, saying that it all started because of the lion, who provoked the butterfly. The hand hit the surface and he said that they only mentioned that someone else learned the mana spell technique. He looked at the interlocutor, saying that it was done for the sake of his comrades. The woman in the dragon mask held her hand in the air and said that he was only pretending to be good and asked that he also wanted to eliminate the competitor. The raven intervened, saying that the dragon was right and said that the incident with the butterfly was too strange. The man leaned over, saying that this accident was caused by his recklessness. The hand was enveloped in energy, and the guy said that they were also involved in this, reminding that they turned against him when the results were unequal. The eyes on the mask shone. The lion looked to the side. The faceless man looked forward and said that he heard about what happened. The man looked forward and said that the lion did something that should not have been done. The interlocutor looked ahead, saying that he was mistaken, because mana spells were a resource of their power, and if someone appeared who could use the same method, then he must be destroyed. But he did not finish. Dark energy spread across the floor and he asked to forget, saying that he understood the situation. The members of the meeting sat at the table while the man said that many of them were heavily dependent on mana, and although this was one of their strengths, they should not depend on it completely, and over time, technology would develop and then they would be caught up, and knowing this, he provoked one of them, and this led to death, and then he said that he doubted the wisdom of his decision. Lev trembled while he was asked about what he thought. The man stood up from his chair and said that he did not encourage the butterfly and that it went on its own, and asked if they knew about it, saying that the butterfly's ability was strong, but did not finish, pausing and saying that he did not think that it would, and noted that this proved that their target's abilities were equal to theirs. The faceless one showed his hand and said that he could think so and assumed that their enemy was of SSS rank, but he was alone. The torch burned, illuminating the area nearby, and he asked that he really believed that he could become a threat to them. The lion frowned, saying that he did not think the enemy was capable of this. The man hit the floor with a stick, saying that this was his last chance. Stones were descending from the ceiling and the man asked him to take full responsibility for this matter and let him take care of it, and noted that until he completed this task, he would be forbidden to open the door to Eve. The creatures flew forward and it was said that the Queen's overloaded army had completely exterminated Aslan, and the 8 races had fought together, putting their lives on the line, but had left only splinters and boulders behind. The monster lay on the floor and it was said that the race of dead souls had sacrificed their own bodies in the first war. The turtle rushed to attack, scattering soldiers in different directions, while it was said that in the next war, Raven caused the malfunction of the perpetual motion machine of the ancient dragon race, which is why they went crazy and began to try to commit suicide. The white-haired one flapped her wings and it was said that in the middle of all the chaos, there was their goddess idea, and the situation was getting worse. The creature walked along the battlefield, and its eyes sparkled, and it was said that the horrors did not end there, because due to the betrayal of 3 of the monster race, they were facing a third war. Energy gathered in space, forming chaotic lines, and it was said that the first thing the guy had to do was get rid of the traitors among his own. The dark-haired one made a cut, killing enemies, and he said that then he believed that it was he who was considered the god of the sword. The red eyes of the warriors emitted light and he swung, saying that he had become an executioner. The sphere illuminated the space and a notification came out that the range of unpredictable taste Magnus, and Sho thought that it was not bad for the first time. The hero pulled the ball into his mouth, intending to eat it. Light appeared in the room and his hair stood up. A screen appeared in front of the guy and it showed his characteristics. While he thought that his nickname was Guillotine and did not know if it was too linear, suggesting that this was the influence of the ability of the executioner. On the table was a phone and a call was coming to it. The protagonist took the device, saying that it was faster than he thought. Egawa looked around, watching MC leave the building, and asked her not to overdo it with the loads and the exercises, saying that although her allergy to mana was gone, it was still only recovered. She held a towel and said that she was completely fine, because it was just a light jog, and said that she felt like she was in better shape now than when she had an allergy. Sho folded his arms as she handed him the phone and said that she almost forgot and asked if it was true while he thought it was the result of the capsule. The phone showed a video of him and Aoki, and it said that the protagonist of the day became the most talked about news, and his relationship with the girls sparked a lot of discussions, because even during the joint raids in the Cradle of Magnus, they demonstrated perfect teamwork. The video was posted on the channel of the Hunter, and it said that the relationship began from the moment the moon broke. The protagonist turned around while she asked if he was really dating Aoki, to which he said that she herself knew that these were just rumors and noted that it was completely unfounded. Egawa looked away and smiled. The blonde put her hands behind her back and asked what kind of girls he liked, to which he replied that they were not problematic and said that he was leaving. The blonde closed her eyes and a tear appeared in her eye. The woman was sitting at the table under an umbrella. Sho pulled out the chair and said that she wore a uniform even on the weekends and noted that she was really busy, to which she replied that criminals do not care what day they commit a crime. The dark-haired woman looked ahead and asked her about what happened with that case, to which she replied that, as he said, they discovered it during the investigation of Gyunseok. The ring was floating in space, and she said that they found a bracelet called Canceller, and it was needed to disarm the power jammers, but their technology is a decade ahead of their country's technology. The protagonist held a mug and asked what she meant, that there was a high probability that representatives of other countries were involved. Jia put the cup on the table and said that she was almost certain of it, because what's more, they narrowed the circle of suspects down to 3 main foreign suspects. The old man grinned as the investigator said that the first in line was Boris from the northern continent, and there were rumors that he had been conducting very suspicious experiments. The second in line was Professor Jiang from China and noted that he was an entrepreneur associated with illegal business. Steve looked away and she said that this was the last suspect from one of the strongest countries, who usually did not appear at public events, and he was only interested in research, so there was little information about him. Sho looked ahead and said that he was a lunatic, a criminal and a mad scientist, and thought that if the information from her was reliable, then one of them was associated with the bracelet. The protagonist slammed his cup on the table and asked if she was sure about this person, to which she asked if the guy understood that she was not a personal detective. MC lowered his head, saying that she was more professional than detectives and noted that she had the opportunity to repay the debt and asked to contact him when the results were available. Jia put her hand on her forehead, saying that she understood. There was a tablet on the table and someone was asking about how everyone had failed again. The guy put his hand on his chest and asked if it was too strict and if he understood how difficult it was to check the results of him and answer, to which he replied that he only needed elite fighters. The student looked at the screen, saying that he did not want to be in a guild that only had 2 people, and when he accepted him, he was not so selective. Sho looked away, thinking that he had a talent for using mana and did not tell him about it so that the guy would not get arrogant and think that there were much fewer people who could use mana spells. The hero put his hand on his jaw and fell silent. The door opened slightly and he was asked who else had signed up for the interview, to which he replied that he was sure they were done with everyone. The protagonist came out from behind the doors where the blonde was standing and the student admired her, saying that she was very beautiful. MC looked at her and apologized, saying that the interviews were over for today. The girl smiled, saying that she knew about it and that was why she came at such a time. She held out a business card, saying that she was glad to meet him and was a hunter from the Global Management of America. Sho went on, saying that he was not interested and she asked again. Michelle turned around, saying that she was not here to lure them into their guild, but to transfer hunters to them. The hero looked away, thinking that she wanted to recommend American hunters to him. There was a camera in the room and he said that he suspected that they had done research before coming here and asked if there were any hunters in America who wanted to transfer to the newly founded guild. The blonde sat in front of him and said that hunters' income depends on rank, not nationality, and the hunter world is slowly moving to a national level, because some people want to test their strength, while others are studying future guilds, so they chose to transfer here. She held out a tablet, saying that people were betting big on his organization and this proves the importance of the guild. Sho looked at the screen and thought that recruiting foreigners was illegal. He narrowed his eyes, saying that this person has a special resume and said that he is an S-rank healer, capable of becoming an attacker if necessary. The hero showed the resume and the girl realized that he was talking about Finn and noted that he became a hunter after he was cured of his mana allergy. The protagonist froze and thought that it was strange that there were many healers on the list and assumed that it was because they found out about the needs and even mentioned the allergy. The girl was lying in bed. M smiled thinking that she was competent and said that there was someone he was interested in and asked if she could arrange a meeting for them. The phone vibrated and she said that there was no need for that. The guy held the phone and asked what she meant. The white-haired guy walked to the door and she said that to be honest, he came with her. Sho sat in the office and said that he was glad to meet him and introduced himself. The guy sat next to Michelle and said that he was glad to meet him. The student in love looked at him and said that he would give +1 vote for accepting her, while the hero said that he was changing guilds, noting that she did not look bad and he asked why he decided to change guilds. Finn looked ahead saying that he began to feel that he had outgrown the guild in level, so he wanted to transfer to a more promising guild. The protagonist placed the tablet on the table and said that he had a lot of confidence in his voice and said that to be honest, he believed that the reason was different. Sho put his hand on his chest and asked if he felt pain. The white-haired man froze, trying to ask how he did it, but did not finish. He remembered how he was engulfed in flames and the hero said that there was a persistent and strong pain in his chest and said that from what he saw, the higher he raised his rank, the stronger the pain became and asked if he was right, noting that he visited many different guilds, but still did not find a solution to the problem, from which a simple conclusion suggests itself that your ability cannot cure your pain. The action took place indoors and Finn asked if he knew the method, to which he received a positive answer. Sho looked ahead and thought that he could see why he was suffering so much, because even now his mana was breaking out of control. The guy looked away while the energy hovered near him and he thought that the healers should have known that the problem was too much mana flow, and the fact that they had come such a long way here directly speaks of their desperation. The white-haired one closed his eyes and said that he would enter a reboot, to which he said that he did not say that he would accept him. Everyone was wary while he said that the interview was not over. MC stood up, saying that they should move on to the practical part. Michelle stood next to the child and asked if everything was okay with him, saying that Sho was an experienced attacker and as the main healer, it would be difficult for him to resist him. She looked worried and said that besides, they hadn't received any proof that his problem would be solved and noted that as his agent, she couldn't watch him try to pass the test in such a state. Scythe was on the floor and Finn asked him not to worry about it, thanking him for introducing him to a good guild. The protagonist stood in the hall and he said that Sho was a man who was responsible for his words. The white-haired man looked back, saying that besides he still had to sign a contract. The guy stood in front of the guild leader and asked if he could use a weapon, to which he said that this fight would end quickly anyway, so it didn't matter. There was a sharp movement forward. The healer approached, swinging his weapon. There was a swing and the hero dodged. The sword fell to the ground. Finn looked away, thinking that he threw the weapon away. Sho grabbed him by the collar. The white-haired man looked at his opponent tensely. The hero threw the boy to the side and he hit the floor, then bounced back and crashed into the wall. The healer looked ahead and said that he had never heard of such an ability before. The floor was broken and he said that he only pushed him lightly. The candidate lowered his head and a notification appeared about the activation of the super regeneration ability. He rushed to attack, saying that it seemed like he really hit the jackpot. The blow was approaching the protagonist. There was a powerful explosion and fragments flew in different directions. MC dodged the attack and asked him that he was hunting a big boss, thinking that it seemed like a habit developed during trips to high-ranking dungeons, because he swings his weapon widely and touches a huge amount of space. He struck with a kick, but the guy blocked it. Finn grinned, forming a barrier. Sho looked back, thinking that it was a mana shield and that he had a very, very good reaction. The hero lowered his leg, thinking that the barrier made the upper body unstable and he did not understand what was happening. The white-haired man looked at the approaching fist, thinking that it was aiming at a weak spot and he needed to summon the barrier again. The fist passed through the shield and hit the opponent's cheek. His hammer was shining and it was summoning infection. The protagonist crossed his arms in front of the guy who was about to strike. MC looked at his hand, thinking that it stimulated the restoration of the body's cover so that he would become infected, and noted that it was interesting. Finn smiled, saying that if he did not pull himself together and give up, he would regret it, saying that it was still a spreading tumor. Young was shining, creating a blinding light. Sho watched as a tumor appeared on his neck, and he thought that now it had moved to the thyroid gland. The hero touched his tumors, thinking that the ability to infect vital organs was equal to the ability to diagnose and cure people. He smiled and all the flaws on his body disappeared. Finn narrowed his eyes and asked again. The protagonist swung, saying that it was a good attack that he showed him, but regardless, it was all just an ability. The action took place indoors and he said that he completely lost. Finn lowered his head and said that with the method he cured his ability, he could also free him from pain, to which he replied that the guy had a good mind and noted that he recognized his strength, so they would move on to the contract. The white-haired man looked forward and smiled. Michelle looked at the contract and asked to wait. She frowned, asking about the fact that under no circumstances is the guild obligated to monitor the leak of data and in addition, a contract for 10 years, and said that this is tyranny. To which he replied that everything is fine and helping Sho is worth these conditions. The guy wrote a signature on the paper. They shook hands and the hero greeted him, to which he replied that from now on he will call the protagonist master. The contract was lying on the table and MC asked if he could skip the formalities and call him Finn, to which the interlocutor agreed. Kishida smiled and introduced himself, asking not to be shy about asking for help. The white-haired man got angry, asking not to call him that, saying that he is a guy. The student was shocked and said that no matter how he looked like a girl. The action took place indoors and he asked if the new guy was embarrassed that they had only guys in their guild, to which he asked him to shut up, promising to kill him if he heard something like that again, to which he asked how it was possible and could not believe it. Sho folded his arms and thought about how they had gathered a minimal team and all that was left was to train during real fights. In the Japanese Hunters Association, someone asked if this was true. Ilkin was sitting at the table and said that in a week a monster would appear in Sakcho. The old man looked away and said that they needed to gather masters. Finn put his hand on his chest, saying that it was amazing. By controlling the circulation of his mana, he completely got rid of the pain. The hero put his hands in his pocket, saying that because of too much confidence in their abilities, people do not even guess about simple solutions to problems, and asked not to spread this information among other hunters. To which he replied that if he thought about it, he heard that Professor Steve is currently doing research on a similar topic. The hero turned around, asking that he was researching a method similar to mana magic. The guy looked ahead, saying that the scientist said that the research will help to use the status more effectively. The protagonist looked back while the halo was above him and thought that the researcher was one of the suspects in the development of cancer, and with such technical experience, finding a method of mana sorcery will not take him much time. But superiority is the peak and basis of the techniques of the 8 great races, and something like this cannot be found, appealing only to science, and time noted that there is nothing to boast about. MC closed his eyes and suggested ending the lecture on this and moving on to the next stage, namely, to a real fight. The student stood in front of the monster, and the healer told Kishida not to dodge, to which he shouted that he was doing everything right. The spears collided and dust rose from the ground. The student held the spears and a notification of the activation of the duality principle came out. Behind the fighter stood Sho, who thought that it seemed that his student had finally gotten used to the new ability. The dark-haired man looked forward and swung. He struck the creature and it let out a terrible roar, experiencing pain. The monster grabbed the guy's limb and blood splashed his armor. Finn pointed his hammer towards the threat and asked what kind of fool he was. The blood-stained limb was completely restored and the fighter shouted about it, expressing admiration. Kishida looked back, saying that this was an excellent support. He struck the enemy and from the fall, he raised dust. The white-haired man swung, looking at the creature. A powerful blow occurred and the opponent's body was divided in half. The dark-haired one showed his fingers up and said that he was born to be an attacker, to which he asked to stop talking nonsense and making stupid mistakes. Sho held the sword in his hands while he ordered him to shut his mouth and promised not to heal him next time, and thought that high-ranking guilds usually prepare for an A-class dungeon, but since they were synchronized, the three of them could handle it, and assumed that the training could be finished. The guys stood together, and the white-haired one said that the master would deal with the rest of the mobs and noted that this dungeon was a little strange, to which the mentor asked what he meant. Finn looked away at the monster and said that when he passed the A-class dungeons in America, there were no such strong monsters there. However, he heard that this phenomenon began to occur due to the upcoming appearance of a monster in his homeland. The trees blocked the view and Kishida asked that it wasn't some kind of monster, and what kind of monster it was, to which he was told that the first monster appeared 20 years after the first rift, and asked how long rifts had been appearing in this country. The dark-haired man lowered his head, saying that he was sure that rifts had been appearing for 11 years, although it had been 12, if you think about it. Finn imagined a green mountain and said that he heard that in the last few months, the rifts in Japan have become more frequent, but probably this fact is a harbinger of a quietly approaching disaster. Sho frowned and thought about what this monster meant. The house stood under a clear sky. The blonde held a ladle in her hand and congratulated him on his return and asked what he wanted for dinner. Egawa looked at the guy and asked if it was too early for dinner and where she found an apron, to which she asked not to pay attention to this and noted that he had a guest. The hero lowered his head and asked who she called a guest, to which he was answered. Aoki closed her eyes and said that because he did not keep his promise, she decided to come to him herself. The girl went to the kitchen and wished to enjoy the conversation while she went to cook, to which the girl thanked her and thought that she had already run. The protagonist put his hand to his temple and said that he didn't know that the interlocutor would be so sociable. The partner looked at the guy and said that she looked very young, but it turned out that they were the same age and noted that his sister was very friendly, so they immediately found a common language, to which he replied that she was not his real sister. The girl put the mug on the saucer. Sho stood up and said that this was a relative of a teammate with whom they were very close and noted that he died during the incident. The windows of the house let in warm light outside, while she said that this was quite unexpected and his undertakings in the team are one thing, but she did not expect him to be a good person. The hand stretched out with the palm up and emitted lightning, while the girl suggested changing the topic, saying that she was here for this reason. Magic rushed towards the cup and a vortex formed around it, and he said that she learned. Aoki pointed her finger and said that thanks to Magnus, she had achieved success, and it happened as soon as she understood the method and remarked that it was strange that she had not done it before. MC clapped his hands and said that as expected, her skills were on another level, to which she asked him not to laugh at her and said that she expected him to fulfill the promise he made to her during the trip to Magnus. The notebook hit the table and he said that if she followed what was written in this book, she would move on to the next level. Sho folded his hands and thought about the fact that of course, there was nothing about mana sorcery in it. After all, it was only the basics and fundamentals. The dark-haired girl lowered her gaze and thought. She took the notebook and said that she thought it would be more useful for her to learn it in a duel than to memorize the theory, and expressed her desire for him to learn it directly. The action took place in the hero's house, and he said that he still has a training look, to which she agreed and said that it would be better to go. Aoki looked at the phone, and she was asked what it was. Notifications about the arrival of the monster were visible on her phone. The monster was standing behind the guy and he thought about the creature appearing in Sakucho and noted that he was waiting for this. But everything was happening too quickly. The white-haired girl said goodbye to the girl and said that she was going to where the monster should appear and thanked Tagawa for the tea, to which she suggested stopping by again, and Sho asked Kishido where he was now. The dark-haired man looked away and said that he was going to the guild base right now and asked if he knew about the notification from the association. The hero looked at the phone and said what he saw, thinking that the presence of the guild masters was needed, and it seemed that there was very little time left to resolve this situation. The protagonist was worried and said that he was heading to Sakucho right now and asked him to prepare and wait with Finn. The door opened and she called out to MC. She folded her arms and asked him to be careful. Sho smiled. The cars were driving along the road and he said that he was heading out. The cars sped forward quickly, and the boy read that the monster Maxby was expected to appear in Sakucho. Kishida raised an eyebrow and asked why he needed to give him a name like Godzilla, and the healer replied that it was the same as the typhoon names, something like an identification number to show that he was completely different from all the other monsters. The boy turned pale, imagining the eyes, and muttered that after such an explanation, it suddenly became creepy. The protagonist glanced sideways at the blonde and clarified whether his allergy to mana had passed after the disaster of the split. The interlocutor looked at him and replied that he survived the disaster, and after some time he recovered, after which the brunette asked when he became a hunter. The young man squeezed the steering wheel when he heard that as soon as he fully recovered, a month after being discharged, the healer began this path. Sho introduced Igawa and thought that she also lost her allergy to mana after the split. Then the girl looked at the hero with determination and said that she wanted to become a hunter. Finn turned to the master and said that he heard about a girl in a similar situation and he was worried about her, and the hero agreed, asking if it was because they had more mana than normal people. The blonde furrowed his brows and said that it was more likely yes than no, because the ability he received after awakening, Mana Reactor. The hero imagined a mage in a magic circle and remembered that it was an SS-class skill that temporarily increased the owner's mana by 3 times, and any magic caster would envy it. Finn looked down when the interlocutor noted that he was much more talented than it seemed, since other guilds let him go. Kishida looked out the window and exclaimed that they even brought military helicopters. Equipment was flying in the sky. The hero glanced silently at the healer who had fallen silent. He stepped on the gas, deciding that they should hurry up too. They were racing towards Sakcho. The military was patrolling the streets, and helicopters were making noise above. The spearman frowned and noted that it was even more serious than he thought. The hero glanced at a passing car and said that such a monster had appeared in this country for the first time. In front of them was the operational headquarters of the Hunters Association, and the brunette decided to drop in for a while. The guy sat down at the table. There were other masters sitting nearby, and Sho thought that the situation was an emergency, so the atmosphere was completely different from Magnus' cradle. Kenzu went to the podium and thanked everyone for quickly responding to the call, but there was no time, so they needed to immediately determine the chain of command and distribution of positions. The protagonist narrowed his eyes when the man said that they wanted to ask the Overlord Guild to act as the vanguard against Maxby. The other smirked as the president said that they had already proven their competence by conquering Magnus' cradle, and that an S-class hunter had recently joined them. The man looked at the boy and asked if he agreed, since no one else objected. Sho glanced at his colleagues, thinking that he didn't want to stand out too much, but it couldn't be helped now. He smiled and said that he would do his best to live up to the expectations placed on him. The Heroes Guild stood on a hill overlooking the city, and Kishida asked if the monster would definitely appear, and the healer asked what was wrong with it. The spearman looked away and reminded them that they had been waiting here for several days, and since the association had published the forecast, more than a week had passed, and the other guilds were already starting to talk about all sorts of things. The brunette turned to Finn and asked if the US had learned to accurately predict the appearance of such creatures, but he answered negatively, adding that there were no ideal methods there either, and everyone was just trying to be ready for a fight, so they reacted quickly. The spearman put his hands on his hips and asked if they had really gathered here for no reason, to which the healer replied that it was unlikely, because the chairman did not look like an idiot, unlike him, and the protagonist thought it was strange that the association announced that the monster would appear in Sakcho within a week. He remembered the military and noted that they would not have raised so many people on their ears because of a bad feeling, and they were clearly confident that the enemy would attack. The president then looked very serious, and the hero wondered who warned them and why he gathered the hunters here. The guy looked at his phone and shuddered. Kishida's eyes widened and exclaimed that the monster appeared, but not here. There was urgent news from Ozan on the screen. Helicopters flew over them, and the hero realized that the enemy had appeared in the area when all the association's forces were concentrated in Sakcho, and it was definitely a trap, so they would have to go to the association later, and Kishida said that they also needed to hurry. The city of Ozan was engulfed in flames, and the townspeople were running away from the monster in panic. One guy turned pale when a shadow loomed over him. The impact sent cars and rocks flying through the air. A ditch remained on the ground. The helicopter circled above the monster. Aoki jumped out of one of them. She frowned. A huge monster stood in front of her. The brunette gritted her teeth, thinking that, judging by how much taller it was than the houses, it was at least 50 meters tall, and even her eye was off. Energy sparkled around the enemy. The huntress frowned, guessing that it was absorbing mana from the environment. Her hands were shaking, as it was her first time facing such an enemy. The girl flinched when she was advised to relax. The huntress's weapon began to sparkle, and a voice said that the monster was indeed a giant, so let her try to charge it with her strongest attack. She stuck the handle into the ground. Yellow lightning appeared in the air. Aoki squeezed the handle, concentrating energy to activate several abilities. The tip of the weapon vibrated. The girl swung, putting in her strength. The ground beneath her feet split, and lightning shot up. The monster stopped, feeling the attack on itself. It shook its head, getting rid of it. The huntress turned pale, thinking that this could not be, because she had definitely hit it. The enemy narrowed its red eyes, but there was not a scratch on it. The monster opened its mouth and roared. Aoki's eyes widened, trying to figure out how he did it, whether he reflected or absorbed the mana. Something hit the ground next to her, and the brunette wondered if she was simply too weak. The monster was smashing buildings with its paw. The girl jumped back, dodging the attack. The man frowned and exclaimed that they should not save their strength and defeat Maxby. The wizards activated their mana on command. Colored beams of energy shot from the ground. They crashed into the enemy's body. The wizards looked at him in fear, not understanding why their attacks did not work, as if the enemy neutralized any magic. The monster swung its tail. It turned around and demolished several buildings. The hunters jumped back to avoid being hit by stones. The monster opened its mouth and roared. The enemy threw his head back and screamed. Debris from the houses began to rise into the air. The warriors were stunned to realize that they were being pulled upwards, and assumed that it was a change in gravity. Aoki ran, pushing off the rocks. The monster ahead of her was flashing its eyes. The girl's eyes suddenly widened. Her body was pulled downwards, and she guessed that the enemy had lifted them into the air to drop them. The boulders fell to the ground, crushing the hunters. The brunette activated lightning and landed on her feet, wondering how the monster had immunity to magic and the ability to change gravity. A shadow loomed over her, and she said that she would not allow anyone to hurt her again. The enemy swung his fist. Aoki clenched her weapon and shouted that she would take all of his attacks herself. She extended her arms and released energy. The monster's fist slammed into the tip of the weapon. The girl dug her feet into the ground. The huntress gritted her teeth and cried out that she was still alive, knowing that if she dragged it out, reinforcements would arrive, so she had to hold out until then. Tentacles grew from behind the enemy. The brunette's eyes widened in shock. The dark silhouette of the enemy made a strange sound. The girl frowned, feeling blood flowing from her eyes and mouth. The monster struck her again. Aoki flew back. The swordsman ran up to her and asked if she was alive. The brunette stood up and thought that she had to hold on and endure a little longer. Her eyes widened. The monster rested its paws on the ground and opened its mouth. The huntress frowned and turned around. The enemy leaned forward, aiming at the civilians. The girl rushed forward, calling out to her master. She ran, and the man raised his shield, activating the Unshakable Alliance ability. Aoki jumped onto the bridge and turned around. The enemy opened its mouth, accumulating energy. The huntress frowned, realizing that if she did not stop its attack now, the consequences would be catastrophic. The monster leaned forward and released a powerful charge of mana. The girl squeezed the weapon and tensed. Her silhouette was visible against the bright beam. The magic struck through the bridge and crashed into the ground. Aoki was thrown back into a pile of stones. She screamed, feeling the attack. The brunette rose, holding her hand. The monster raised his leg above her, and the girl realized how powerful Monstrous was. A bright beam flew through the monster, piercing its paw. An infernal ash sword stuck out of the ground. Aoki turned her head hopefully and called the protagonist. The guy landed next to her, and noted that the enemy had beaten her up pretty well. The brunette leaned on him and apologized, but the interlocutor asked her to tell him everything later. Kishida supported the huntress, and the mentor ordered her to be taken to Finn. Hiller was healing other people at that moment, and the hero said that he would take care of this creature, and they, after finishing with the girl's treatment, should take care of the evacuation of the population. The spearman picked up Aoki and asked the mentor to be careful. The guy squeezed the handle of the sword. The monster bared his teeth. Sho pointed his weapon at him and said that he did not expect to meet an overlord in such a place. The monster straightened up, and the protagonist thought that Maxby was definitely one of the overlords, a low-ranking scout sent to this planet to obtain information, and he was not able to protect anything, because he was filled only with hostility. The brunette narrowed his eyes and declared that he would crush him into dust, because he did not like monsters that suddenly jump out and destroy everything around him at all. The guy swung his blade, leaving a cut on his opponent. The hunter stared at him in shock, noting that he was very fast, but more importantly, his attacks worked. The monster swung its paw and growled, but the brunette dodged. Sho swung his sword, thinking about how attack and defense in mana-based battles were very simple, and he was not just playing with words. The first magic cycle protects against other people's attacks, so it cannot be pierced, but it can be bypassed with another cycle on top, and so on. More wounds appeared on the monster's paw, and the guy thought that this creature's defense was only one cycle, and this was the worst. The people's eyes widened, discussing that the difference in size and mana between them was too big. Cuts continued to appear on the monster. He struck with his paw and growled, but the boy jumped. Then he plunged the blade into the paw. Sho ran forward, leaving cuts on the enemy's body, thinking that battles with overlords always drag on, so there is no need to rush, like in the previous world. The hero jumped up, leaving a deep wound. Tentacles reached out to him. The guy ran along the wall of the house while they tried to pierce him. The monster opened its mouth and screamed. The boy's body was lifted by gravity. He intercepted the sword and turned in the air, noticing that the enemy threw him about a kilometer, but this was only on his hand, after which the system notified him of the receipt of a new ability. The main character headed down, and a disc glowed above his head. The guy was heading towards the enemy, gathering mana around himself. Maxby reached out with his paw to catch him. Sho swung and hit with force. The monster's hand was cut off, and it howled. The boy didn't stop, preparing to strike again. His blade was burning everything around him. The enemy hit his paw, trying to throw the hunter off. He was slashing around with his tentacles and screaming. The other warriors watched in shock, not believing that this guy could suppress such a creature on his own. Maxby opened his mouth, starting to gather energy. The protagonist frowned and noted that this could be the attack that the enemy had used to defeat Aoki. The buildings around him were badly damaged, and the boy thought that there was no point in killing him if the entire city would turn into ruins, so he needed to take it on himself. The monster leaned over and released a powerful discharge. The beam hit the ground where the boy was standing. The brunette squeezed the hilt of his sword and released energy, using the berserk ability. The fiery beam did not reach him, redirecting upward. Sho frowned and noted that the distance to the enemy was about 100 meters, and as soon as the attack stopped, he needed to immediately move and finish him off. His feet sank into the ground as he remembered that overlords were usually gigantic in size, so fighting them required high mobility, and the first means of covering large distances that the 8 races had developed was a secret technique, a dash. The young man suddenly jumped up from his spot. He flew forward like lightning, raising debris around him. The monster extended its tentacles. Sho swung his sword, deciding that it was time to use the Titan Hunt technique. A powerful energy began to emanate from him. The swing of the blade cut off several of the enemy's limbs at once, and a scream was heard. Another of the monster's legs was cut off. The bearded man turned around and exclaimed that their attacks should work now, so they must press with everything they have. The wizards extended their hands, casting spells. Their magic slammed into the monster, and it roared. Something flashed nearby, knocking down rocks. The enemy narrowed his eyes. The main character appeared in front of him, declaring that he was finished, and then invested all his mana. He swung his sword and cut off the enemy's head. The monster fell to the ground. Sho straightened up, and the system notified him of a level increase and the acquisition of a new ability. The hunters looked at him in shock, discussing that he actually defeated such an enemy alone. The brunette looked at the system window and was surprised to find that this power from the past world was now available to him. The young man looked down, and warriors crowded around, rejoicing and asking if there were any more spots left in his guild. The hero closed his eyes and thought that he would try out the new technique later, but for now he needed to finish here. He put his hands in his pockets and turned to look at the ruins. The hospital of the Hunters Association. Someone noticed that Sho was literally basking in the rays of glory lately, and even other members of his guild began to appear in the news often. Aoki was sitting with a cast, and the guy replied that they were writing about her too, because the number 1 hunter in Japan was seriously injured. The brunette closed his eyes and added that Agawa was all upset because of this and was now following him like a dog, and the interlocutor assumed that the girl was shocked, although she herself did not expect to lose so miserably. The huntress moved her hand and remembered that she never thanked him. Aoki looked at the main character and said that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't be here anymore. There were a lot of people on the streets, and the young man replied that he understood that she was ready to sacrifice herself, but it was better to be careful. The brunette blushed when she heard that many people were waiting for her return. Sho headed for the door, and the girl thanked him for his warm words, not expecting that he could be so sensitive. She raised an eyebrow and asked if he was in a hurry. The hero turned around and explained that he was going to a funeral ceremony. The news flashed footage of his battle with loud headlines. The guy scrolled through the articles on his phone, noting that even he was now a celebrity, as a tank and an attacker. Kishida winced when the mentor asked him what he was reading with such interest. The young man followed the master, noting that the hero got along well with the huntress, but the brunette asked not to add to the headache. He opened the characteristics window and noticed that spirituality had appeared, which is the source of the power of promotion, which existed in the past world, and this is an indicator of the strength of the soul, as well as what makes gods gods. The guy poked at the inscription, but the system notified that bonus points cannot be invested in this characteristic. Sho looked at the screen, thinking that maybe some special actions were needed, like in the case of the executioner, but he had one idea. A crowd had gathered near the monument. Everyone was standing in black suits, gathered to honor the memory of the fallen, as well as to express their deepest sympathy to their families, who were now having the hardest time of all. The protagonist stood at the podium, saying that it might be presumptuous of him, but in order to at least ease their burdens a little, the Overlord Guild would donate half of its reward for the last mission to the families of the fallen. The military in front of him applauded, and the spirituality characteristic increased to 32. The guy went down the stairs, thinking about how it was growing. If you increase your influence, like in the past world, and in a capitalist society, apparently even the power of the soul can be bought for money, and this simplifies everything. The brunette froze, hearing that some child was crying for his father. The girl was wiping away tears while standing with her mother. Sho frowned and realized that he had seen scenes like this so many times in the past world, but he still couldn't get used to them. Finn looked down and said that it was a great speech. He handed over the folder with the documents that the hero had requested, and the hero thanked him. The book had a top-secret seal on it, and the healer asked why he needed it since they had already dealt with Maxby, and the hero replied that he needed to see it with his own eyes to be sure who was worth tracking down now. Sho frowned as he looked at the documents. The sun was shining over the house. The man tugged the handle of the suitcase. Ilkin was breathing heavily, looking at his things. The old man jerked sharply when the voice noted that he had a lot of luggage. The protagonist was sitting on the windowsill, wondering if the man was going somewhere. The young man pushed himself off the floor. He approached his interlocutor and asked why the man who had predicted the appearance of monsters more accurately than the Americans had been wrong only in the location. The old man began to sweat and exclaimed that even he could not know for sure, because there were too many uncertainties in the flows of mana. The hero threw the documents on the floor and explained that they were reports from the American Association. He introduced Ilkin and guessed that saying that the monster would appear in a week was his best move to not give the hunters time to think. The bespectacled man put his hand in his pocket and asked if the boy really meant to say that he had intentionally named the wrong place. The guy took a sword out of the portal and said that everyone knew that he was the main authority on mana flow research, and that he had also helped this country implement filtration cubes and invented mana suppressors. Sho remembered the bracelet on the criminal and added that he had recently found something that neutralized them, and that was too good to be a coincidence. The interlocutor frowned and cursed. He pressed a button sharply. After that, dark energy appeared around the hero, and the boy guessed that the old man had installed suppressors in his room. Ilkin turned and ran to the exit. The protagonist extended his hand and noted that the interlocutor underestimated him. His sword flew forward, and the brunette decided to remind him who exactly defeated Maxby. Blood splattered on the floor. The man fell with a wound in his leg. Sho sat down in the chair in front of him and asked who was pulling the strings and what kind of mask this time. The old man smirked. He frowned and muttered that he still didn't understand why he was ordered to do all this. The blade pierced his body again. The brunette stood up and again asked who ordered him, and what. Ilkin glanced fearfully at the blade and muttered that he was being commanded. The old man shuddered when his interlocutor realized that he was bound by a contract. The table was littered with notes, and the scientist cried out that the glory of a hero had gone to the guy's head, but even SS-ranked hunters do not have a license to kill, and if he crosses the line, he will become an ordinary criminal. His face was reflected in the blade of the sword, and Sho reminded him that the man had crossed it first, so he shouldn't whine now. The old man turned pale, shouting that the boy needed to look for the twins, after which his body was cut up. The protagonist turned around and said that 30,000 people died because of him, and such a sin cannot be left unpunished. He jumped from the window to the ground. The house exploded behind him, and Sho thought that it didn't matter what they were planning behind the scenes, because he just needed to get stronger. The guy holds a smartphone, which shows a newspaper with a picture of the protagonist and the news of a donation of 28 billion yen. Sho lies in bed looking at the phone, realizing that there is not a single article about what happened to the professor. The guy flips through, reading the newspaper. The protagonist looks at the phone and talks about a saint, stating that everything looks like that from the outside. He puts the gadget next to him and says that since he can buy spirituality for money, he is ready to spend any amount, and the problem is that there are not many opportunities to do this, and it is better to have few of them. The protagonist with his eyes closed thinks that here is like in the past world and he will not allow the overlords to do whatever they want. The guy turns around, hearing the name Arden. He looks at the rocks and trees, wondering if this is really Eve. He turns around in fear, hearing the question how he likes their Eve and whether it is very different from the continent of Aslan. The representative of the Longered Kushu says with a smile that this is a world created by their race in his image and likeness, and although it would be more correct to call it another dimension. The protagonist looks away thoughtfully. The masked hero hugs him, declaring that this is great, and then the five of them will be able to not hold back, fighting the Queen's army. He realizes that he sees a dream about the past world. There is a bloody hand in the frame. He understands that they wounded Lord Kushu and they are fucking crazy, and the Queen's son blew himself up. Sho sits next to the wounded heroine. She pronounces the name Arden. Through the pain, she asks to forgive her, because after all, she should not have jumped above her head. She begins to disappear, lying in the arms of the protagonist. He agrees with her, realizing that she, who lived so many years in the forest, was not at all suited to the battlefield. The worker hits the workpiece with a hammer. Someone shouts to Mr. Red Anvil that they need to stop because this is a sacred relic dedicated to the goddess. The bearded worker shouts to be silent, because neither the goddess nor her willow are anymore, and what is this relic good for? He declares that now they need a weapon with which to kill the queen, so they need to shut up and bring something with which to support her. The protagonist watches the blows on the anvil, realizing that by sacrificing his life, Red Anvil forged the queen killer, but his hands never touched it. The blacksmith looks forward in rage. He flies away from his workplace due to the attack. A huge monster attacks them. It is said that realizing the threat this sword poses to them, the creatures began to relentlessly attack the dwarf workshops, and eventually Red Anvil's last creation disappeared into the sea. The red-haired worker looks at the drowning product. He looks forward in shock and realizes that having lost the last hope on which he bet his life, their friend fell into despair and suddenly disappeared. The enchanted dwarf is shown in the frame. The protagonist thinks that they found Red Anvil in the snowy mountains that have long been a battlefield, but the cause of death was suicide. The protagonist looks at him. The masked fighter behind Sho shouts that if he does not kill the queen of the overlords, this battle will never end. Kruger from the myth race says that he must figure out where her base is. His mask is suddenly cut. The fighter falls head down. The protagonist holds Kruger, who says that outside on the other side of the abyss. Against the background of the constellation, it is explained that in the sea of stars in the boundless sea that has no end, the queen is on a round continent that drifts there. Kruger evaporates and shows arms, telling Arden to kill her and end the war. The guy looks in shock in front of him. Against the background of the room, he realizes that he had this dream because he fought the Overlord. He holds his head and realizes that when he was Arden, he could not understand the meaning of Kruger's last words, but now that he has become himself, he understands that the place he spoke of is space, and the monsters they called overlords. The frame shows a ferocious monster, the protagonist calls it a space kaiju. He clenches his teeth, realizing that now that he has realized everything, he needs to start preparing. The frame shows a hunter's shop. The sign says workshop. The old man looks at the protagonist in front of him and asks what it is. Sho, holding his hands in his pockets, says that it is a kaiju that attacked recently and his share was as big as his contribution to killing it. The old man waves it off and says that he cannot afford to buy all this. The protagonist looks at the disgruntled seller and says that he used to say that he just needed to bring him the ingredients he had obtained. He clarifies that he wants his grandfather to just take the materials and work. The picture shows furnaces and tools. The guy assures that he will give half. The surprised blacksmith turns around to look at him. He looks at the carcass of the monster. The protagonist tells him to use it to create better equipment for him and the guild members. The old man discontentedly clarifies whether the guy really thinks that he will agree only because of the valuable materials. Because even though they agreed with him, there is so much work at his age, he replies that he relies on him. The protagonist steps forward, realizing what the appearance of Max V means. There is a large monster in the frame. He understands that there is always a chance of attack by other overlords. The guy resolutely looks forward, thinking that in that world they lost, without even having time to make a plan, but this time everything will be different. In the background of the house, a shout of the main character's name is heard. The guy looks away questioningly, hearing this. The girl opens the door and shouts that she needs to look at this. He in turn asks what she is making noise about. The girl plaintively says that from her hands, blue light seeps out of her palm. The main character frowns, realizing that this is mana and means that she has awakened, like Finn once did. Sho is driving, the guy is behind him. He looks out the window. The main character understands that he expected something like this after their conversation. Surprised, the gawa is burning with blue fire. The main character is shocked, thinking what kind of crazy mana this is. The joyful girl exclaims, has she really awakened and can now become a hunter? Sho says with a serious expression that she can understand it better than him, and that the characteristics window needs to be opened. The girl stands silently. She puts out her hand and shouts open. The guy watches her just stand there with her palm out. She says with embarrassment that she must have made a mistake and was dreaming too much. Against the background of the room, the protagonist wonders why she hasn't woken up, and that means that something is happening to her that is not the same as with Finn. He suggests that Agawa sit down and concentrate on her breathing. The girl sits on the bed with her eyes closed and says that she will try. Blue fire blazes around her. The protagonist is shocked and realizes that he doesn't believe his eyes and that this is real talent. Sho watches closely. Kushu's image appears behind the girl. Igawa, tired, clarifies that something is wrong with her body. The protagonist strokes her head and says that no, she is just a little different from the others. But if he notices something else in her body, it is better to tell him. She replies that she understands. Sho looks down and understands that if he had met her in his past life and taught her to promote, there might have been 9 heroes instead of 8. The protagonist's phone rings. He picks up the phone and asks if something happened. They answer that they have received new information about Gaku. The events unfold in the Japan Hunters Museum, at the memorial. The girl looks at her interlocutor and says that this is how to drag a civil servant on her day off, specifying what kind of outfit this is. The protagonist in a hood and glasses says that it so happened that recently they began to recognize him, asking if this place is connected with Gaku. Jia with her eyes closed says that it is, because she does not know if this is the person he is looking for, but they found a mention of him in the most unexpected place. They raise their heads to the memorial after she offers to look there. The background of the word says that the names of all the hunters who stopped the first disaster of the SS class split in Japan, the so-called Fire of Hell. Sho looks and realizes that this name is familiar to him. He touches the table and talks about Kishida, stating that he is the grandfather who taught his friend Radiella. Jia touches the memorial, stating that among them is the name Gaku. 12 years ago he went missing and was eventually presumed dead. In the frame of the names, it says about the famous rookie who became a hunter at the age of 19. His special ability was mana bombardment. He accumulated it like projectiles, and then released it at high speed. Jia looks at the interlocutor and says that this is absolutely true. The guy in glasses realizes that, as he thought, he is a butterfly himself. The dissatisfied girl says that he spoke as if he saw her himself, clarifying whether he really killed her himself. In the frame, the villain in the cloak is on fire. It is said that he was the first to attack her, and his goal was definitely his death, and he does not know how he annoyed her so much. The girl enraged shouts at him that this does not give the right to kill. He replies that the hunter, who should be dead, attacks people, and the employee of the control department should understand what is what. Sho in the hood turns and says that they punish those who cannot be punished by the law, wondering if this is not why they united with him. The surprised girl looks forward, declaring that she did not give her consent. The protagonist in the cloak leaves her, saying that enough talk for today, and since they are here, they can see the exhibition. The picture shows a photograph of a crater. It is written that a powerful explosion occurred in the center of the rift, due to which the core was destroyed faster than expected. He wonders who arranged this explosion. Jia stands next to him and explains that according to the records, the explosion occurred after Kishida's ability went out of control. He replies that this means after which he was first mentioned. The picture says that they are a beam illuminating the path for others so that they do not get lost in the darkness. The surprised guy turns around, shouting about these words. Jia with a piece of paper says that this seems to be a motto that Kishida came up with, asking if he heard it. He laughs. Against the background of the crater, the protagonist understands that the battle cry of the 8 heroes and the secret ability of the mana of ancient dragons. The statue of a warrior in armor smiles. He understands that the explosion must be a side effect of the perpetual motion machine. The protagonist realizes with a smile that they came to this world before him. The picture shows a building. The events take place in the Reboot Guild. A strong explosion occurs. The fighter flies to the side. He lies on the ground coughing. The enemy offers to get up. The beaten Kishida holds his hand, asking what fly bit the mentor because he is usually not so cruel in training. He tearfully recalls the past, hearing that to catch an innocent person and mock him like that. He replies that he has assured so many times that he learned Ratilu when he was very young and therefore does not remember. The protagonist goes forward, hearing that the skill was originally created to strengthen the body to the limit. Sho with a flaming hand declares that if he really learned it, then it remembers everything and today he will take it seriously, so it is better to prepare. The shocked fighter lies against the wall and asks what jokes they were making before, and what are these scales on his hand. Kishida loudly wonders why they suddenly today. Finn with a hammer stands next to him and asks if he can join them. Sho looks forward and says that he is glad he is participating, so let him heal him. Finn stands next to a frightened Kishida, stating that he should believe in him, because he can heal him from an even more battered state. He exclaims in rage that this is exactly what a healer should say, and no matter how he looks at it, he just asks to beat him up. The protagonist holds his head, realizing that he cannot believe that this is the heir of his venerable teacher. He says that they have a long way to go. The character stands next to Sho and says that he is strict as always. Captain Han waves his hand with a smile, greeting them and saying that he has something to talk to them, and if they can take a little time. An explosion occurs behind the protagonist. He suggests talking elsewhere. Sho sits on the couch and asks about the symposium. Han smilingly states that this is an international symposium dedicated to the latest technologies related to mana, and it can be called one of the most important events in world science, and he would like the protagonist to take part in it. The speaker stands at the board. The guy thinks that this is an international symposium dedicated to the latest technologies related to mana, and it can be called one of the most important events in world science. The main character looks forward with a serious look and wonders what if it is dedicated to technologies related to mana. He asks if the professor will come. Tomer says with a smile that yes, because he is one of the founders of the symposium and participates every time, and besides the professor, the luminaries of science also participate. The frame shows the characters. He talks about Professors Boris and Jiang. Sho looks forward and realizes what it means that all three will gather and who, according to the words, could take part in the development of mana suppressors. He answers that he agrees. The enthusiastic guy in the suit thanks him, clarifying that since he is interested in mana research, should he organize a separate meeting with scientists for him. He says no thank you, because the video with the murder of Kaju went viral and therefore they probably immediately tried to open it. Sho drinks from a mug, hearing from his interlocutor that scientists' curiosity can sometimes be too zealous. The picture shows a madman against the background of a ring. The protagonist thinks that the person who invented the mana suppressor and leaked misinformation about the appearance of kaiju is definitely one of these three and needs to be caught. There is a folder, a mug and a pen on the table. They tell him that they are grateful for the response to the request and, to tell the truth, a top-class hunter will arrive with the professor as a bodyguard. Sho, crossing his arms, emits dark energy, hearing that there will be an SSS rank hunter like him. The plane flies in the dark sky over the Pacific Ocean. A girl with a tablet sits in a chair and asks why he is making so much noise like a dog and whether he should find a companion. Mana researcher Steve looks at her with a smile, wondering why she volunteered to guard him. So why is she unhappy now? American SSS rank hunter Karina says that she has never been happier in her life and that she shouldn't talk nonsense and should go to bed. The old man with glasses tells her that she needs to look in the mirror, and her sour expression tells her everything. She tells him to be grateful that the one whose figure he groped when she was a rookie left him alive at all. He shamefully declares that it wasn't on purpose and that he simply slipped and grabbed her to keep from falling. The girl gets up, calling him a pervert, asking who he thinks hunters are. Karina, with magic in her hands, declares that if he plans to continue using a stupid excuse, then maybe she should make a hole in his head. He in turn regrets it and asks him to remove his finger. The girl with the tablet holds onto her braid and sighs. The old man looks at her and says that because of her rudeness she won't be able to find a guy. Sho flies into the attack with a sword. Steve, sitting next to her, says that now it's clear why she's such a loose cannon. She says that she's done talking nonsense, and that he'd better tell her what's above that hunter's head. The professor takes off his glasses and says that it's some kind of luminescent object in a ring shape, like an angel's halo. The frame shows the heroine's braid. The old man hands over a tablet with a photo and clarifies that this is probably an ability, and that she understands things like that better. The girl on the plane says that she doesn't even know what she was counting on, because for a second she remembered that he was a professor after all and thought that he would at least be able to find out. He shouts back asking that she has no respect for her elders and that he's had enough, he'll go to bed. The main character with a halo flies into the attack. Karina looks at her tablet and talks about it. The frame shows a huge hotel building. Cheerful people stand at the party. Someone tells another that they never thought they would meet Sho, and it seems Japan took the symposium seriously this time. People in suits surround the protagonist and ask if he can tell how many abilities he used in the fight with Maxvi. Another asks to visit his lab. The protagonist silently looks forward, hearing that they will be glad to welcome them to China. The guy turns at the cry of his name. Han stands opposite with a smile. He shyly holds his head and suggests another time. The protagonist holds a can of drink and tells the other to take it. Sho stands next to him and states that they saved him and the interest in his person has become more than he expected. The other says that he called him, so he must provide comfort. The guy walks in shoes. He drinks the drink, hearing that it seems that important people have begun to arrive. People in suits walk accompanied by guards. It is said that they are Professors Jiang and Boris. One of them points his hand forward. The protagonist, lost in thought, realizes that he doesn't look like a top manager of a management company. Boris passes by him. Sho, frowning, realizes that even though he's weak, he smells carrion. The guy looks after the professor, realizing that now it's clear where all the bad rumors are coming from and that he needs to be watched. The surprised guys look up. Sho turns around and wonders. Han says with a smile, "Here he is," meaning Professor Steve. The old man with Karina waves his hand. The guy says that he seems to be interested in him, and whether he wants to say hello. The protagonist calmly asks who the girl on his left is. Steve walks near Karina. It is said that she is the same SSS rank hunter from the USA. The blonde looks forward. It is said that she withstood the disasters of the 41st Rift, and also destroyed 2 kaiju and is second in the world ranking. He is also called the Eternal Idol. The protagonist's eye shines blue. He sees the burning girl and understands that she is trying to hide it, but he clearly sees it, and it is too much even for a hunter of this class. Wondering what kind of monstrous man is this. The protagonist looks down with a serious expression, realizing that maybe she is the same as Shin, but if not then. Karina moves forward. She looks at him with a smile. Sho realizes that in any case he cannot ignore her. The guy looks at her with a serious expression. The man is standing behind the podium in front of the presentation. It is said that Professor Chen will speak next. He states that his report is about the practical application of mana to create new generation weapons. Han stands next to the protagonist and tells him that Karina has been looking at them for some time, asking if they have met somewhere. Sho looks forward silently. The blonde drinks wine and casts her gaze at them. The protagonist drinks the drink and tells his partner that he just imagined it, and even if she really was looking at them, it is part of the bodyguard's duties. Han notes that his intuition is failing him and he will try to become better so that his younger sister does not have to blush because of him. The guy asks again in surprise about his sister. Han happily introduces the girl, stating that he thought that Sho had already been told, because he is the older brother of the hunter Aoki. Excited Sho realizes that they really are similar in some way. He tells him that he did not know that she had a brother. Against the background of the symposium sign, it is said that she does not like to be frank. While asking to look after her, the other replies that they cannot live without each other. Surprised, Han asks again. The guy stands next to him and clarifies what is wrong with the symbiosis. He replies that it seems he himself did not understand something and in any case trusts him. Sho asks in surprise in what sense trust. He sees 2 children holding each other's hands. The protagonist tries to understand what they are doing here, and in such costumes. In the picture, a girl with a bob is looking at a boy. Shocked, Sho realizes that they are twins. He remembers the old man's cry that it is necessary to look for the twins. Purple energy emanates from them. Sho realizes that no one is paying attention to them, despite the armor. The protagonist runs away from Han, who shouts his name. Karina silently watches what is happening. Chen and Boris watch with dissatisfied faces. The protagonist runs out of the door. He sees the twins leaving. In the picture, a door that slams shut. Sho runs forward. He abruptly opens the door. The protagonist sees a large staircase in front of him, realizing that they disappeared in the blink of an eye. He looks away and hears that he has a face as if he was just fooled. Karina stands near the door with a smirk. She holds her finger to her face and says that he ran out of the room as if he sensed a monster, so she followed him, asking if there was anything interesting here. Sho puts his hands in his pockets and leaves, claiming that there is nothing and that he just imagined it. There have been too many problems lately that require attention. The guy turns around with displeasure when he hears that the girl offers her to deal with the problems. Karina smirks and says that she didn't just come to protect the old man. Against the background of the exit sign, a question sounds that he was chasing suspicious people and they disappeared. He says that yes, he will deal with them himself and there is nothing to worry about. The surprised girl denies it, saying that she is also here for a similar purpose, because the dangerous organization that the secret services were monitoring has ended, asking if he has heard anything about Aziz. Sho calmly asks that this is the leader of Mutlaq. Against the background of fighters that bomb soldiers, it is said that this is true, a man who became a king overnight, subjugating the country with the help of an awakened ability. In the picture, an ominous monster with a big mouth, the main character thinks that this is a hunter who received the nickname Necromancer War Eater because of his ability. It allows him to control the dead, so that his personal army grows after battles. But there were people who were attracted by such power, and the organization Mutlaq appeared. In the frame, fighters in dark cloaks. The guy with a serious look wonders why they suddenly began to act at the very moment when he is looking for the leader of the masks, and this cannot be a coincidence. Han came up from behind and asks what happened. Sho replies that everything is fine. The main character with a serious face reflects on the fact that since the days of terrorist activity and the dates of the symposium coincide, then this bastard is definitely one of the important professors and the twins who appeared suddenly. This is a clue. Chin speaks at the lectern, saying that he thinks they can speed up the development of weapons powered by mana. Sho thinks that it is not him. Steve sits next to Karina and asks where she went in such a hurry. Forgetting about her duties, she asks her to shut up. The protagonist thinks about the fact that he heard that the professor made many changes to the symposium schedule, but when they appeared he was next to the girl. The protagonist turns around hearing the question of whether he is okay, because he was in such a hurry to leave the hall. Boris with an ominous grin clarifies whether he was able to find what he was looking for. The shocked guy looks at him and realizes that there are many bad rumors about him, and it cannot be that a person who smells like carrion is sincerely worried about him, and really. A strong explosion occurs, stones fly apart. Huge holes and cracks form in the building. A guy in shoes walks among the rubble. He shakes off the dust and thinks that he thought too long. Han rises behind him. The guy under the table shouts to show that he is okay. He asks him to be quiet. Han, shocked, asks if they are really inside a dungeon. The protagonist stands next to him and states that it looks like that. He exhales and realizes that this is not a dungeon, but a poorly made Eve. Sho's eye lights up blue. Someone comes out of the darkness towards them. Han excitedly says that he thinks he heard something. A horde of evil dead runs towards them. They stand next to each other. The protagonist realizes that they are met by a crowd. He suggests thinking about the situation after they deal with them. The frightened professors shout what kind of creatures these are. Han excitedly asks if these are really living dead. The protagonist seriously thinks that this is what Karina was talking about Aziz's ability to use necromancy. The evil dead with red eyes turn around. He understands that he is definitely in league with those who created Eve. The guy rushes forward, declaring that first we need to ensure safety and he will deal with the mutants, and the captain should protect the civilians. Sho sees a dead man approaching. He stretches out his hand. The protagonist touches his face, using the ability of the Hand of Death. He incinerates half of the mutant's body with one hand. Sho looks at the dead men attacking him with magic. His blade is burning. The protagonist deftly cuts through the enemies, turning them into dust. They are incinerated with a strong flame. An enthusiastic man stands near the others and shouts this is what an SSS class hunter is. Han, with a serious face, thinks that even for his class, he is too strong and all the hunters are SS class. Sho fights. While he thinks that including the best Aoki, he is not fit to hold a candle. The guy lands on the ruins. The protagonist stands still, seeing the system window about leveling up. He thinks that it is because of a couple of dead men and after the fight with Max V he has not hunted, so there should be few experience points. He understands with a serious look that for killing heretics they give much more experience than usual and if Aziz, the controller of the undead is one. A man in a hood stands against the background of an army of the dead. The protagonist wonders what it means, and all his minions automatically receive such a status, and this is an unexpected bonus. The guy smiles. He stands near people. One of them says that the SS class is something with something. The other replies that he is calm now. Sho says that he should move on. The guy takes Han by the shoulder and says that Captain Han from the association will lead them further, and he trusts him. So he hopes for cooperation. He is shocked and asks to wait. The protagonist runs away, declaring that he will go further along the path killing the living dead, and he should lead the rest. Sho runs to attack the army of the dead with a burning sword. He talks about 5 mana points. The system window says 266 points, and then 271. A fireball blazes in the protagonist's hand. He shoots them at the enemies. The dead explode and fly apart. The protagonist walks through the ashes. The system window says the level is increasing. He talks about 10 mana points. Sho turns around when he hears a scream that demands the corpses to go away. The dead are standing near a rift from which they scream for help. Sho looks there with an unperturbed expression. He cuts the dead with his blade. Chen holds his head in horror and trembles. The protagonist recognizes the professor. He gets up and shouts for him to get him out of here, and he will not remain in debt. The protagonist says with interest that they have not yet found a way out, but he will get rid of all the dead on the way here. Han and his partner are standing behind Sho. The protagonist tells him to join these gentlemen. Chen screams in fear that no, because it is 100 times safer with an SSS-class hunter, and asks to take him with him, promising that he will be careful and will not interfere. Sho with a serious look states that he understands his concern, but this will only make things more dangerous. Han stands behind the professor and after the request says that he will not let him down. The protagonist rushes forward, realizing that he must rip the mask off the criminal who arranged all this. The picture shows a dungeon. Steve is lying on the ground and coughing, asking if this is really a dungeon and that it opened due to the explosion. He turns around with an angry look when he hears that the old lecturer should not shake. Karina next to him asks if he has really forgotten who was assigned to guard him. The professor kneels and remembers that she is a hunter and does not know how many kaiju she has killed, but it is definitely safer with you. She replies that he should be calmer. The old man takes the stone, saying that the dungeon is very different from the others. Karina stands behind him and says that he noticed it and that it is not bad. He shouts that she seems to have forgotten who she was assigned to guard. He holds a strange stone, stating that one look at the stone is enough, because it is some kind of hologram created artificially, clarifying whether she sees how her fingers pass through it. The girl takes her braid and says that no matter what kind of untalented idiot created it, it is still Eve and there is nothing surprising. Steve asks again in surprise where they are. The girl replies that she knows and very well, and by the way, in his place she would have moved away a little. Steve screams in horror that they are coming. The dead run to attack. Blue particles form on the girl's body. She asks if this is really an appetizer before the main course. Karina in a black and green suit appears before the enemy. In a blue mask, she wishes herself a bon appetit. A hooded dead man jumps on her. A huge hole appears in him. The girl shoots at the dead men with 2 pistols with a smile. They fall to the ground. Smoke comes out of the barrel of the gun. Karina sighs. She presses the gun to her face with a smile, and says that it's a thrill. Steve looks out from around the corner, and says that it's not for nothing that she is called a badass, and why she only uses firearms, because now there are so many different weapons that work on mana. The army of the dead runs to attack. The professor says that because of this, a whole crowd has gathered. The girl is burning with blue energy. She stares in front of herself. Karina breaks away. The girl sees a monster flying at her in front of her. She cuts it. There is a flash of fire. The dead are incinerated. The girl with a gun in her hands runs forward and declares that she is already going to the dead. She skillfully shoots from 2 pistols straight into the heads of mutants. She sees an advancing army in front of her, and wonders what they decided to crush her with numbers. She throws the pistols on the ground. Karina holds a rifle in her hands with a smirk. The hunters furiously shoots at the approaching enemies. In front of her is now a mountain of burnt corpses. She exhales with a smile and asks if this is really all. A huge blue monster appears in front of her. He growls furiously. She says with a smirk that this is something new. She puts the rifle on the ground. The girl opens the revolver cylinder. Karina stands in front of him and wonders if there are really no bullets, and she forgot to load it. She searches in her pockets while the giant rushes to attack. He furiously hits her with his fists. He looks ahead in anger. The girl continues to calmly search for bullets. Being under the barrier, she asks where she put them. Steve looks at this and declares that these are powerful attacks and impenetrable defense in one bottle, and it is not for nothing that they call it a walking artillery battery. The monster punches in rage. She looks at the cartridges with a smile and shouts found. Karina loads the drum with cartridges. She furiously shoots at the mutant, shouting that it is her turn to attack. The bullet quickly flies towards the target. A powerful explosion occurs. Opposite her is a headless giant. She declares that it is still more pleasant to kill healthy ones. She turns around and declares that it is not the time to rejoice and tells the coward to let go of Grandpa, because he is no use. The sinister villain in the hood holds Steve and declares that it is her own fault that she got carried away and left him unattended, and if she does not want him to die, she needs to slowly lower the weapon. Suddenly, a bullet flies into his forehead. Karina blows smoke out of the barrel and says that there are idiots ready to go to the tank with a gun, specifying that since he went for his ease, he suddenly became stronger. Steve holds his throat and screams what she is doing, because she could have hit him. She replies that it is better for him to say thank you for saving him. The heroine gets up on the dead scoundrel and suggests taking a better look at him, because it is clear from the tattoo that he is a member of Mutlak and there are even more of them under his clothes. Steve examines him and hears that they wanted to eliminate all the scientists of the symposium. He says that when he saw the living dead, he immediately thought that it could be them, but now there is definitely no doubt. Steve turns around and asks how she thinks, will he be able to save the others? The girl states that her mission is actually to protect him. The professor in glasses claims that everything will be fine with him, and he cannot allow the research brothers to die at the hands of a gang of criminals, and it is better not to worry about him, and go save the others. Karina says with a smile that she knew he would say that. She says that she will return in a moment, and he should hide. The guy walks on stones. The protagonist with a flaming sword looks at the tunnel. He turns around hearing his name. The guy in the lion mask says that he was expecting his arrival. The protagonist says with a grin that it seems to him that he himself just arrived and understands that there was no time to change clothes, but at least he could change his voice. The protagonist looks at him and offers to stop the farce and take off the already ridiculous mask, addressing the interlocutor named Boris. The character with a lion on his face looks forward. The mysterious man says that if he takes off the mask, it will be completely boring, and besides, it is part of his personality. The protagonist says with a grin that he uses such beautiful words, and he himself is just a guy from a gang of clowns. He looks at the enemy in the tunnel and says that he thought for a long time how best to call them, but thanks to him he has already decided, from today he will call them Masquerade. The mysterious man steps forward and states that it was good and seems to have gotten a little stuck up after killing Kadia, but this idiot couldn't even comprehend the concept of a cycle. The sword is on fire. The protagonist clarifies that he means that he will be better than him. The guy in the lion mask forms lightning around himself and states that he really thinks that he came here if he was not confident in his victory. He emphasizes that he should stop talking. The protagonist watches closely, realizing that at least 2 cycles and therefore their abilities are very different, and this is a good sign. It turns out that they are hiding the secret of strength from each other. The villain in the mask is furious and says that in order to achieve a great goal, they will destroy all obstacles like him. The protagonist with a smirk says that he wanted to spit on their goal. The villain waves his hand, shouting that someone like him won't understand it anyway. Sho deftly dodges the bright beam of energy. A blue ring appears above the protagonist's head. He shouts about a promotion. The villain looks at him and tells him not to get cocky because of one dodge. Sho watches closely, realizing that he does not react to the halo in any way, which means that this small fry does not know about the promotion and the fight will end faster than he thought. The protagonist is on fire. He is covered in flames and stands opposite the enemy. The protagonist with a halo on his head rushes to attack. He runs a fiery sword across the space. The guy in the lion mask grabs the blade with a grin. Sho is very surprised by this. He hits the protagonist on the body. The protagonist slides along the ground and stops with his sword. Sho with an unperturbed look forms fireballs in his hand. He attacks the villain using the mana bombardment skill. The villain holds lightning in his hand. He raises his hand and starts to counterattack. The protagonist closes himself from the flash and does not understand why he feels different powers, as if he is fighting with several people and does not look like a stat addition. The mysterious villain addresses him, declaring that now he will show why he cannot be defeated. He forms a sphere in his hand, declaring a paranormal activation core. The shocked guy thinks what it is. In the frame there is a red core. The villain offers to look at the masterpiece, the creation of which he devoted his entire career, a paranormal core. The system says that it is of SS rank value. The protagonist frowns and calls him a damn maniac, thinking that by collecting 179 brains of hunters, he combined their abilities and was able to accelerate to 3 cycles. The villain in the mask holds the sphere and declares that while he was studying the system, he suddenly became interested in what if we study not the system itself, but its components, hunters, and he was lucky. The government provided the materials and financed all this. Against the background of flasks with organs, the villain talks about the brains of 179 hunters who broke the law. He clarifies how the hero thinks he can withstand several hundred different abilities. Sho looking at him wonders how he can talk about this with such pride. The villain holds his hand in front of him and declares that this is the reason why he cannot win, because he is just a monkey, bound by morality. A red sphere hangs over the protagonist. The villain shouts that now he will feel the difference in their strength. The protagonist looks down and understands that this is a disgusting feeling, as if all his strength is being sucked out of him, wondering what a mana suppressor is. The protagonist breaks free and mentally says that he attacked the wrong person. The villain in the mask does not understand what is happening. He sees a flaming sword above him. The villain bounces off the blade. The protagonist touches his hair with his sword. With the sphere in his hands, the stranger prepares to attack. The protagonist swings his sword. The system windows talk about the ability to strengthen combat skill. He shouts at the other not to think that everything will end so easily. The protagonist hits the enemy with his sword. He blocks the blow. Blood pours from his mouth. Against the background of a sphere of lightning, a masked stranger prepares to attack. The system windows say about a parallel connection, operator overload, barriers, iron racks. He rushes forward in rage and screams for him to die. The protagonist with a halo runs towards him. The system windows say about poison, the hand of death, and mana bombardment. Fierce rivals meet in the center of the cave. Flashes of energy occur. A strong bang destroys the stones around. The protagonist sees boulders flying at him in front of him. Sho looks to the side and hears a question whether he is winning. A red lantern is visible in the middle of the funnel from the explosion. Against the background of the sphere, the system windows write about regeneration and super healing. The villain comes out of the funnel. With broken limbs, he asks if the protagonist really thinks that among so many hunters there was not one with restorative abilities. Sho looks at him and says both a jack of all trades, then claims that he will simply beat him up so that there will be nothing to restore. Fire bursts out of the gun. The dead man's body flies into pieces. Karina stands in front of the fallen opponent with a revolver and states that the disgusting corpses keep coming and coming. An object rolls towards her while she wonders where so many of them came from. Karina looks down and notices it. She picks it up and states that she understood how they got in. The system window says about a mass teleportation device of value A. She stands in the middle of the cave and wonders about the collision of mana streams, and both are above 2 cycles. The girl fires a gun. An explosion occurs. She thinks that one is probably the protagonist, but who does the second strange mana belong to? Karina runs forward to the gorge, declaring that she will understand as soon as she sees it. The guy steps on the rocks. The villain in the lion mask attacks the protagonist, while recovering. His arms return to their previous state. His legs straighten and heal from fractures. He furiously declares that let him be damned. The protagonist with the sword runs to attack and realizes that it seems that there are no limits to healing and that as long as this thing works, he can use them endlessly. He declares that the enemy is starting to bother him. The villain in the mask rushes to attack. The system windows talk about increasing muscles and destructive blows. The enemies collide in the middle of the cave. The villain stands on the flaming sword Sho. He says his name with a smirk. He holds an orb in his hands and declares that his strongest ability is to summon flames. The villain goes forward, freezing the sword using the strong icing skill. The surprised protagonist sees how the ice reaches the hilt. The villain asks him with a smirk how he feels when the sword is extinguished. The masked villain rushes to attack, shouting that no matter how strong the ability is, the parallel core will have an answer to it. Sho runs towards him, asking if he is sure about it. He points his hand, using a penetrating blow. He throws the villain above himself. The protagonist holds a blue hand in front of him. Blood bursts out of the villain's mouth. Sho asks with a smirk that there was no answer to this. In the frame, a bright core, Sho says that the ability that this core could not take into account. The system windows say super healing. The enemy says that someone like him cannot be left alive. He touches the protagonist's fire with ice. Sho tries to hold him back with his flaming sword. The protagonist deftly brushes off the opponent's blows, while he uses absorption and mana theft. The villain is absolutely furious and shouts at him not to get cocky. The villain holding the sphere is shown in the background, talking about using many abilities. A purple spot is formed in the center of the core. The villain attacks. The window says that the maximum calculation threshold has been exceeded. There are bright explosions of ice and flame in the frame. They destroy everything around. The protagonist frowns, looks forward and sighs. He holds a flaming sword and thinks about what he needs to decide now or never. A bright halo shines above his head. He rushes forward with the sword, using a secret dash technique. In the frame, the ice flies apart. The villain shouts that he cannot win only because he managed to get close. The protagonist frowns, realizing that he is ashamed to waste it on such a weakling, but a third of the points should be enough. Sho is absolutely furious and shouts about spirituality. The system window says that this characteristic has been lowered. Information about the secret resonance technique appears in the frame. A stream of red energy breaks through the ice. The masked villain sees this in shock. He screams in fear that this is impossible. The protagonist furiously cuts the enemy in half. The guy with the sword stands in front of the defeated villain. The system windows announce a level increase. The system message says about obtaining the ability to quickly and multiple calculations. The protagonist pokes at the screen and thinks which of these is more useful. He turns around. Near Sho, a strong explosion occurs, which causes boulders to fly to the sides. The protagonist with the sword slides along the ground and looks forward. He watches in surprise. The protagonist looks away and asks how to understand this. Karina, with a gun pointed at him, declares spirituality, demanding to explain where he got it from, otherwise he will go after that freak. In the middle of the cave there is a large crater from the explosion. Karina holds him at gunpoint and demands to know who he is. He declares that he has the same question, specifying why she is pointing a gun at him. The protagonist swings his blade at her before she can demand that he tell her no jokes. Sho flies away from her. He calmly states that he is not going to answer her questions because he just swatted an annoying mosquito, and if she can prove that she is not his friend, he is ready to share the information. The picture shows a dead villain. Karina screams in rage for proof, declaring that they will see if he can remain as impudent with a couple of holes in his body. The girl shoots at Sho. The protagonist deftly bounces off the flying bullets. A strong explosion occurs. The protagonist flies towards her with a sword. He strikes the barrier hard. He is surprised to see this. Karina is standing under a blue shield. She suddenly starts shooting at him. He blocks everything with his sword. He understands that such firepower and protection is capable of absorbing his attack, so this is the power of an SS rank. The protagonist waves his blade. He sees a flash in front of him. Karina shoots at him, declaring that he should accept this. Sho looks in shock in front of him. The girl with a gun stands in front of a strong explosion. She holds her head and looking at the collapse says oh shit, she still didn't know who he was. The flaming blade flies to the side. The girl activates her barrier. With a rifle in her hands, she asks what else he can continue. An explosion occurs that throws stones. She, with a weapon in her hands, realizes that he has disappeared and most likely used the sword as bait. Sho, furious, flies into an attack with a halo over his head. Karina screams in shock that things are bad. The girl flies through the cave. The protagonist lands next to her. She clenches her teeth and looks at him. Karina asks furiously what he is thinking, because not only did he call the guild reboot, but he also uses the promotion. The protagonist with a serious face realizes that she is familiar not only with the word reboot, but also with the promotion that the masquerade member did not know about, and it turns out that she is not with them. She replies that she lures people associated with the world like him. The girl calmly states that it is one thing when mosquitoes and midges get caught in the web, but here there are also hornets, very dangerous living in any climate. In the frame, this is an insect. The girl looks at the enemy and says that one hunter who came from their world has already been killed, and if he is not careful, he asks about Kishida. She is surprised and asks how he knows. The protagonist, looking at her, claims that it means that it was not for nothing that he hid his racial, passing it off as a simple ability. The heroine's weapon glows blue. Sho stands in front of her and states that apparently they are not enemies and first they need to take the scientists and get out of the dungeon. She replies that he should not think that defeating the boss will now make him safe. Karina, with a weapon in her hands, claims that she created this Eve. The amazed guy realizes that she knows and, moreover, she made it. The girl screams in rage, demanding to know how he can use the enhancement. Karina is surprised to hear the name Kushu. Her weapon trembles. She asks who he is and where he is from. The guy smiles and states that those who created the enhancement fought using spirituality, asking if she knows who they are. Karina, in a rage, holds him at gunpoint and screams at him not to talk nonsense, specifying that he is one of the 8 heroes. She advises him not to deceive her. The guy sees a weapon in front of him. She is shocked, trying to understand if he is really one of them. The protagonist looks forward. The girl thinks that he is definitely not Tehran or anyone else, but his character is definitely not similar to Red Anvil or Kruger, so he can't be them. The girl says the name Arden in amazement. The protagonist stands in front of his past version, stating that they haven't seen his sister Kushu for a long time. The girl lowers her weapon and asks if he is the guy who couldn't fall asleep without her lullaby. The protagonist smiles and says that she sang it only once when he was very little, asking if she remembers the words about not jumping above his head. The rifle falls to the ground. Karina throws herself into the protagonist's arms. Sho looks at her with a smile and realizes that he thought that he had lost everything, his homeland and friends, and in that dying world he had nothing left that was worth protecting. Arden stands in the middle of the burning forests. He realizes that he is glad that he was wrong. Sho hugs Karina and understands that here one of the people dear to him has returned to him again. The picture shows dead warriors, over which crows fly. The fighter is kneeling next to them. Someone grabs the character by the face and shouts Arden. The blonde looks at him and tells him to be strong. The guy with long hair is trying to say something. He is kneeling in front of her and pronouncing the name Elena. She, with a bloody face, says that she is sorry, but she prays that at least he will survive. She smiles and puts out her hand with a magic sign and shouts that she will cope with the monsters. The guy touches his fingers, shouting Elena. There are vortices of blue energy around him, he calls her. He sinks down to the bottom, thinking about how disgusting it is and why only he survived. Bubbles burst out of his mouth. He realizes that everything he once tried to protect eventually disappeared into oblivion. He sinks further with his eyes closed. He reaches out his hand, seeing the tentacles, and wonders if this is the end and if he should just accept it. Arden reaches the bottom. Next to him is a pillar of energy. He looks to the side and realizes that this is the once missing killer of the queen. A blue sword is stuck into the stones. Arden thinks why he is here, at the very bottom of the abyss. In the picture, Elena happily puts out her hand. He thinks about survival. Arden holds the blue sword and walks among the corpses, wondering what the point of him living in a world if there is no one left who he cherishes. He grabs the hilt of the blade, thinking about death. He holds the energy sword and realizes that it will be his salvation. A huge fish with fangs is approaching the hero. The fighter holds onto the stones with his fingers. He stands with a sword in front of fierce demons. Arden with a determined look calls to attack him. Ominous predators growl seeing him. He inflicts a series of crushing blows with the blade, realizing that he was driven by only one desire. The hero furiously cuts through every mutant around him. He walks through the ravine to the dark entity in the sky, realizing that he had to destroy the head of the overlord invading group, the queen. The black and purple villain grins at him. He instantly breaks away. The hero swings his sword, realizing that she was as strong as she was arrogant, and he fought her with all his might. Arden forms a beam of energy on the tip of the blade. The hero releases a beam in her direction. The queen receives severe damage. She hovers in the air, light filling her body. Arden calmly watches what is happening. The guy holds his hand and explains that these are memories from his past life. He looks ahead and wonders if they believe him now. The blonde looks at him with tears in her eyes. She hugs him and says that he had to go through something so terrible. She enthusiastically says that he still returned. He looks at her with a serious look. She strokes the guy, who declares that he has returned. Against the background of the room, the question arises how long she will stroke his head. She answers that does not he know that at such moments it is better to just keep quiet. The old man in glasses coughs. Steve stands behind them and says that he does not want to ruin the moment. The blonde asks why in that case he is peeping. The professor in the robe stands behind and says that he came only because the protagonist invited him. Karina clarifies why Sho called him. Steve with a serious look hears that he brought something that might interest him. Sho holds the object and declares that this is a paranormal core, and it was created in cooperation between Professor Boris and the government. He asks in shock that he wants to give it away. The protagonist grins standing next to the amazed scientist, and says that it is not for nothing. He clarifies what he wants. The guy looks at him and declares that nothing more than that, and he will keep this entire conversation and subsequent actions a secret and share with him the technology and profit obtained with its help. Steve gets it in his hands and says that he agrees, specifying how he earned his trust, because he can pass on all the knowledge he has gained to the government. The protagonist stands next to the girl and says that he trusts not him, but Karina. She claims that he heard him and let him just try to throw something away and he will pay for it. Steve runs away shouting that he understood you and will immediately begin the study. Karina calls him an old man. She looks at the protagonist with a smile and says that of course it is a pity to say goodbye, but other things await her. He replies that there is no problem and they can meet later. Karina winks, holds a smartphone and says that she will give him her number and they will be in touch. The protagonist looks at the phone screen, hearing the cry of an old man standing. On the screen, there are calls to various people. Sho looks down with a smile and thinks that in the end everything is not so bad. The protagonist turns around and realizes that he did not lose everyone and somehow miraculously met them again, and this time he will definitely protect them. The ship is sailing on the water. The action takes place on the Coast Guard line. There are guns on board. They say there is an emergency. All crew members must go into a state of high alert. The captain in a cap stands behind the worker, who shouts that a large number of energy waves are coming from the depths. He specifies how large and what is the reason. The picture shows a radar. The guy explains that presumably the rift gate opened right at the depth. They are sailing opposite a tornado. The captain declares that this cannot be. The boss stands in the middle of his charges and orders to raise the alarm along the entire coastline and call the hunters. The sailor realizes with a smile that a rift has suddenly appeared in the middle of the ocean. The picture shows a terrifying octopus, which raises the question of what awaits them. The protagonist sits face to face with Aoki. He sits excitedly with his eyes closed and is silent. Sho sees a girl in a chair and asks what happened. Turning away, she tells Sho that after the terrorist attack at the symposium, he probably feels a little out of place. She emphasizes that she was just worried and it felt like he was sitting and not breathing at all. The protagonist seriously states that he appreciates her concern. Aoki stands with his back to him and clarifies that it is true that he is dating Karina, one of the hunters. He asks again. The picture shows news about this. She shyly shows her phone and says that she came across an article and decided to ask. He replies that this is ordinary gossip. Someone runs to them, while she says that maybe he is right. A girl bursts into the room and shouts Sho. They look at her and the protagonist tells Ogawa that he asked him not to come here. She is delighted, holding a blue orb in her hands and declares that she has awakened. A question about 5 appears against the background of buildings. The amazed heroes look at the system window and Sho says that 5 abilities may appear upon awakening. Ogawa says that she has already applied for the exam to join the hunters, clarifying whether she can then join the guild. She excitedly hears that this is excluded. She asks with a smile why. Because she has awakened and she even has 5 abilities. Sho, crossing his arms, looks at her and says that even with the presence of new powers, this is no joke. He says that awakening so many abilities is impressive, but less than a year has passed since she recovered from her illness. A girl with black and blue hair stands nearby. She looks at the screen in surprise and turns to Sho. The screen says that a rift has opened in Osaka and you need to answer the call. The protagonist leaves, saying that they need to move on and warns Aoki that they will continue after the mission. Ogawa says in a quiet voice if only. She says to the protagonist's back that if his brother had not died and awakened his powers, he would have gone to fight Sho. In the picture, a frowning girl, the protagonist thinks that this look is as unwavering as Ren's. The protagonist grabs his head and says that if she passes the exam better than everyone else, then he will think about it. She enthusiastically asks if he promises. Aoki smiles and hears Sho warn that there will be no help from him. Igawa objects that she did not expect it, and will pass on her own. He replies that in that case he will go. The girl smiles and wishes Sho good luck. Workers in bulletproof vests and batons stand near the sea in the port. Ships sail on the water. The captain stands near the heroes hearing that the Overlord Guild has arrived. The sailor states that the hunters including the Bane Guild have been fighting for about 6 hours. He points to a tornado in the middle of the sea and exclaims that the tornado is like an elevator that moves monsters from the bottom. With mutants swimming in the background, he states that fighters and warships cannot get close to it, and time goes by and there are more and more of them, and there are also many enemies in the water itself. The protagonist looks away and thinks. He turns to the sailor, asking if he can take them to the ship where the other guild is. The sailor asks about the tornado. The protagonist looks at the guys and orders Kishida, Finn, to join Bane and help them repel the monsters from attacking the ships, and he will deal with the tornado. He points his finger at Aoki and says that she will help him. The captain looks at Sho with concern and states that even underwater bombs and torpedoes could not destroy the tornado. He replies that there is a more devastating weapon capable of stopping it. Aoki is amazed to hear about lightning, which is very effective against water creatures. The warriors fight monsters on the Bane Guild ship. The hero with the rifle shouts that there is no end to these creatures. The other asks if they sent reinforcements. The baton spins in the air. Kishida skillfully defeats the monsters and says that he has come to their aid. The guy with the rifle shouts from behind. A bunch of water monsters are flying at him. The hero activates the protection on his body. He holds back the onslaught of enemies. He presses his lips. The guy throws all the monsters away in rage. They fall near him. The fighter turns and tells Finn that this is the result of hard training. He advises him not to relax. The hero holds the weapon and closes his eyes, using mass healing. Yellow energy forms around him. The amazed fighters look at each other and say that there are no more wounds. One of them realizes that he was able to heal them all at once. He looks at the monsters and thinks that most of the fish that climbed onto the ship have also been eliminated, although the new guild is small, but their power. He realizes with a tired look that Aoki was right. Finn is standing next to Kishida. He realizes that every member of their guild is just a monster. The guy with the stick tells the other that apparently they shocked everyone. The other replies that the fight is not over yet, and they need to be more serious. The monsters crawl towards them. The fighter says that they are very stubborn. He generates protection on his hands and declares that this fight will not last long, because his brother is about to enter the game. The protagonist holds the girl on his shoulders. Aoki looks at him and asks if she is too heavy. He says that it is not really. The guy jumps on the monsters, carrying Aoki on himself. The surprised captain exclaims that he jumps from monster to the tornado. They rush forward. Sho thinks that she needs to remember what she learned and everything should go perfectly. Aoki resolutely looks forward. She jumps into the tornado. The protagonist shouts forward. In the frame, yellow smoke, Sho realizes that he needs to stretch the mana like a thread and then twist and squeeze it. The girl with the spear flies forward. The guy thinks that he needs to pierce it then. A bright yellow ball is visible in the center of the tornado. The enthusiastic fighter exclaims that stopping a tornado of such power, this is the power of SS rank hunters. The protagonist looks forward while Aoki lands behind. She looks at Sho and clarifies if everything is over. He says that it looks like and the monsters have stopped moving from the depths. They are standing on the surfaced monsters. A tentacle is visible from the water. Sho and the heroine look there, and he says that the last one remains. A huge octopus tentacle rises above them. The limb flies through the air. They deftly jump away from its blow. Aoki thinks that it is very fast, and if one tentacle is like that, then how big is the monster? The girl with the weapon hears that the enemy is below. She dodges the tentacle at the last moment. The protagonist skillfully cuts it. They hit the monster. Sho realizes that only the tentacles come out, and the body remains underwater. There are splashes of water in the frame. They jump aside while he shouts watch out. Surprised sailors watch the battle. Riding on the tentacle, they see a strong explosion. He shouts at Aoki to protect the civilians. The girl with the sword runs away, hearing that the protagonist can handle it himself. The guy blocks the blows, declaring that the jokes are over and he finally decided to get out. In front of him is a huge octopus Nin. He looks at the enemy in rage. The protagonist with a flaming sword declares that it is time for a real battle. The monster floats in front of him. Its mouth opens. A strong stream flies towards the protagonist. The guy with a halo turns around and realizes that each shot is more powerful than the previous one and has a long range, but it is also quite easy to dodge. The guy with his eyes closed wonders if he can use this. The guy remembers the last battle and thinks about the ability he received after executing the doctor. He pokes his finger at the screen and realizes that during the terrorist attack at the symposium last month, a multi-layered action. In the picture, the system windows with skills. Sho thinks that at the moment there are only 3 ways to use it, and this is his limit. He resolutely looks forward. The system window says about a new ability that was created by fusing others, called the SSS Power Emma Wave. The protagonist sends a fireball to the tip of the sword and realizes that this should have been enough. The guy hanging in the air attacks the octopus. The monster's eye blazes with fire. The protagonist sees the monster flying away and wonders if he put enough mana. He sees an octopus swimming away. The protagonist is surprised and asks if it really intends to escape. The monster heads for the shore. A fighter in armor stands among the others and shouts that it must be stopped at all costs. The ferocious octopus generates energy in its mouth. It shoots a beam at the shore. Green slime splashes over the fighters. They see this substance above them. The acid burns their skin. They scream in horror and pain, shouting for the healers to help the wounded and for the tanks to get to their position. The protagonist flies next to the octopus. The fighters notice this. It loudly shouts about the hunter show. The protagonist loudly shouts for them to leave the shore. The octopus continues to swim in the water. The surprised guy stands next to his partners and says no. She thinks about them with tears in her eyes. The monster with the tsunami approaches the shore. They wonder if they will die here. The protagonist calmly speaks of a secret technique. He cuts the water with his blade. He flies with the weapon against the background of the water. A sea split occurs. The amazed fighters see this. The protagonist stands in front of them with a sword. He turns around hearing words of gratitude. Sho replies that if they do not want to interfere in the battle, then they should leave. He jumps thinking about the secret technique. The hero with a sword in his hands goes to the octopus. He flies to its tentacles with the one-step technique. Sho delivers dozens of quick blows with his sword. He cuts the tentacles of the monster with a flaming blade. He raises the blade above himself, saying goodbye to the octopus. The guy deftly cuts it into pieces and lands. The amazed fighters watch what is happening, exclaiming that they cannot believe their eyes and now they are fans of the master. The protagonist sits near the killed monster. He sighs. Aoki and the others run to him and ask how he feels. The guy with the sword touches his fingers. Aoki looks at his hand worriedly and asks if he is injured. He replies that it is too close. The girl jumps back and apologizes to him. Finn takes Sho by the arm and asks permission to examine him. He replies that it is an ordinary scratch. In the frame, the protagonist punches the octopus's head, while realizing that when using a completely new ability, he lost his vigilance. He caught his arm with a tentacle. The protagonist gets up and hears from Finn that he will help him in any case. The healer puts his palms to his hand. The audience asks to comment on the situation and say a few words about what happened. The assistant tells Sho that today is possible without an interview, because he is tired. The protagonist looks at his phone with a smile and says that he agrees, because Igawa has an exam to pass and he wants to support her. The fighters in boots walk forward. He raises his eyes questioningly. The policeman introduces himself with a smile as the major of the Hunter Control Unit, and invites Sho to come with them. Aoki stands next to the protagonist, and says that Shu has just defeated a monster, and are they sure they want to escort him to the agency, and on what grounds? He replies that it seems she does not understand the situation she is in. Uno says with a smile that he reminds that the agency is a government agency, and for disobedience he will face consequences, as will the Bane Guild. Aoki says that he dares to put such foul pressure on them, saying well. The protagonist takes her by the shoulder. She exclaims Shu. He replies that in any case this cannot be avoided, and in his unit he just happens to have an acquaintance. A fist bangs on the table. The character shouts that despite the fact that he dealt with the monsters and closed the rift, he was still brought. The major of the unit holds his head and states that this is most likely the work of the commander. Shu looks at her and asks about the commander. She denies and states that the chief took responsibility for the terrorist attack at the symposium and resigned, but she thinks that was unnecessary. Reporters are filming the military man. Uno hears with a serious face that he was talking about something else, and that he has been training their department for a long time, and because of his position he can do whatever he wants with the hunters and apparently decided to take a swing at him. Sho says with a smile that he is blackmailing him and Aoki from the guild, clarifying that since she is a small guild in itself, it will not cost him anything to cover them up. The frame shows the building. Uno stands next to the girl and tells the major that he is disappointed, because she turned on the recorder in the interrogation room to talk to the detainee earlier, and she is conducting further interrogation. In the frame, the heroine is reflected from the gold leaf. Uno looks at Sho and asks about Igawa, saying that she is pretty and really underage living with him under the same roof. He realizes that he is going to be accused of this. He replies that he is not doing anything illegal towards her. He asks with a grin how he can confirm his words. The protagonist realizes that he does not have time for childish games. He says that he wants to talk to their direct superior. The worker says with a smile that the commander is busy now, and he has a lot of things to do both in his personal and social life. The protagonist gets up from his chair. The interlocutor asks what he allows himself. He replies that if his boss is not there then there is no point in staying. Uno is furiously demanding to sit down, and if he resists then he will only worsen his situation. The protagonist goes up the steps. The workers are shocked to see him. The worker is furious and asks what he is doing. The protagonist stands in front of them and says that he was told that the boss is not there, clarifying who he is. The protagonist reaches out and tells the amazed officer that his badge appears to be on fire. He furiously screams that he at least knows who he is, calling him a brat. The protagonist grabs him by the throat. He punches him in the face. He furiously screams to stop right now. The protagonist silently looks away. He turns around and throws the enemy aside. The officer shows his ID and states that he is the head of the National Security Department, and asks him to stop. The protagonist looks at him and asks if the government is involved in this prank. He replies that it is not and that he personally came to resolve the situation. He sees the officer flying into the wall and hears that none of them need problems, and the protagonist sees no point in continuing the situation further. He replies that he wants to forget everything that happened in exchange. The officer, with a serious look, hears about carte blanche for all his actions. He excitedly says that SSS-ranked hunters are still not gods and giving them freedom would violate the statutes of their constitution. The other replies that they themselves understand little. In the picture, Karina and other characters, it is said that the government has granted the huntress unlimited freedom and SSS-ranked hunters from other countries also have access to this freedom. The guy looks at the officer and says that since Japan is able to give him such a right, should he consider emigrating to another country? He replies that there is no need to get so excited, and especially since the rank increase has not yet been fully confirmed legally. He puts his hand on his shoulder. Sho speaks in his ear asking that since they came with a desire to resolve the situation, they must know how strong he is and it is in their interests to go home early and convince the government by any means necessary to give him what he wants. Sho stands in front of the surprised characters and states that when they do what he asks, let them contact him through an agent. He stands in shoes and mentions that one last thing. The protagonist swings his fist at Major Uno. The protagonist walks with his back to the hole in the wall and says what this is for them today. The girl grabs her head and sighs. The character in shoes is in the picture. He walks up the steps. Aoki exclaims the name Shu. The girl excitedly asks how he is. He replies that everything is fine and although the incident was unpleasant. Han looks at them and says that the Hunter Association is also unhappy with the behavior of the agency. Clarifying how they dared to treat the first SSS rank hunter, he thanks for the support. He looks at the guy who gets into the car and says that he will give him a ride home. The other replies that it is not really necessary. Against the background of the sunset, they talk about the Hunter Examination Center. The surprised guys turn around to look at the character. The protagonist stands opposite Igawa and hears that he finally came, saying that he finished the work faster than expected. She talks about herself with a sweet look. He watches closely. In the system window, her photo says that this time the participant who scored the highest score was Igawa. She stands opposite Sho, who asks if she realizes what she is signing up for. She replies that of course she does. They shake hands and he declares that he is relying on her. The girl happily says yes. The picture shows a house at night. Karina is drying herself with a towel. She is sitting in a robe. She is looking at a white screen. The girl asks if everyone arrived on time, noting that this is rare. Against the background of words about the lack of a signal, it is said that she would like to say so. A masked fighter is in the picture. A question is heard if they know why they have gathered. In the background, a fighter with long hair is said. It is said that this hunter has become a hot topic for discussion in their circles. In the frame, a curvy heroine is shown. It is explained that it looks like he will soon become one of them. The hero looks forward and asks what he thinks about this. The picture shows the heroes. It is asked if they know why they have gathered. Karina says with interest that the hunter has become a hot topic for discussion in their circles and he will become one of them. She sits in a chair and clarifies why they have all become quiet. Kiramoto says that he doesn't consider him one of them, and he watched the video of his fight, and he wasn't impressed. Ivanovich crosses his arms and says that he wouldn't call him one of them so quickly. Norman touches his mustache and says that the royal family is also watching his progress. Baekji looks ahead silently. Karina holds a drink and realizes that even though he is a rising star, they don't care at all and all they do is belittle him. She sits in front of the TV and asks if they think he is worthy of SSS rank, then maybe they want to see him in person and she can arrange it. Karina smiles thinking that she was the one who suggested it. The girl smiles and says that everyone agrees and then it's decided, and she doubts that they can even stand next to someone like him. In the frame, a white building in the middle of the mountains. Igawa stands in front of Shu and Finn and declares that from this day on she will be part of their guild, and she is glad to meet him. The guy smiles and replies that his name is Finn. The guy raises his hand and says that his name is Kishu. The white-haired guy sadly says that they are the same age and she is Shu's half-sister. If she continues to act like this, she may regret it. The fighter waves his hand and says that he didn't mean anything like that, and somehow didn't even think about the consequences. Igawa asks where the protagonist is. Finn says that he went away on business, and said that he would take out the trash. The fighter stands in front of the defeated opponents. Jia looks at the protagonist and says that after receiving permissiveness, he got too carried away and a few days ago single-handedly destroyed a financial company. He replies that he intended to do this from the very beginning and without permissiveness. He points his finger forward and asks what he is against, that he gets rid of garbage. The long-haired man screams in shock. Do they at least know who is protecting him? The protagonist sees his blow and says that he is curious. His fingers reach forward. The protagonist deftly dodges. The guy jumps back, realizing that this skill increases magical power, because he is small fry. The enemy smirks and asks if he will really fight him, because he will just run away. Shu grabs him by the head while he screams that he is using a skill. The protagonist slams him into the ground. He screams and insults him. He punches him. The beaten guy screams wait, asking what he thinks he can get away with and does he at least know who is protecting him. Shu kicks him and says that he always says that someone is protecting him, and he should already say who he is. The guy gets a strong blow to the shoulder. He opens his mouth questioningly. The protagonist looks down and asks that he is not allowed to reveal his name, and the masquerade gang also had an influence in China. The guy says no with tears, while he explains that the human trafficking organization has come to an end. Blood flies across the frame. The system windows announce a level up. The protagonist touches his face while the window announces the Punisher skill. He looks out the window. He sees a screen with a magic devourer, not expecting to get it. He raises a finger and says that Jia should clean up. Shou remembers the fight and thinks that despite the rough movements. The guy with a serious face thinks that it was definitely a skill to increase magic power, and whether the masquerade could be related to this. Against the background of the room, he wonders what they should do. The masked character sits at the table and says that after the butterfly, he dealt with the lion, specifying that in such a short time they lost two. The masked character asks what is it, and is afraid of what will happen next. The guy in the bird mask calls her an impudent girl. The mysterious character sits opposite them and demands that they stop, saying that strife between each other is definitely not needed. The guy with a white face says that two twins will take the places. He spreads his hands and says that he thinks they are worthy, because the places are vacant. The masked guy asks that even if they have new members, what should they do with Shu, because he is abnormal and dangerous. Against the background of crystals, it is said that they are not his equal. The mysterious character sits opposite, and says that it is better to lie low for a while. The character with the beak stands up and asks why he just left. The other one talks to the hawk asking why he doesn't take care of their newcomers. He turns to the other one and hears that education is his profile. He looks at him and says that they need to be raised to be worthy people who can take the place of the lion and the butterfly, but he has things to do. The character in heels comes out of the portal. She adjusts her mask. Against the background of the interior, she says that they are a hassle. Warren touches her hair and says that she warned them to leave the research, but no, the lion died because of them. She looks at the ringing phone and asks what else. The picture shows information that there is no signal. She says that everyone's vital signs have disappeared. Warren, sitting on the bed, says that they are useless and she covered for them because they consistently supplied her with good test subjects. And now what? Where can she find more suppliers? She holds the smartphone and realizes that the last message was about infiltration and they dealt with the enemy, and most likely these are people of SS or higher rank. She looks away and thinks that in Japan there is a rank higher than SS. Only one person comes to mind. The girl looks at the doors and says come in. They open. The girl with her arms crossed says that he looks good and for a man who has lost a couple of limbs, specifying what he needs. Director Dallin 1 stands in front of her guiltily. She asks about Dad. 1 replies that he sent people to investigate, and nothing except household utensils were found in Boris's house. Against the background of the explosion, he states that he also asked to investigate the illegal lab and he is sure that the hunter Karina was involved in the explosion incident. The man is surprised to see how she calls him Dad. Warren states that he is useless, specifying that he can even be removed from the position of director. In the picture of a man, it is said that way and now he will not receive new experimental subjects, and perhaps he should become one of them. The girl looks at her father, and states that she made his company the top one in China and therefore it is in his best interest not to ruin her mood. She sits on the bed and wonders why she is surrounded by idiots. He apologizes. 1 looks to the side and asks if there is a shoe hunter in the photo. She replies that this person is creating unnecessary problems for them. He clenches his teeth and states that he personally saw what he is capable of and that it is better not to cross a person who is about to be awarded the SSS rank. She asks again. The worried father hears that he naively believes that his opinion means anything. She seriously says that if he values his life and his current position, he needs to do as he is told, and not irritate him unnecessarily. She holds her head and states that her head hurts from the sight of him. She thinks with a displeased face that he is useless. She thinks, realizing that most likely they took the paranormal core that the lion created, but they still do not realize its importance. She looks down with displeasure. The girl sees the photo and thinks that he will be awarded the SSS rank. She holds the photo of Shu and realizes that she will kill him before that happens. The plane flies in the sky. Igawa asks the fighter why he is sitting behind Shu. He says that it is not him who decides. He gets up and with a smile asks what the protagonist is doing. He replies that he is watching an interview. In the cave, the blonde is standing among the microphones. Bruce hears the question of what it is like to be the strongest hunter in the world. He replies that he does not consider himself as such, and he is sure that very soon there will be someone who will take his place. The guy looks at the gadget. Hearing that being an SSS ranked hunter he is modest, he replies that perhaps among the hunters there is someone who has surpassed him, but one should not underestimate even hunters with an E rank. The protagonist thinks about Bruce. He sees the blonde's face and realizes that he has gone the same way. The guy looks away and realizes that he would like to meet him and discuss this moment. The guy looks at Finn. He sees him and realizes that he looks worse than usual and maybe he should have left him in the guild. The guy with his eyes closed congratulates Igawa on joining the guild. He thanks him in return. He pulls the envelope to the protagonist and says that he is right and he came to give him an invitation from Karina. The guy opens the envelope. He looks inside and realizes that this is an invitation to a personal meeting. He replies that other SSS ranked hunters will be present at it. The protagonist looks at him and asks what they invited him to the meeting in order to evaluate his potential. He agrees. Han, against the background of the characters, says that the other rankers do not seem particularly happy and that is why Karina wants to introduce him personally. He thinks thoughtfully about her character. He stands against the background of beaten opponents and understands that she wants him to demonstrate his strength to them. The guy on the plane looks at him and asks what city they will go to. He replies that it is Las Vegas. Igawa and him shout enthusiastically. He says that they are not going to have fun. They look at the main character and ask if they will take him with them. He answers that the whole guild is invited and only if they promise not to make noise. He looks at the happy guys and thinks that he would regret it. Finn sits in a chair, lost in thought. The protagonist looks at him and asks what's wrong with him. He replies that everything is fine. Shu watches him. Against the background of the villains, Finn puts on his hood. The protagonist thinks that he once shared that he left his previous guild, and it seems uncomfortable for him to return there. The protagonist, crossing his arms, tells him that if he does not want to, he can go back to Japan. He declares that he is obliged to accompany him as a member of the Overlord Guild. The guy looks away thoughtfully and realizes that at least he says so. Against the background of a flying plane, he hopes that everything will go well. Against the background of a beautiful city, it is said about gold. In the picture, a luxurious building, it is said about a casino. The guild members walk down the street and shout about Las Vegas. Karina runs to Shu, shouting his name. They hug. She shouts that he has finally arrived. Igawa excitedly tells her to move away from the protagonist. She calls her a cute baby. She points her finger and notes that she is not old enough to say that. The fighter, lost in thought, hears that she should not worry because she has room to grow. He gets hit with a fist, managing to say that Igawa is completely. She hits him, while the protagonist tells Finn to look after them. The picture shows a room. The guys are sitting around each other. The fighter says that Karina is late. In the frame is a man's shoe. The protagonist looks around and realizes that Bruce is not there. Karina is sitting next to him and says that there is no need to introduce herself. Shu is sitting against the background of cunning opponents. The question is heard who is first. Karina is standing opposite the table and the question is heard who is first. She looks ahead with a smile and asks if there are any volunteers. Someone says her name. The fighter in uniform says that they have not been to Vegas for a long time and in his opinion this is the perfect place. The picture shows a casino. Karina points her finger and asks why he cannot demonstrate his strength in a duel. He replies that he is able to look into the future for a few seconds. The fighter crosses his arms and says that this ability can be demonstrated through a game. The girl stands next to Sho and asks him if he wants to use his abilities openly. He replies that he doesn't mind if others use them too. The protagonist looks at the fighter and says that it will be more interesting. In the frame, a shining casino. Cards are laid out on the table. The fighter stands next to the others and says that whoever has more chips will challenge the protagonist in the end, and this is a pretty serious test, so you need to make an effort. Karina stands next to Ivanovich and says that she passes, because she doesn't see the point in challenging. The man notes that too. The cards are laid out. The dealer looks at them and says that before they start, they must place bets. Kiramoto takes a mountain of chips. Sitting at the table, he declares all in. The protagonist and Bekji look at him, and he wonders what Kiramoto decided to do because of his ability to foresee the future. The frame shows different cards. It is said that blackjack is a game in which they choose 2 cards and the one whose number is closer to 1 wins. And the unspoken rule is that if you bet everything, you are sure of winning. Shu looks at the cards and understands that if this continues, he will win. The dealer stands in front of them. The character realizes that everyone at the table should be wary. Going all in only increases the psychological tension between the players. The girl announces that Shu and Bekji are the winners. The main character is sitting on a chair. Hearing about the start of the next round, he thinks it's time to use his new ability. He remembers a fight with a villain and realizes that he got it in defeating the boss. He was lying on the ground with tears in his eyes. The guy realizes that at that moment, he did not even pay attention. The system windows say about the Eye of Wealth. The main character with green eyes with this skill sees money flows. The guy looks at the cards and chips, realizing that this game is more focused on the player winning, meaning he has a better chance of getting closer to 21 than the dealer, and he has 19, so there shouldn't be any problems. The dealer looks at him and declares that the winners of this round are Shu and Han. He looks away and realizes that thanks to the ability, Shu keeps winning every round. They sit at the table. It is said that the Eye of Riches can compete with him unless other players use a more powerful ability. Kiramoto with the card says that it is not nice for a ranker to cheat like this. The man with the mustache smirks. Norman with the card laughs and says that he sees right through him. He folds the cards and says that he passes this round. Baekji with his eyes closed says the same. The guy looks away and realizes that they are not even trying to win. Kiramoto looks at him and asks what he would cheat, and it's surprising because he thought that his intelligence could be compared to a monkey. He squeezes the chip out of rage and breaks it. Karina sits next to Ivanovich and laughs, shouting not to hit so hard. The protagonist looks away and thinks. He sees his window and thinks what he can use to win. Shu looks and thinks about multiple analysis. The picture lists the skills. He understands that he will take 3 abilities. In the frame is the skill of Midas Touch. He realizes that he will create the 3rd. The protagonist's cards are glowing green. He looks down. The cards contain an ace and a king. He thinks that he needs to act. Against the background of the chips, it says that Shu is the winner. Against the background of the other chips, the same thing is said. The protagonist sits at the table with a grin. They announce that he has become the winner again. He sees the other participants. The guy thinks that he has had blackjack 5 times in a row. Karina is delighted and asks if Kiramoto's luck has run out. He shouts that the audience is supposed to be silent. With the cards in the background, he thinks that his streak of luck will end here. And this time he has a 20 in his hand. The fighter in uniform moves the chips and says all in, realizing that he has won. The protagonist holds the cards with a grin and declares blackjack. He looks at him with a smile and says that victory is his. Shu holds a chip. Kiramoto wonders that he has been hiding his true abilities from the beginning. They sit at the table. He realizes that in any case, even with his vision of the future, he could not defeat him. The protagonist gets up from the table and asks that since he won, he can choose who he will fight. Shu calmly declares that he chooses them all. The 4 participants react with displeasure to this. Karina grabs her head and says that he is simply incomparable. Norman wonders what this all means. She breaks away from the place under the question did not hear themselves. Karina announces to people that tomorrow there will be a battle that they cannot miss. She puts her hand in front of the heroes and shouts about 4 world rankers of SSS rank against the promising hunter Shu. The protagonist sees her on the stage. She shouts that there are no objections. The battle will take place exactly at midnight. The buildings glow near the water. The events take place at 10:38. People are standing in the hall. Egawa runs to the protagonist and exclaims his name. He turns around and hears whether he has to fight with several, because this is too much. He tells her with a smile that there is no need to worry and he can handle it. She says with tears in her eyes that if the fight goes too far then his life will be threatened, then it is better to surrender. The guy strokes her head and promises. The girl quietly declares that they always behave so sensibly. Aoki in a dress addresses Shu. The guy stands in front of her and says that he didn't know she would come. She replies that she just arrived. She is surprised to hear that this dress suits her. Karina hugs Shu while she asks if it is true. She with a bottle says that it was said very well. Asking if he saw their faces, he replies that in his opinion she has enough alcohol. Aoki looks at her and asks the main character who this girl is. She does the same. Karina drinks from the bottle while Sho says that it is Aoki from the Bane Guild, and there is the hunter Karina who ranks 2nd in the world ranking of rankers. Aoki looks at her and says that she simply had no idea that 2nd place could behave so cheekily. She looks at her interlocutor and understands her. Karina with a smile says that she is straightforward and a girl respects such things and only such a girl can flirt with Shu. Aoki goes to her, saying that to her misfortune. Karina says with a smile that the protagonist is hers and she will not give him up. She asks what she is even talking about. Karina leaves and shouts that the party is in full swing. Finn whispers to the leader if he can talk to him. They are standing on the balcony. The protagonist with a glass asks if he wants to discuss his past with him. Finn looks down and says that this is a boring story and before he met him, he worked in the American Guild of the Gilded Nobility. The frame shows forest warriors. It is said that on that ill-fated day there was an important mission and he was part of the offensive group. He looked at the wounded man and remembers that the problems began when his magical core was unstable and at a crucial moment, when the lives of the squad members were at stake. The fighters fight. Someone calls the healer and asks him to do something. Finn stands in the hospital opposite the doctors, remembering that the mission was a failure, and he made a detailed report, and the hospital refused to admit that what happened was due to core instability. He looked at him in fear. It is explained that he was at odds with the hunter who died. Against the background of an enraged warrior, he remembers that he was the son of the guild leader. Finn stands surrounded by stares. It is said that everyone in the guild began to suspect that he did it intentionally. They talk against the background of cunning people. The guy says that members of his old guild are also present at this party. The protagonist, with a glass in his hands, asks what he himself thinks. Finn loudly declares that he did not deprive anyone of death. The surprised guy hears the question of what he thinks of their guild, and whether he likes it. Against the background of a fountain, he explains that he really likes them. Baekji is sitting with a friend. They say that they have a rowdy brother and a tomboyish younger sister, but it doesn't make it any worse. Surprised, Finn hears that it's nice. The protagonist stands next to him and says that he wants him to know that he believes him. The guy turns to Sho. He looks at him with a sad face. The guy looks at the leaving leader and thanks him. The guy looks forward. He casts his gaze to the side. Seeing a person, he says that he didn't know that rankers have a hobby of eavesdropping. He looks at the girl and says that this is bad form. Baekji looks at him with a serious face. She tells the leader that she came to warn him, because he needs to lose this fight, otherwise his life will be in danger. He wonders what she is threatening him with. The girl explains to him that he can think whatever he wants. The protagonist watches silently. He sees a surprised girl and realizes that judging by her look, he should not be afraid of her, but of someone else. He drinks from a glass, realizing that he needs to find out. He looks at her and says butterfly. She asks again in surprise. He realizes that she is not a member of the masquerade. The guy stands opposite and says Waylon. She asks with displeasure what this strange set of words is and whether he is checking her. He realizes that he hit the bull's eye. The protagonist standing opposite Baekji says that he has met many people and knows when they want to harm him. There is no thirst for murder in her eyes. But she still came and warned. She is shocked to hear the argument that she is also being threatened or manipulated. She looks down and says that while she is tied up she cannot say anything. The protagonist thinks in surprise about what she said, wondering what is going on among the rankers. The guy hits the table. The girl screams how to understand this, and is Finn here, and is he also a member of the Overlord Guild? She slams the table in rage and screams that this fool is walking free, considering himself innocent, and that he took her younger brother away from her. The surprised interlocutor hears that today he will answer for everything he has done. He excitedly explains that Finn serves Sho, and if he stands up for him, they will not be able to do anything. He clenches his fist in rage and says that there will be a fight at midnight tonight, and he will not have time to worry. She angrily asks if it is clear to him that they will do everything she says. Kiramoto goes forward. The protagonist lies on a pillow and looks at the ceiling. He gets out of bed and realizes that the first opponent has arrived. Sho leaves the house and sees the fighter, who asks if he is already awake. Kiramoto in the hallway says that he will be the first opponent. He has 2 balls in his hands. The guy looks at him and realizes that they are iron balls. The opponent throws them and expresses the hope that he will not die in his sleep. The guy sees them bouncing off the floor. The protagonist starts moving. He sees projectiles in front of him. He dodges, realizing that they are jumping, and didn't he launch too? Kiramoto stands opposite him and notes that he is dodging well. They break free and fly towards the protagonist. The guy sighs as they move. He deftly grabs them. The protagonist holds them with a grin and asks what is all he can do, calling it a pathetic sight. The opponent sighs. He releases many of the same balls. The protagonist is very surprised by the technique. The balls quickly jump around the room. Kiramoto does not understand what is happening. Sho deftly dodges. The opponent realizes that he is not standing, but moving and has inhuman speed. The fighter looks at him and thinks that in this case he will use the vision of the future to predict his movements. Kiramoto stands opposite the dodging Sho. The fighter in the helmet watches him, shouting, "There you are." He attacks the hero opposite. The protagonist deftly jumps back. Kiramoto sees him and thinks that he is on the right. The fighter puts his hand in front of Sho. He is shocked that he dodges. The fighter in the helmet looks forward and thinks that even using the ability he still does not care. The ball flies forward. He thinks that he lost to him. Kiramoto feels the damage. The protagonist attacks him with energy. Kiramoto lies near the broken wall and notices that the enemy does not even use a weapon. He takes the helmet. Sho holds him by the throat. He feels that he is pulling magic out of him. The protagonist says that he is using magical zeroing on him. He says with a grin that today he will shine brighter than all of them. He replies that if he thinks that this is the end. Sho harshly throws him into the wall. He calmly thinks about -1 enemy. He looks forward and thinks. The protagonist stands in shoes and thinks about going to the next floor. Sho sees the elevator doors open. A pumped-up Ivanovich is standing in front of him. The big guy looks at him and says that idiot apparently lost. He hangs over the hero while the latter is thinking that he is a big guy over 5 meters tall and how he grew so much because of his ability. The latter notes that his sword was apparently broken. Ivanovich with a serious face hears that Sho did not even take him with him. He replies that this will be his fatal mistake. He raises a huge fist over the main character's head. Sho deftly jumps to the side. The main character looks to the side. He kicks Ivanovich in the face. He hits the wall. Sho says that the enemy has strength, but not intelligence. The big guy raises his fist and says that he will still dance. The main character sees a huge fist in front of him. Sho is standing in front of the attacking enemy. He looks at him and realizes that he is going to attack, and despite his size, he is quite agile. Sho skillfully jumps back from the blow. He counterattacks and punches him in the stomach. Ivanovich screams loudly in pain. He frantically declares that Sho will not be able to defeat him in hand-to-hand combat. He rushes into the attack, growling loudly. The protagonist deftly blocks the blows. The big guy hits the guy and cannot believe what is happening, because he reflects absolutely all of his blows and this cannot be. The picture shows a room inside. There are footprints on the ground. The big guy looks down in rage while the protagonist jumps above him. He cannot understand where he is. Suddenly, the protagonist delivers a strong kick to his head. The guy pushes off from him. Sho hits him hard with his elbow to the jaw. The protagonist raises his leg. He rushes at the falling opponent. Ivanovich lies in smoke. His body is bloody and he is unconscious. The protagonist hangs over him and declares that even his gigantism did not save him from failure. The frame shows a flying feather. The protagonist dodges the beam. He sees a bird and realizes that he sees it for the first time, asking if it is really a summoner ability. The protagonist looks at it and says that his bird is weak. Norman with a bird on his hand looks at him and says that his ability is really based on summoning creatures. He smiles and stretches out his hand and tells Sho not to be upset because he has prepared an opponent that will clearly be to his taste. The guy sees that the floor is shaking under him. A crack appears in the floor. A fierce monster with claws and wings appears near him. Sho flies to the side. The protagonist skillfully lands and says that he expected something majestic. Norman with a serious look hears that in fact it is a brainless monster that cannot take a step without an order from its owner. A huge monster attacks the protagonist. The guy dodges its blows. Sho flies away from the enemy. He takes a piece of rock. The protagonist starts to run. He runs along the monster's hand. The protagonist flies over the head of the fierce enemy and kicks. The monster's horn flies off to the side. Sho grabs the rock. He raises a piece of rock and says that he is returning it. He throws it right into the monster's face. The guy's hand is on fire, and he says that it is an extra. The protagonist deftly cuts off the head of the ferocious mutant. Red energy bursts out of the monster's body. The enemy stands opposite. The head of his pet falls right in front of him. Sho stands next to him and asks if they will continue to fight. He is silent. He raises his hands and says that he admits his defeat, and without summoned creatures he cannot fight. Norman stands with his back to him and says that before leaving he can give him some good advice. The protagonist stands behind and hears that he needs to be careful in the fight against Baekji because she is an unpleasant opponent for all of them. The guy seriously thinks that as far as he knows, she is the best hunter in China, fighting from a long distance. There are bright lanterns in the frame. The protagonist catches the arrow. He feels a powerful surge of energy and understands that it is hard for him. His shoes slide on the ground. He looks into the distance and realizes that the arrow came from the east and he is fighting against a rancor. The guy calmly looks forward and understands that she must be somewhere there. A strong explosion occurs. The flash shines brightly. The fireball grows. In the middle of it stands a girl with a bow. Baekji looks forward holding her bow. It is said that she is at a resort 50 kilometers from the protagonist. The guy breaks the arrow and says that this is an incredible range, and if he had not noticed, she would have killed him. The protagonist gets into a running pose and begins to use a secret technique. He frantically runs forward, using a lightning dash. There is a bright light in the frame. Blue energy fills everything around. He holds his sword and understands that he will have to deflect the arrows on the move, using the ash blade. Sho deftly deflects the arrows. He redirects them in other directions. In the frame, a fast stream of light. In the picture, barely perceptible silhouettes. The guy jumps above Baekji. She holds the arrow at the ready and thinks what a fool you have to be to come so close himself. The tip of her weapon shines, she says goodbye to it. Baekji shoots and looks forward. The protagonist raises his sword above himself. She watches in shock and does not understand what is happening. In front of her, the silhouette of the protagonist with a bright sword. Sho cuts the arrow in half in rage. The protagonist raises his sword above himself and prepares to attack. Baekji is shocked to realize that she is about to be killed. The protagonist flies towards her in a jump. He remembers their conversation when he said that he met many people and knows when they want to harm him, and there is no thirst for murder in her eyes. But still she came and warned him and whether she herself is threatened. Baekji looked in shock in front of her. She said with a serious look that while she is tied up, she cannot say anything. The main character with white eyes looks at her. In the frame, beautiful rocks and sunrise. Drops of blood fall to the ground. Baekji is kneeling with her back to him. The guy holds his head and says that Karina will be angry if he returns with her, but there is no other way. The main character is standing in front of Baekji, who is unconscious. He claims that there is no way out except to kill her. Against the background of night houses, the question of what the hell sounds. Finn stands among the others with a weapon in his hands and asks what they want from him. He excitedly hears that he himself knows better. The girl near the wall asks with a grin if he really thinks that if he changes the guild, all his sins will be forgotten, calling him a traitor or a murderer. Finn holds his hammer in his hands. People surrounded the young man, and one of them called him a damned traitor. He cracked his knuckles and added that he should be called a murderer. The blonde frowned and replied that he could not say that he was also glad to see him. Hiller glanced sideways at Isla and admitted that he did not want to meet her either, and he himself thought that they decided to deal with him while the leader was fighting the rankers. The girl grimaced and was indignant that he dared to pronounce her name with his dirty mouth. The interlocutor took the hammer and muttered that he had already explained everything, and she mimicked him, saying that it was supposedly an accident. Ayla took out her weapon and said that then this attack would also be an accident. She charged, screaming that he would pay for her brother's death. The boy blocked the blow, while the girl said that she would chop off his leg or arm. The brunette jumped and swung, and the healer thought that he didn't have a chance. Finn narrowed his eyes and realized that if this was a one-on-one fight, he would have managed, but not when he was surrounded. There were armed hunters nearby. The boy leaned back, but the blade grazed his cheek. The opponent swung the blade, saying that only an idiot gets distracted during a fight. Jaimon brought the sword to his throat and said goodbye. The healer closed his eyes, not believing that everything would end like this, and he let the chapter down. Suddenly Agawa appeared and kicked the offender. The boy looked at her in surprise, and she smirked that enemies count crows, although they reproached the guy for this. The blonde's eyes widened as the ally relayed the protagonist's words that by joining Overlord, his problems had become theirs. Someone pointed their guns, exclaiming that they would finish her off too. A shot rang out. Ayla chuckled, thinking that she didn't hold a grudge against the girl personally, but she was just unlucky to be in a guild with an assassin. She flinched when someone muttered that it was very weak. A silhouette appeared ahead. Kishida extended his spear and declared that the opponents were not strong enough. The brunette gritted her teeth, muttering that they were coming and coming. The hunters rushed to attack when she ordered them to deal with them. Igawa frowned and concentrated energy in her palms. She extended her hand and struck several enemies at once. Her opponents fell to the ground, and from the other side, more warriors were advancing on the spearmen. Ayla swung her sword, saying that the assassin was finished. Jaimon gritted his teeth, noticing that his sword was starting to melt. The protagonist stepped on his back from behind. Hiller stared at him, dumbfounded. Sho straightened up and asked if they were really not done yet. The brunette shuddered and exclaimed what the hell he was doing here. The guy adjusted his hair and suggested that she think for a while, and the answer would come by itself. The girl sweated and muttered that it couldn't be. All of the boy's opponents were left behind, and Ayla exclaimed if he had really dealt with 4 rankers in such a short time. The swordswoman narrowed her eyes and shouted that this was just nonsense, and it was impossible to deal with the strongest hunters in the world. Karina put her hands on her belt and noted that the girl was too stubborn. The interlocutor dropped the sword and backed away, while the blonde said that she had heard many different rumors about her guild, but did not expect that they would be so stupid as to attack her guests, and she frightenedly babbled that they just wanted to scare the healer a little. The huntress kicked her rival in the stomach and said that she could address her complaints directly to the association. The brunette fell to her knees, and Karina reminded that America is a country of freedom, but it is also strict with hunters. The girl looked at the hero and promised to deal with them, and the guy thanked her. The interlocutor frowned and said that their sleeping beauty had woken up. The brunette's eyes widened in surprise. The girl opened her eyes slightly, but everything around was blurry. Little by little, her vision cleared. Baekji sat up and asked where she was. The protagonist approached her and greeted her, surprising her. The blonde noticed the handcuffs on his hand. She looked at the guy with displeasure and asked what to make of that. Sho narrowed his eyes and asked if she had forgotten what had happened. He remembered defeating the huntress. The girl started sweating. She imagined aiming her bow at him. Karina frowned and muttered that she had the guts to seriously consider killing the hero. The girl looked at her nervously. The brunette unfastened the handcuffs and noted that someone else wanted him dead. He turned to Baekji and asked him to explain what was going on. The girl looked away and replied that no matter what she told him, the outcome would be the same, and it was all over for her. The guy put his hands in his pockets and asked what would happen if he promised to save her. The blonde stared at him and asked again. Karina winked and suggested that she open up to them first. The girl looked at them and thought that with the support of the 2 strongest hunters, she had a chance. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor and asked if her loved one was being held hostage. Baekji turned pale and lowered her head. She began to sweat when the hunter asked who it was. The girl clutched the blanket and paused. The blonde shrank and said that it all started 10 years ago, the year she awakened. Then her body was engulfed in purple energy. Baekji remembered crying behind the glass and said that even her new powers did not bring her happiness, and she had not yet received the SSS rank. In the ward, there was a guy connected to a machine, and the girl said that her brother was lying in a hospital bed, fighting for his life. The girl knelt down, having been covering huge medical bills thanks to her job as a hunter, until one woman bought out the entire hospital by taking her brother hostage. Warren looked down at her, and the blonde admitted that she was just a pawn in her hands while her brother was there. Karina frowned and asked if it wasn't the most powerful company in China, but it was run by one, and the woman explained that he was also just a front. The girl crossed her arms and muttered that it was interesting, and the protagonist thought that now it was no wonder why he didn't feel any charisma from the man at the symposium. Karina gestured with her hand and suggested that the blonde contact the country's authorities as an SSS-ranked hunter. Baekji raised her eyebrows and exclaimed that she tried, but they benefited from doing business with Dalong, and they didn't lift a finger to help. The girl leaned forward and added that the government was already desperately looking for ways to control the hunters, and her brother would be in danger anyway. She introduced Warren and said that she was such a powerful and influential person that even the name SSS rank was scary to go against her. The protagonist and his friend exchanged glances. The guy looked at the archer and said that he would help get her brother out. The girl lowered her head when he clarified that she herself did not like being under the thumb of that woman, and the interlocutor muttered that the main problem in all this was the condition of her brother, who was unable to last even 10 minutes outside the sterile room. The brunette touched his chin and admitted that there was a way. The huntress looked down in surprise. The hero held out a pill in his palm that could dull the symptoms of any disease for 24 hours, and he had 30 of them in total, so they would have enough time. The girl turned to him and asked why he was doing all this, but the hunter only asked afterward to tell him everything she knew. Shou looked at his friend and asked if he had been officially declared a ranker yet, and she replied that some time was needed. The blonde frowned and asked if he was planning on flying to China, to which the hero noted that it was better to sort this situation out as soon as possible. She chuckled and muttered that she didn't expect anything else from him. The girl stood up and announced that she would lend them her favorite plane. China, in the sky over Guangzhou. The pilot exchanged glances with Karina and reported that they had arrived, and the boss asked them to circle around for now. The blonde turned around and exclaimed that she didn't expect them to jump on the plane right away, but the young man was no slouch, and he replied that he wouldn't have done it without thinking about his actions in advance. Baekji frowned and thought that this was too presumptuous, and then asked what to do now without permission to land. The doors opened. The protagonist grabbed his partners and said that they would just jump off. He immediately jumped out of the helicopter without waiting for consent. A tall building was visible ahead. An explosion was heard next to it. The three landed on the ground, and the brunette said that speed was the most important factor in rescuing hostages, so let Baekji lead them now. The girl looked at him and nodded. The hunters rushed forward, and the protagonist said that first they needed to get her brother out, and only then deal with Warren. Clouds floated over the hospital. The companions approached the man in the suit, and he recognized the archer. The man looked at her and asked why she was without Mrs. Warren today, and the interlocutor lied that she had a busy schedule. The protagonist jerked when the guard asked who was next to her. Shou suddenly punched the man in the face. Karina shot the monitor, and the blonde asked what they were doing. The girl turned around and reminded that speed was important, so there was no time to chat. The corridor was empty. A young man was lying in bed, and the huntress called him. Chung-ah sat up and asked what she was doing here, but she immediately asked to take a pill, and would tell him everything later. The hunters ran along the road. The protagonist looked at Baekji, who was carrying her brother, and asked her to head to the helicopter, and they would handle the rest themselves. Shou frowned and said that their priority at the moment was to move the hostage to a safe place, and no matter how powerful Warren was, she would hardly be able to do anything against two rankers. They ran faster, and the girl agreed. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of them, shouting that the offenders needed to be caught. The protagonist pushed off the ground. He swung and quickly scattered the opponents. The brunette continued to punch them. Then he turned to the blonde. Karina pointed her finger and hurried her. The interlocutor pushed off and quickly said goodbye. The partners looked ahead, wondering where the villainess's office was, and the guy assumed that it was somewhere on the upper floors. The girl took out a gun and aimed it at the ceiling. A powerful shot made a hole from above. The guy deftly landed on the stones. They stopped in front of a red gate, and the hero noted that he looked pretentious, and this immediately spoke of what kind of owner it was. They approached, and Shou suggested that they hurry. Documents were lying under their feet. The hunter crossed his arms and assumed that the enemy had managed to escape, but the companion noted that it was better not to rush to conclusions. She approached the portal and informed them that there was a rift crack. They looked ahead and the hero realized that it was the Eve Gate, and the interlocutor remembered that Boris had used the same thing during the symposium, so it was no surprise that one's daughter could use it. The blonde smirked and apologized for the intrusion. The shards flew around. The hunters walked through the portal and looked around. They turned to the side and the girl admired it, noticing that there was so much here, like a real national defense base. In front of them was a fortress with cannons, and the companions wondered how much money had been poured into it. The weapons glittered in the sun. A tower loomed ahead. Warren, wearing a mask, crossed her legs and welcomed them into her domain. Karina leaned over and asked what kind of strange mask it was, joking that the enemy was so scared to see them that she decided to hide. The woman twisted the phone and guessed that Baekji had confessed everything, and there was no point in expecting much from her. She leaned on her hand and added that they would have to be very stupid to come in here alone. Warren spread her arms and declared that they were just bugs on her territory. The protagonist and his partner exchanged glances and noted that they had not fought shoulder to shoulder for a long time, and the interlocutor added that she missed it. The woman chuckled and said that this was too self-confident. A portal glowed behind the hunters. The enemy raised her fan and said that they would get out of here. Cannons opened under her feet, and she added that it was not a fact that they would be alive. Karina frowned and exclaimed that it was a military railgun. The partners jumped in different directions, dodging the attack. An explosion was heard behind them. The blonde narrowed her eyes and thought that this was a model that was discontinued during development by the US military, so where did she get it from? The technology was covered with cloth, and the girl realized that what was important was that this was her chance to destroy the enemies hiding on the American side. A drone appeared next to her. It was glowing, preparing to attack. The hunters frowned and dodged, asking how much money was spent on these dangerous toys. The guy stepped on a stone, which fell under his foot. An explosion was heard behind him. The partners ran forward, and the blonde complained that she was fed up with everything, and the interlocutor suggested that they first deal with a bunch of weapons and traps around. The blade of his sword flared. The guy narrowed his eyes and swung the blade. Several drones immediately exploded. The enemy opened her fan and noted that it was very rude to break other people's toys. She smirked and added that she still had enough. New cannons appeared in front of the partners. The blonde took aim and noted that she had opened up. Warren flicked her fan. A barrier appeared in front of her, repelling the attack, and she asked if that was all a world-class ranker could do. Karina raised her eyebrows and muttered that the woman was annoying her. The brunette chuckled and noted that it would be impolite not to respond in kind. A missile launcher appeared between them, the heavenly demon bow, and the villainess commanded to attack. Charges burst out of the cannons. The protagonist clutched the ashen inferno blade. He swung the weapon, cutting through the projectiles. Smoke gathered near the walls. More missiles flew towards the invaders. Sho frowned and shouted to his partner. The girl immediately ran up and pulled out her weapon. She fired several shots at the projectiles. Warren gritted her teeth in displeasure. The guy straightened up and noted that there was no point in dragging out the fight. He looked at his girlfriend and asked her to cover him, to which she immediately agreed. The hunter put out a fire sword and said that he was leaving. The girl smiled and asked to deal with the villain. The brunette grinned and offered to try. Shells flew towards the hero, and his partner said that she was underestimating him at all. All the missiles immediately exploded. The machine gun holes were smoking. Karina grinned and said that the enemy was not the only one with dangerous toys in store. Fire from several cannons rained down on the bridge. However, the main character quickly reached the enemy. He looked down at her and asked her to tell her everything she knew as a member of Masquerade. Warren grimaced and sent him away. She exhaled green smoke from her mouth. Sho covered himself with his hand and jumped back. The blonde looked worriedly at the green dome ahead. The girl frowned, wondering if this was another trick of the villainess. The protagonist shielded himself with his hand and narrowed his eyes. He frowned and wondered if he had been teleported, but he hadn't felt himself leave the Eve Gate, so it could be an illusion. The girl opened her mouth and called him by his former name. The guy looked down in surprise. His eyes widened. Elena looked at him and asked why he suddenly jumped up out of the blue. Sho looked at the girl in confusion. The blonde smiled and said that she was glad to see Aiden. She looked at him in surprise when the guy said that she knew nothing. The brunette sharply kicked her. The girl's eyes widened. Elena began to cry, asking why the hunter was doing this. The protagonist frowned and muttered that Warren did not know when to give up. His eyes narrowed, and he said that she would regret using her image. The interlocutor turned pale when the brunette grabbed her. The hero froze when his partner asked if the guy was there. Karina passed through the portal and asked what this place was. The blonde reached out to her, calling for help. Elena grimaced and exclaimed that someone took control of Aiden. The huntress' eyes widened as she recognized her friend. Instead of helping, she shot the girl. Warren grabbed her shoulder, not understanding why her illusion hadn't worked. The brunette gritted her teeth, thinking that people should see people dear to their hearts, but it hadn't worked on any of them. The protagonist approached, gathering mana in his hand, and declared that it was over this time. The companion raised an eyebrow and asked if he was just going to kill her, and the guy replied that she wouldn't tell them anything anyway. Warren flinched when Karina promised to get everything out of her, and the brunette then agreed to calm the enemy down. The woman widened her eyes and shouted for him to take his hands away. She closed her eyes, demanding that he not touch her. After a while, Warren sat with an empty look. The protagonist glanced sideways at his partner and asked if she could talk in such a state, and the blonde replied that she could answer 3 questions. Sho sat down and asked what the goal of the masquerade was. The brunette lowered her head. Her hair covered her face, and the woman said that they wanted to conquer with the help of powerful magic and an excellent master. The hunters looked at the enemy, assuming that they were striving for world domination. Karina laughed, exclaiming that these were childish dreams, and the guy asked who gave them these powers. The interlocutor sat on her knees, muttering that one day a man appeared who saved them, and the 10 of them, as if by the will of fate, left their native lands and ended up here. The hero touched his chin, wondering if this person was part of their group, and the blonde asked him to ask directly. Karina sat down next to him and asked who was part of their organization. Suddenly, blood flowed from Warren's eyes and nose. The girl's body was engulfed in dark energy, and the blonde asked what was happening to her. Suddenly, the woman's neck snapped. The protagonist grabbed her head, trying to stop her. He frowned and asked where they all came from. The brunette's lips stretched into a smile. Warren bared her teeth madly and answered that she was from the underworld. The hunters watched her collapse, and Karina muttered that this was some kind of nonsense. The blonde closed her eyes and apologized, because she did not know that the enemy was under any restrictions, but the young man replied that they had already learned enough. Sho frowned, wondering if the enemies really came from there. The woman's body lay on the floor, and the guy wondered if this could be a kind of metaphor. The partners shuddered when everything around them vibrated. The girl pointed up. The sky above them began to crack. Claws appeared from her. The protagonist's eyes widened. An overlord appeared in front of them. The hunters sweated, not understanding how this was possible, and Karina assumed that it was attracted by the Eve gate created by the woman. The monster looked around, and the girl added that everything should be fine, since it was not on the ground, and as soon as they got out of here, the enemy would no longer threaten them. The guy looked down and shuddered. The portal was covered in waves, and the hero shouted that the exit was closing. The interlocutor smirked and said that now they would distract the big guy with the final dish. The mother of all Moab bombs appeared next to them. Sho looked at her nervously and tried to stop the girl. However, the discharge had already been released. The blonde rushed forward and hurried her partner. The monster turned to the flash. A powerful explosion was heard. The hunters managed to pass through the portal. They jumped back, as something immediately thundered behind them. The companions looked around in shock. Sho closed his eyes and muttered that it was too much, but the girl objected that they managed to distract the monster and get out in time. She stood up and suggested returning to America since they had sorted everything out, but the brunette replied that it was better not to rush. The guy touched his chin and thought that Warren was working with Wei Long, but large corporations would not cooperate with traders just for profit, and they had no need to commit a crime and take such risks just for big money. The brunette narrowed his eyes, trying to understand why she needed all this. The partners looked at the hatch in the floor. The main character grinned and noted that their cache had opened from the explosion. He stood up and lifted the lid. Greenish energy was coming from under the floor. The hunters went down and looked around, assuming that this was the cache of the Dalong Company. There was a computer inside, and the guy decided that all the dirt on them was collected here, from their deals with Wei Long to the results of human experiments and money laundering channels. A light haze hung in the room. Karina looked through the records and muttered that no one knew that they were such scum. She pulled out the flash drive and added that they were very lucky to have found this cache. The blonde smirked and noted that with such evidence, the Dalong Company would come to an end. Clouds were gathering over the airport. The protagonist turned around when he was called out. Baekji and his brother came closer, and the girl asked the boy not to strain himself so much. The young man looked at the hunter and thanked him, because now he felt much better. Chungha shrank and sheepishly asked if he could call the guy by his name. The brunette smirked. He patted the boy on the head and agreed. The girl bowed and said that she also owed him a lot and would never forget his kindness. She looked at the hero in surprise, who promised that she would have to repay him. Sho crossed his arms and said that first, the interlocutor would have to become a member of his guild. The archer shuddered and objected, because she had to take care of her brother. The brunette showed the pill and reminded her that this was not a request, but a way to repay him. The brother and sister looked at him when the hunter said that the boy needed medicine, and considering that she no longer depended on Warren and was not a member of any guild, she was a free hunter. Baekji frowned and exclaimed that China would not allow her to join a Japanese guild, but the hero asked her not to worry about it. He raised a finger and said that if she joined Overlord, the guild would already have 2 rankers. The 2 men looked at each other, and the brunette added that even the state wouldn't dare contact them then. Then Sho presented the news headlines about his promotion to SSS rank and the exposure of the Dalong Company, and noted that China would simply have no time for them. He grinned and said that the largest company in the state would fall overnight, and the country would cover up its tracks of cooperation with them, and, in principle, think about what to do next. The girl nervously looked at the outstretched hand, and the protagonist promised to protect her brother and give her a job. The blonde shook it. The 2 men stood opposite each other, and Baekji said that she would believe him, after which she became a member of the Overlord Guild. The helicopter flew over the water. The pilot looked out the window and reported that an unidentified island had been discovered in the center of the Pacific Ocean, and he was flying closer to measure the magical power. His eyes widened, and he cursed. A portal was visible ahead, and the man exclaimed that the readings were off the charts and this was a real dungeon, so they needed to immediately call the hunters from all over the world. The sun was shining in the city. The protagonist was having a training fight with his charges. He smirked and told the spearman to make sure that his blows did not interfere with his teammates. Then he turned to Igawa and advised not to rush into trouble, but to work together with everyone. Baekji was standing nearby when everyone sat down on the ground, and the brunette announced a break. Suddenly, Han ran up to him and called out to him. Sho turned to him and asked how he could help, and the interlocutor said that the hunters had received an emergency call because an unknown dungeon had been discovered on an island in the Pacific Ocean. The air swayed the grass, and the hero noted that this was a great opportunity for the new guild members to show off their strength. Han made a gesture with his hand and explained that because hunters from all over the world were invited to the cleanup, only 2 guilds would be participating in the operation, and there would be a meeting of the guild leaders to make the final decision, which the guy decided it was worth attending. The brunette turned to Baekji and called her. The blonde came closer and first addressed him by name, then corrected herself to the leader. The guy raised an eyebrow and allowed her to call him whatever she wanted. Han's eyes sparkled, amazed that the girl had actually become a member of the Overlord Guild, and the hero added that she would be going to the meeting with him. Baekji's eyes widened when the master said that she would be acting as the deputy leader. The man in the mask crossed his arms and said that Dragon was dead. Everyone at the round table sat silently. The man in the raven mask raised a finger and said that they first needed to find an organization to replace Dalong, and the other man asked him not to worry about it, because they had already found a suitable candidate. Someone entered the room. It was the man in the bear mask. He leaned over to the long-haired man and asked if they really decided to follow him like that. What kind of stupidity was this? The newcomer smirked and asked him to just stay out of his way, because he could handle it just fine on his own. The raven cracked his knuckles and noted that he was too arrogant. The other man turned to him and said that he was not a loser, who had achieved everything by chance. The man jumped up and swung his arm, cursing. The man in the center crossed his arms and demanded that they stop, releasing energy. The other members covered themselves with their hands from the gust of wind. The long-haired man stopped their fists and asked them to calm down, because now they did not need conflicts within the organization. Both rivals exchanged dissatisfied glances, gritting their teeth. They obediently parted, and the bear said that later everyone would see his abilities for themselves. The leader raised his hands and suggested moving on to the topic of today's meeting. The men sat down at the table, and he reminded them that the lion, the butterfly, and even the dragon had left them. He folded his fingers and declared that from now on no one would act alone, because now their goal was to deal with Sho once and for all.